actually. So if council will go ahead and take their seat, it'd be appreciated. I want to call this General Council meeting of September the 7th to order. This is our quarterly meeting. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. Anthony Conley.
Here.
John Narkemy. Here. Rena Tiger.
Here.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards.
Here.
Ida Gonzalez.
Here.
Nancy Fixico.
Here.
Leon Petit.
Here.
David Narkemy.
Here.
Joseph Billy.
Here.
Dolores Harjo.
Here.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
Here.
Stephanie Lambert.
Here.
Sina Yeslith.
Here.
Lottie Cootie.
Here.
Marilyn Moore.
Here.
Henson Lena.
Here.
Richmond Larney.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo.
Here.
Willis Dethridge.
Here.
Desiree Emerton.
Here.
I have 25 present and 3 absent.
With a count of 25 present and 3 absent, I declare that we do have established a quorum, and I'm going to ask perhaps, let's see, Representative Narkemy, would you lead us in prayer this morning? Let's all stand for prayer. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we'd like to thank you for bringing us here today. We ask that you grant us wisdom. We ask that you grant us grace. We ask that you give us the foresight to know what your will is, and that you guide us in all things we do today. We'd like to thank you for bringing us all here today. We'd like to thank you for giving us this day to celebrate the being here, to celebrate the love that you've shown us. We'd like to ask that you see us through this day, that you grant us another day. We'd like to ask that you be with us in all things that we do. It is in the name of your Son that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Representative Narkemy. We have a request to be able, when we get into the new business with the tribal resolutions, to be able to move the tribal ordinances up. So when we get there, I'll be asking for a consideration for suspending of the agenda for that purpose, so that we can hear about the wildlife, fish, and gaming proposed new ordinance or addendums to that ordinance. So be ready for that. Is there any objection if we do that when we get to new business? Is there any objections? If there's no objections, we'll put the ordinances up in the front. That will be pretty lengthy discussion, most likely. If indeed it passes, it puts in what the Intertribal Council had passed among tribes to be able to fish and hunt in the areas of each other's reservations. So if there's no objections, we'll go ahead and do that at that particular time. There are 2 areas I believe needs attention for discussion. We do have an email from the Indian Health Service. We also have something that has been a long question, I think, over the many, many years with the Seminole Nation. It does have to do with the Code of Laws in Title 22 within 22, I believe, in enrollment, and also the area of our Constitution. It would need to be under other business. It has to be do with what we call First Peoples Nations, are usually the reference to people that are indigenous people from Canada, as opposed to American Indians, and the definitions of the American Indians as the Department of Interior also interprets it, and as also case law with the Department of Justice interprets it. It does deserve a conversation of the council, I believe. Is there any objections to put that under other business?
You know, is other business, is it the same as new business? Is that where that would go, or?
No, it would go at the end of the agenda. Other business would, if it's placed there. And the other would be something dealing with the expansion of the project with Indian Health Service. If those two things can be placed on other business, it would be good that the council would address them. Do I see any objections to those two things? I see no hands raised, no one speaking. Those will be added to other business. Okay, we'll continue on. Reading of the minutes of the last meeting. We have June 1st, June 15th, June 25th, July 27th, and August 20th. Representative Deathridge.
I go out and make a motion that we go ahead and approve June the 1st, June the 15th, June the 25th, July the 27th, August the 20th, as presented to us in our packet. Ask for a second.
There's a motion by Representative Deathridge, second by Representative Lambert. Any discussion? No discussion. As presented in our packet. That's how this will be approved as far as the minutes are concerned. Secretary call the roll, and this is for all the minutes that's on the agenda, which was just read. June 1st, June 15th, June 25th, July 27th, and August 20th. Secretary call the roll.
Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Abstain.
David Narkemy.
Abstain.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo.
Abstain.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Deathridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 0 nos, 4 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 0 no's, and 4 abstentions, I declare that all those minutes that was read are now approved. Unfinished business, there is none at this time. Those budgets that was pulled at the last council meeting are under new business. So we have reports of committee. What is the desire of the council as far as committees? I saw Representative Hill, then Representative Petit, then Representative Deathridge. We'll go in that order. We also have a reminder of rules of order to try to stick with that as far as time frames are concerned, amount of times each council representative speaks on each measure. That's all within Title 16 of the Code of Laws of the Seminole Nation. So it was just, a note to be taken by a council representative this morning. Representative Hill.
Princess Committee.
The Princess Committee, please.
Good morning, Chief.
Yeah, listen to feedback. If it starts with feedback, don't bring it out. Use that
Chair.
microphone there if you would.
Chair,
Yes,
we had a lot of complaints from people not hearing what's going on here. Could they use a mic today? I appreciate it. People are complaining out there. They
okay.
can hear things happening.
Okay, everyone has a mic on their desk, so make sure that you turn it on when you're going to speak today. I know a lot of us may think that we don't need a microphone, but it's actually for the people that not only in the gallery, but it's also for the recording and people watching via live stream to be able to hear what each and every one of us are saying. So if you would do that, make sure your mic is turned on if you have a question or you're speaking as a council. We're not standing simply because the mics are so low, but really we're supposed to stand so that everybody knows who has the floor. But we've been foregoing that because of the mics are so low. So make sure you have your mics on so everybody can hear that are viewing it via the internet. Okay, Representative Hill, do you just want to hear it from the Princess Committee?
No,
You
I
have
want
a-
to speak first, and then I can hear from them, okay?
Yes.
If so, they desire. But number one, it's good to see each and every one of y'all here today, and I'm trying to make this short and brief and to the point, okay? Council representatives and all those that are here today, as you probably well know how the word spread like wildfire. July 25th of last year, I started a Seminole language basic class for the nation and others also open to the public. This is something that happened last month, which is August. And what it was after teaching language class for twice a month on the second Tuesday and the fourth Tuesday, the people that come there, young children, high school kids, college kids, and adults, mainly elders, okay? They said that since the first anniversary was coming up on July 25th, they asked me if I would get the 3 princesses of the nation to come and honor our first anniversary. I said, yes, I can try to have them here. So what happened was after I got a hold of the previous committee members, they said that you have to notify the Princess Committee 48 hours before so they can be there. I said, okay. And they said that the princesses that are the nation princesses, when they're notified, you have to notify the committee 48 hours before. This way they can be there. I said, okay. I made a phone call to the chair, okay, the chair lady of the Princess Committee. No answer. I left a message. After 7 days, I received a call from her. Keep in mind, 48 hours already expired, okay? So after I told her that I would like to have the 3 princesses there on the 23rd, which was on a Tuesday of August, if they can attend. Her response was, we already have things planned. We're going to Florida. I said, okay. And she said, how come you didn't tell me earlier? How am I supposed to know earlier? I'm giving you 7 days early notice. And I said, as what I hear, your policy states that we have to notify you 48 hours and they have to be there because they represent the nation and Seminole Nation comes first for any activities for them to attend. Second is the intertribal. And she said, well, we already had plans and we are going to Florida. And I'm taking my girls down there because they need a break. They need to get away from here. I said, hey, that's your plans. It has nothing to do with that. But anyway, what basically boiled down to was the fact that I told her, keep in mind, I said, these are the people that are requesting the young ladies to be there. So we're going to celebrate our first anniversary in teaching the language to our people, the nation. As we were talking, she got very, very hostile. She raised her voice at me real loud. And her exact words was this: don't insult my intelligence, real loud at me, okay, on the phone. With that in mind, my response to her was, you don't have any intelligence. And I hung up on her, okay? And I'm telling the truth. I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all, okay? That's exactly what I said. And what it really boils down to, Mr. Chair and the council representatives, Number one, as speaking to her, that was a disrespect to a veteran, an elder, and a general council representative. Things like that is what you call cannot be condoned or tolerated because that's not a role model. And that's exactly what she said. If she denies it up there, then all I can say is that she is lying. That's all I have on my part, Chair.
All right, unless you want to comment on that, it's not necessary. This is the committee. They're up here to give the report. I know there was long dialogue there. You can, if you want, respond, but
Honestly, I don't feel like that's why we're here. Okay. We mentioned at the last quarterly council meeting that we were going to go to Florida then. And right after everybody understood that we were leaving, it was well known within the tribe that we were going to take a trip to Florida. And we had worked hard on fundraising to take the girls to different locations and then also go to the pageant. Asking us at the last minute, which I made clear on the phone, was not anything that we could do at that point since we already had flight reservations and hotel reservations taken care of. Now, this is all one-sided, of course, it's coming from one council member, and I do my best to respect everyone until I feel like I have to be defensive and take up and advocate for these girls and for myself. If you are not showing respect to other people, how can you get respect back? If you're insulting someone's intelligence when they have a bachelor's degree and you're constantly telling them that they don't have any intelligence, who's really at fault here? It's really mindless, and this has nothing to do with what we are here for. We would have loved to come to your language class. I've never had a formal invite. So for this to come up 48 hours before we were going to leave for a trip, I think I'm pretty much stuck at what more was I supposed to do except we already had plans. With that being said, I did come to you and I shook your hand and I asked you I told you good morning today. So just because we may have a disagreement does not mean that I don't have respect for you. And we all know how it gets when you have two Seminole people who are arguing. It's not one-sided. You also raise your voice. But that's not why we are here today, and we have other things that are more concerned at this time.
Yes, thank you but remember, you don't tell everything, okay? I told you good morning back to you too, along with your lady behind you. You didn't even say that, okay? And not only that, keep in mind, Seminole Nation, the people, we represent the people. We don't look out for ourselves. You didn't even indicate where y'all went to, okay? What it was they're supposed to go down to Florida, and an event's supposed to be a one-day thing on a Saturday. The princess of the Florida Seminole is supposed to be crowned, and that's why our princesses and committee and their chaperones supposed to go down there. And they left on a Monday, okay? Our thing was Tuesday night. You could have been there Tuesday night, y'all could have left Wednesday, had plenty of time. Y'all took the time to go a week ahead before the event on a Saturday so y'all can have what you call a little vacation. And not only that, young lady, you should tell them that you went to Disney World, okay? You might have hung around with Minnie Mouse and Mickey Mouse. I don't know, you didn't say that.
let's move on. Let's move
Yes,
on.
thank you, Chair.
Let's move on. Princesses, go ahead and let's see, we had Representative Hill. I think it was Representative Petit, wasn't it? No? Representative Dethridge? Yes, Representative Dethridge.
I need to find out about when the princess pageant is going to be. I asked one of these ladies right here, I think the one in the middle right there. I'd say the pretty one, but all three of them are very beautiful ladies. But when is the princess pageant? One more time so I can write it down and try to attend.
Thursday, September 19th at 6:30 p.m.
Thursday, September the 9th.
And it will be at the Kelly Haney Center at Seminole State College.
Historically, the Princess Pageant is always the Thursday before the Saturday of Seminole Nation Day. So it is on the 19th, and this time it's at the Enoch Kelly Haney Center, correct? Enoch Kelly Haney Center. There has been different locations for it, so with that clarity. I saw Representative Cootie's hand, then I seen the Ocheesy Band's hand. So, and then Mikasuki. Representative Cootie?
I just want to ask why the girls have not been, only one of them have been coming to the language class, but it seems like we're talking about keeping our tradition and our language and all that, but, you know, I don't see all three of them attending every session that we have. Why is that? Do they take classes someplace else, or they don't need to know, or just you know, they should know more than just get up and introduce themselves, what band they are, and clan and all that. They need to know how to say hello, you know, how are you, and things like that. And they could have learned if they came. We had one young high school man that learned how to do a prayer, and he was proud enough to go in before his classmates and say the whole prayer, and they were very proud. And we were very proud of them too.
Yes.
And we have young ladies that comes and they're interested and they're learning. So I think they could have learned more than what they do. So I would have encouraged them, because it's kind of late date now. But y'all should have encouraged them as a committee member, because that's what you're here for, is to learn the language and learn what you can about tradition of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. So I just think it's important as far as me. You know, when you get older, you kind of forget your language and you want somebody to be able to talk to and everything. It would be nice to approach them and talk to them. So I just want to know why they don't attend.
It's not a mandated thing from us, but we do try to encourage them to learn more about their culture, regardless. Personally, for me, I have personally never received an invitation to go, nor have I ever seen a flyer. And so I don't know the dates that you have your language class. And that was one thing that I did tell Representative Hill that on the phone that one day, is like, you've never invited the committee or the other two princesses to your language department, to your language class. So how am I supposed to know that you have?
We're gonna move on and go to the next band. Appreciate your comment, though. You know, this is, you know, obviously the prerogative of the princesses. Each of them have family members that also can share culture, language, traditions of the Seminole people with them as well. So there's that's within their own prerogative, you know, to go to the language class. Obviously, it would be a good thing, but it's not required. So if it's something and that's a language class, we have a language program as well. The language class has been doing well. So we appreciate all the efforts in that area as well. But Ocheesy Band?
Hello, Chair. First of all, I want to say that, I want to thank the elders for having that language class. But at the same time, you know, these ladies are busy and, you know, doing other things, you know, and sometimes life don't seem fair. We don't always get what we want, you know. That's just the way life is, you know. But I want everyone to know that as a band rep, I'm proud of these young ladies. You know, they shouldn't be called to the front all the time being chastised about something, you know. You know, we need to get over ourselves or whatever it may be, but, you know, they're doing a great job, if you ask me. Because I travel also, and I see these young ladies at a lot of events. And they're always helpful, ready to do something. And that makes me proud of the girls. So I feel it's really important that we see smiles, not frowns. And y'all doing a great job. Y'all keep it up. And I just hope that they would understand, you know, there's times that it just can't be done. And but I appreciate that. And keep it up, young ladies. Proud of y'all.
Let's see, we had Representative Yesleth, I believe, that had her hand raised. I see Representative Shaw and Representative Gonzalez. Representative Yesleth?
Morning. Okay, so my question is regards to the report. On the reports, were you not all given a standard report to be able to, basically the guidelines, who shares the reports, the format? And also the financials aren't attached to the report, so can you please explain and elaborate more as to why you're asking for an increase? And also, what is the necessary for having a number, X amount of number of chaperones and ambassadors, when in the past, the princess's parents were all the chaperones along with the committee? And do you, on those chaperones, you already have them named, ambassadors, and can you please name them?
So the chaperones are just, oh, sorry. So the chaperone is just one of the 3 committee members, whoever can make it to the events, because in our meetings and in our travel code of law, that's what it says, is 1 chaperone. And when we went over the finance, with the finance committee, originally in our budget proposal, we had done 2 chaperones, and then we picked through that, and they said just 1 chaperone was approved. And that's so that funding can be applied to. So that's why we have 1 chaperone. And it's not set on just her, just me, or just Kristen. It's
also to prevent issues like the February 4th trip.
I don't know on that, so I'm not going to speak on that.
It's also to prevent issues as if, just like we had in February Florida trip, to prevent those kind of issues, which is why we should have 1 to 2 council, or 1 to 2 committee members. It's to help prevent issues that may occur for from outsiders who are not in the committee to be involved, just as what we've kind of went through with this last trip in February. So we've wanted to keep it within the committee, so there's not so much argumentative and hearsay, she say stuff, when we are doing our job as a committee to make sure that the girls are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay, and what about ambassadors?
I'm sorry, what?
Ambassadors, they're
Ambassadors.
separate in the report, so it's just them. And then so you're all getting paid to chaperone them as well as your
Just
stipend?
one
Just
person.
one of you? Okay. Next question is, why so many out-of-state trips? That has increased, especially with the issues with the money and the fundraising, and we had that, I guess apparently all squared away. But with not having money, where are we set on our balance right now?
Could tell you our county was 8 months behind, so we actually are still going to headquarters. We have to go back this next week so that we can go through everything again. So everything's been behind. We could not tell you honestly how much is in either one of our accounts because they are so far behind. And nothing's been updated, so that's where we stand right now.
That's also not on our part though, especially when it comes to the
Okay.
fiscal year budget.
So you're just operating and traveling and going along as is, and they're just signing off?
We didn't know we were 8 months behind.
Let me speak to this. I'm the treasurer of the Princess Committee, and when I stepped in April, I got a report from our treasurer, or someone in our treasurer office, I have it in writing, and I kept a balance and a ledger of everything in our activity fund. I can tell you exactly what's in the activity fund, but when I asked her for the balance of the general fund, she said that's not any of my concern, and that they keep it. So I was like, okay, cool, they will be in charge of the general fund. Well, we were going off the reports that they send us, and we were good to go on all the reports. So now we're not there. We're negative in our account right now. We're trying to get that figured out. That's why we're going to go back to headquarters. But we are trying our best. We have another increase coming in, or deposit, that we can pay that negative back. So,
And that's because money was taken out of the wrong account.
yeah, and money was taken out of the wrong account. So if I wasn't keeping my ledger, then we wouldn't have even known that that money came out of our activity fund. So if you guys want my ledger, you can email me or stop by my office, make an appointment, and I can print that off for you. But the general fund, that's up for the accountant and the treasurer. So I don't know. I was told that was not my concern.
I can tell how some inexperienced here with the terminology being used, by the committee. Do we have someone here from accounting? I know the treasurer's here, and I know some things have been reconciled, you know, even in the last few days. So, you know, when you comment, obviously it can allege to something that's you know, a process, you know, that's taken place. We have several eyes as far as, you know, here in the executive that look at those requests for travel, you know, whether there's funds there to be able to do it, those types of things. There's sets of eyes through the budget officer as well before it even gets to executive. So, the terminology sometimes is best to know what that terminology is, because it can sound descending instead of actually working through like a good functioning committee within our system, as well as the tribal systems that we have. But we're getting close to the time limit on this particular
I'm
committee.
not done. And then there's another concern as far as, the reason why I'm asking about out-of-state travel. There's been concerns as far as the girls having to miss school, absences, things that are occurring within school hours that they're required to attend. So that's something I know has been a concern. That's the reason why I was asking, like, why are we sending so many out-of-state during school and different functions? Because I appreciate these girls, and they're always very beautiful, and I hear a lot of good stories, and I see their pictures everywhere, so they're doing a good job. I just know it's a lot of taxing on them with grades in school and attendance. I also don't want that, you know, hindered.
So on the last one, we asked to see if we could have the funding to go to Denver March Powwow. Now, we have since removed that. So the only trips that would be required during school would be the Seminole Tribal Festival in Florida in February, and the Gathering of Nations, which would be mostly the weekend until that Monday. We'd return by that Sunday. So I think they would miss maybe 2 days of school that week. Now, if we were to have been able to get approved to go to the Denver March Powwow, that would actually happen during spring break. And then but we're not doing that. So there's those 2 trips. Those are the ones that will go, that are during school. It has been discussed on how we can keep this from being so effective towards the younger ones as well, since education is very important. And as a teacher, that's what I feel like is more important, is to make sure that we have, well, they need their education on top of, you know, being able to represent their people. The second Florida trip for the pageant is in July, so they wouldn't miss school during that time. I have thought about it, and I thought, well, it'd be easiest if we did have flights to Florida in February, and then we could probably just drive in July since they're out of school. That might even save some money at the end.
Okay, what we have right now is a time limit coming to, we're going to go with Representative Shaw, Representative Gonzalez, and then we're going on to the next suggestion for a committee, okay? And I want you to know, council, that yes, the committee was new this particular last year. I think being able to fundraise, being able to do the things that the girls have been able to do have been rather remarkable. And I want you to know, other than the Ocheesy Band and their representatives that spoke positive things this morning, I get positive notes from tribes all over this nation whenever the representation of the princesses of the Seminole Nation is out and about and on travel. And that comes to my attention through tribal leadership as well. So this is most likely the last time that this particular royalty will come before this council. And I think that we ought to give them some appreciation. You know, I'm going to do it. Thank you, Reggie, and thank you, committee, for working diligently. Representative Shaw, we'll close with Representative Gonzalez, and we're going to move on.
I'm not dissatisfied with the princesses at all, but I am dissatisfied with our committee. The thing I'm telling you straight up now is that on green corn for the Seminole Nation, well, that's our tradition. I was told they weren't to go out there because that's not our culture, that's not our tradition. I go to church, that's what I heard. So, you know, I'm not going to call this person a liar either, because then I'll have to put up with 2 of y'all. But the thing is, right now,
they told me, they said that, well, I'll just be truthful, they said, Alyssa's the one that told us. That's not you. They said you were the one that made the comment that, that's not our it's not our culture, that's not our religion, so we don't need to go there. Every year, the princesses grace the presence of the green corn, and they didn't do it this year. That's one of the things. And then the other thing is, well, we'll get to that when we get to the budget, because I don't want you to run off until we get finished with your budget, because I don't think you,
This is the report. We're not on the budgets yet.
and we also got this bylaw, so they don't need to run off. But, yeah, if this was said, then shame on you. And the other thing was, nobody called you stupid because you got a bachelor's degree.
All right, it's just going tit for tat here, and I want to remind that you're elected leaders of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma.
I know you're supposed to chair the meeting, and that's all you're supposed to do, not stand there and answer for them and keep defending them.
Well, this is a committee report, sir.
Well, let them do the committee report.
Exactly.
Not you.
Exactly.
So we need to stop that and go forward with it. But I'm gonna have to ask you, always a point of order when it comes down to telling him where he needs to be.
I would like to say,
That's all I got to say.
I would like to say that's never come out of my mouth because I attend both Storm dances and church. But, so I don't know where your information is coming from, but that's all I can say. I do know that we did have a princess that didn't attend. So at that point,
And I think a lot of times, you know, I heard this, I don't know if it's fact, but rumor says, you know, that comes across this council floor all the time. Representative Gonzalez.
But I just wanted to tell the princesses that you're all beautiful. You have represented our nation well. And I know that it's difficult to get out there all the time, but you're doing it. And your costumes are all so beautiful all the time. I give credit to those that made the costumes. And I know that this is your last general council meeting, and we appreciate you. And I just wanted to say, Mado.
All right, no speaking across the floor, please. And I understand your comment, but a representative is speaking. No crosstalk across the council floor. You yield the floor?
Yes, I yield.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the next committee, and I realize that terminology is very strict with us. You know, we don't usually use the term costume when it comes to traditional clothing or regalia. But anyway, that being said, let's move on to the next committee. Council, Representative Etheridge, I saw your hand. And then Representative McCoy. BCR. Representative McCoy, BCR is coming forth right now.
Chair, can I just make a request of the secretary? Will you find out when the next Princess Committee meeting is and send it to the council? Thank you, Mado.
My turn?
Yes, Representative Etheridge. I know the princess is still exiting the floor. Thank you, princesses, for your service. I realize this may be your last council meeting to attend. We thank you for all that you've done as representing the Seminole Nation in such a positive light. Thank you. But oh, there you go.
Good morning, Susie Harjo, Chair of the BCR Commission. We've had several things that's been going on that we need to let the council know about, and so I'm going to let the director, Sharon, come up and explain what's been going on.
Hello, my name is Sharon Scott, and I'm the Executive Director of the PCR Commission. One thing that we sent out a notice that last week, or well, it was on Monday. I tried to get it out on Friday before the holiday because September 1st, the state of Oklahoma enacted the Mason-Treat Act, which is House Bill 2035, I believe, and they changed the process at the state level on what happens when you buy a car from a dealership. So the Mason-Treat Act is named after President pro tempore of the Senate, Greg Treat. His son was involved in a vehicle accident. Back in 2021, I believe, the state changed their process regarding license plate transfers from old vehicles to new vehicles. Before, the plate stayed with the vehicle. After they amended those laws in 2021, the license plate stayed with the person. And so what happened in Mr. Treat's case is that he bought a car from a private vehicle, and his vehicle did not have a license plate on it. He was pulled over by Highway Patrol, and during that interaction, another vehicle hit him from behind, and it was a horrific accident. I think he had traumatic brain injury, and the Highway Patrol officer was thrown away from the vehicle. So it was a very terrible accident, and so this was their response to that, to prevent other accidents like that. And so what they've done is, if you purchased a car on September 1st or after from a dealership, they're required by law to register your car at that time. They will give you for a tribal member that it's going to register their car with your tribe that is not compacted with the state, they will treat you like an out-of-state purchaser, and they will give you a temporary paper tag that is good for 10 days. Within that 10 days, they will send you a state temporary license plate that is good until you can get your car registered. That did not change the law that dealerships are required to send your title to you within 30 days of purchase. So what we've done to prevent or to assist tribal members that are buying new cars is we've sent out a memo, and I have copies for you here today, to let them know that before that temporary tag expires, if they'll come to our office, we'll give them a decal that's good for 30 days that will carry them until they have their title in hand to register with our office. If they have a tag that they're transferring from a different car, we'll change that registration to the new vehicle. If they don't, then we'll issue them a numbered plate to use until that title comes in, and then we'll fully register that vehicle. Now, what's also different is that a private seller has to register within the state system within 48 hours of a private purchase, either the previous owner or the new owner. So if you're buying a car from a tribal member, this happened yesterday, we encourage you to come to the office, let us go ahead and fully register that vehicle for you because you'll have a title in hand. And then that way, you won't have to get a paper tag, and you won't have to get a metal plate that you don't know what to do with, that you're not going to use from the state. Is that clear, Ahmed? Does anyone have any questions?
Representative Lambert.
So just for clarification, if we didn't get all that, we can just come to your office when we're planning on buying a car and you can explain it to us?
Yes, we're handing these out, and I have some, if you don't we're handing these out to tribal members that come into our office to let them know. We've gotten some calls. It doesn't affect you if you bought your car on August 31st. And we've had calls about that too. But we're handing this out, and we're just telling people to call us before you decide to buy a new car, whether it's from a private owner or a dealership, and we will explain things to you at that time. Right here.
Do you have...
Representative Fulbright.
Thank you. Do you have this posted on the website anywhere where they could Because I'm getting questions on that also.
I sent the memo. We have worked with different tribes in the state. We had an in-person meeting to discuss this and attorneys, and we had a virtual meeting. And so once the commissioners and I made these guidelines and they were approved, we sent them to communications and requested, one, that they be posted to the BCR page on the nation's website and posted to social media. I have not checked the website for the nation's website.
That, but-
Okay, but I'll follow up with them on Monday.
Anyone else? I saw Representative Petit, then Representative Billy. Representative Petit.
I think this question would be to the land acquisition department there.
Land research, land acquisition is a
research,
committee.
Okay, all right.
Good morning.
All right, good morning. Unfortunately, TR 2024-67 was regarding the purchase of some property north up here of I-40. Was your department, were they requested to make any type of, I guess, investigation into whether or not there were any easements or right-of-ways or, anything that might have caused or encroachments across that property that might have contributed to be commercially used?
So, yes, a preliminary review was conducted. We always look at like a general overview of the aerial of the location. If there's an apparent encroachment, that's noted. There was not. I'm not in the capacity to make that call. That would be like a licensed surveyor after a boundary survey has been completed, or if the seller that we're purchasing from or purchased from can supply that survey to us, because chances are that's already been conducted, and that would save a little money and time. So that was reviewed. No apparent encroachments were discovered. We visited the property to kind of get an idea of what the current conditions are. There was no evidence of any sort of environmental issues or concerns noted. Outside of that, we looked at flood zone just to make sure, because it is fairly close to the Canadian River. Nothing there to worry about. So yeah, the preliminary phase, everything was smooth, and there were no noted concerns.
Okay. Is this commercially or how's this? I'm sure the city or no one has to rate it or something, but what's its use? Is it
Yeah, it's
described
currently
in-
zoned commercial due to its location and the previous usage of that property and what it was used for in the history of it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Petit, and there was a hand over here who was Representative Billy. Yes.
Mine is for the BCR. A few months ago, the council passed a amount for the garage tag vehicles. What's come of that situation there? Is that money, is it being used, or is it going to go back into the general fund? Or what's going to be done with that?
That's a good question, and we don't monitor that fund. I think accounting and maybe the AG's office utilize that fund. We haven't had actual tickets that they've had to go to court to fight about, to argue for a tribal member. The tickets that were issued to tribal members, one paid, the others were dismissed. We have had our attorney call on behalf of a tribal member, and that was billed directly to the BCR Commission and not used that fund. So that's not a question for me to answer on where that fund would go.
We haven't used it.
Okay, so the AG says that we haven't used that fund. So the calls that our attorney made, the BCR Commission attorney made, those were billed directly to the BCR. So
Actually, that comes from the appropriation of the council, and we appreciate the council taking action. That was done in a special call meeting because it came up all of a sudden, and the council went and prepared what they did back in November to be able to help and assist our tribal members. That was from the LATCF funds, and basically it just stays in there if it's not used, because we don't transfer funds until there's a request for the use of them. into those areas. So what will happen with that, obviously, it stays in LATCF, and we haven't used any of those funds. And as Scott has just said,
I want to thank you all, sorry, for the foresight of doing that. A lot of other tribes took the leadership example that you all displayed immediately after that. The new policy was imposed, and they created a similar fund for their tribal members. So I appreciate you looking out for the tribal members in that way.
yes, indeed. I know that that was in November of last year. I was going somewhere that next day, and obviously we needed NCAI, and we had to have that meeting. I didn't feel like I could be out of state while that issue was going on. So thank you, council, once again for taking immediate action. Any other questions for BCR? If not, we'll move on. We're still in reports of committees. Representative Dethridge.
Do we have somebody here from the Health Advisory Board? I think maybe John Archman, is he on that board?
Yes, we do have someone here.
Okay.
John, would you rather sit down, or are you okay? All right.
Quick question, Mr. Archman. When was the last time you attended a Health Advisory Board meeting?
It's been over half a year since we've had a meeting.
I don't know whether that's come, I'm not going to dispute your word, but it's been brought to my attention from our band chief that the Health Advisory Board is not in attendance at meetings at the IHS clinic. Is that part of y'all's function as well?
The IHS clinic has not had any meetings because we don't have a board, really. I am the only member of the board. I don't have a quorum.
So do we need to get more people, or what's
Yes.
what can we do? Have you
As you said,
advised
get more
that,
people.
Have you advised that to our administration?
Yes.
Okay, works for me. Thank you, sir.
Any other committee? Representative Petit.
Mr. Archman, I guess I should have had you stay in your position up there. Are you in the Trust Fund Management Board?
I am.
Okay. I guess.
Same deal.
Yeah.
You're going to ask the same question, same answer.
Well, actually, my question is regarding TR 2245, which suspended the funds for the burial assistance, and 2265, which was for the Judgment Fund Clothing Program. Since those have been, I guess, set aside since last April and June of 22, how's our investment funds been? How much are we going to be able to, because December approaching, we're going to have to I guess, look at how those funds stand. Has investment been good or
As of about the end of this year, when the emergency funds run out, there will have to be cuts.
So currently, there's not making any money off of those investments then?
We are, but not enough.
Okay. Are those timed investments, or are they tied up with a specific time period that, say, like CDs, or bought for a year, 2 years at a time? Or I don't know how you invest that in money market or CDs.
It is a long-term investment, and we invest in the national debt. We have since the time the fund was originated. Over time, the interest rate on it has gone up, gone down a little bit, but not too significant. What has increased is the number of people being serviced. And during that time, the amount of people that can be serviced is limited. And our number is still going up. So we are speaking to couple of banks that are offering other investments. Of course, the problem with that is we would have to make those investments on our own, and that means higher risk. And now I've mentioned before, we will have to bring that to the council because it is, I mean, that's a big word, risk. We stand to make enough money to continue our programs and maybe even bring a couple of them back if we can. The other side is if we choose poorly in investments.
Actually, the information that I have on that, Representative Narcomi, that at least the different institutions that we spoke with, that executive at least came to speak with us about this matter. Obviously, when we look down the road, and it's been an issue, I think, with a lot of administrations and the Seminole Nation as a whole, going way back to when we first received the Florida Lands Claims monies, which is now considered our judgment fund. Should we be trying to, obviously in the 90s it was pretty good, you know, with the federal government managing it, but there's been suggestions if it can be safe and be an endowment with the same guidelines that's under the existing law as far as the services are considered. So there are some banks that are willing to talk to the council. We can bring them here and let them do their presentation. I think as far as management of those trust funds, I believe that actually we should entertain it because we're at the highest level of enrollment that we've ever been at in the history of the Seminole Nation. So we're right at over, with all citizens and members included, right close to 22,000 right now. And that's everyone, citizens and members. Okay, I saw Representative Shaw, Representative McCoy, and Representative Pittman in that order. Representative Shaw?
Chair, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't yielded the floor?
Yeah, well, the main thing I want to know about, okay, under your Trust Fund Management Board, are there federal restrictions on how you invest the money to safeguard the investment?
Under trust, yes, but we can, if we're going to do what we're talking about, invest in other fields, we would be doing that on our own, which is going to be our choice.
So what you're saying is you couldn't come back to that particular area, whoever regulates you now, and make suggestions on this is something we would like to do would hopefully be a secure investment. And the reason I say that is a lot of times if you have a CD, say, and I'll just use an example, if you have a low interest bearing CD, it sometimes may be more, I guess, feasible to go ahead and cash it in and accept the penalty on it to invest it into a higher return in CD. And I didn't know if y'all were limited in how you could do those kind of transactions or.
Ultimately, it's going to be up to this council. So we aren't really limited to what we can do to it because it belongs to the nation and it'll fall to this council.
Representative, I think he's speaking from the perspective of the trust fund there in Albuquerque, managing it. Yes. There are a lot of limitations, so we would obviously, they can do so much. Yeah. It's not as broad as if you did it in the private sector with an endowment fund or any of those types of things.
As long as we
you could almost triple the amount of the interest rate on it if we actually went a different direction. Oh, that's a lot of discussion right there. It's probably the most people in finances would probably do that, but obviously, tribal nations, have a lot of thought to that because there's usually, there might be some small risk if you do the safe investments and have it more like a trust and an endowment. And it still serves the same purpose, but you get more interest rate, on those safe investments outside of the Albuquerque, managing it. But that's a decision I think the whole council and all of our people have to make, the Seminole people have to make if that's what we want to do. It hasn't historically been favorable, there's others that have brought those possibilities over the years, and it's just hasn't been entertained. But we've never been this amount of tribal members and the need for the use of judgment fund as we are now. And instead of keep diminishing the services of judgment fund, the only way to sustain it, maintain it, and continue it for the future of the growth of the membership of our nation is to take a look at possible other financial manners of managing these funds.
In the short time that I've been, well, relatively short time as compared to others, that I've been on the council, this idea has been brought twice before the council. And both times it was, as he stated, it has been.
Please raise your hand. Who was, it was Representative Shaw. Did I see another hand? It was Representative Pittman, wasn't it? Representative Shaw?
Okay, Chair, I just have one more question. And it's not a question, it's just a statement. I think there's many on this floor that represent, as council representatives, we don't know how this all works. And I appreciate the chair and yourself trying to explain some of that, but I think, like I said, as far as investments and the restrictions that are placed on those things, I think a lot of us just need to know that, because we want to make sure that the money that we have out there is protected, because I've always felt like that's our insurance, and we need to make sure that we protect that money for our members of our nation.
Trying to get people. Representative Petit, would you be interested in being on the Trust Fund Management Board?
Chair, you've asked me that before, and unfortunately, I have some other personal things that I have to deal with that
I understand.
don't think I'd have time to do, but appreciate you asking. Thank you. I yield.
John, what we got to ask about is, go back to when we got this trust money came in, our judgment fund came in. I think Lewis is probably the only one that's in here that was there when we got that money on the floor. And the law on it says you can't go below 35 million without a vote of people.
On the principal.
And so I want to bring that to frame of information to y'all, because it's going to be the people that says it, not us. All we can do is go out there and inform them where we're at. And the reason for that was because back then, if the money came out from under trust, and that's where it'll have to do, it'll have to come out from under trust and go into a private sector to get your higher yield. So we need to, I'm just bringing that as a point of information that you do need to, we need to study that very hard as a council and see what our people have to say. I know what's going to happen, because as soon as it comes out under trust, then the people are going to say we want our money. I know that's going to happen, so, but I just want to let you know it's going to be the people's choice, not us as a council. It's us to take the information back to our people and inform our people where we're at. And so, but I'd like to see a spreadsheet on that, where how much there, who's investing it, and how come the Trust Fund Management Board out there in Albuquerque is not looking for the higher yields, or are they looking for the higher yields?
They're going to go with what's safe. They're going to recommend what's safe, and that's what they have been doing. But what's safe is not always going to be what's most profitable.
I agree, but the higher yield, the more chances you got to take for your rates of interest. But the thing is, we've got to turn around and we have to.
Yeah, we have been at that point for quite some time. That if we intend to continue, we're going to have to take chances.
Well,
and unfortunately, that's just reality.
Well, one thing is, it's better to get the financial institutions here who have that knowledge and the expertise, and let them explain it, how it could be safe. And I obviously agree with Representative Shaw. It's really the people's decision. That 35 million was the principal. You mean, you can only, we only have been spending interest. We never have tapped into the principal.
All I got to say is we don't invest in Trump.
Representative Pittman, then Representative Gonzalez, and then we'll get close to our time frame with, Representative Hill,
Yeah,
McCoy?
yeah, it was her.
Oh, okay, she's reminded me it was you, next. Okay, Representative Pittman, and then Representative Gonzalez.
Nico, I don't have any questions for him. I'm ready to call up a new.
Okay, we had Representative Gonzalez then, and we'll go to the next
I just
committee.
wanted to inform the council that once the money is taken out of trust fund, then we will be responsible for paying taxes on it. Currently, we do not pay taxes. So you got to be very careful when you start talking about removing that money out of trust.
And just for a note here, okay, just for a note, because there has been a lot of changes in the way that laws change. I know you said on trust fund management several years ago, and that was the case. But there have been some changes that allow loaning institutions to keep those as if it was trust funds, and it mimics it, okay? So there has been some changes since you last said on the trust fund management, Representative Gonzalez. I think the best thing to do is bring those, if the council is interested in hearing these financial institutions give a presentation and what they can do, and actually we can treat it under, similar to it with the law that it's under. I mean, we can incorporate the laws of that nature. We know what the intent of Congress was for the Seminole Nation. We know what their interpretation. It's the same money, you know, if indeed it gets to that point. We don't know that it will, but it's something to entertain, possibly.
Just as a general statement, it's been not just under money, but under land. Trust is an idea that the federal government has been trying for a very long time to get out of. So, as she was saying, taking it out of trust is a major consideration. That is something that we would have to consider, because once we do pull it out of trust, and it doesn't quite pan out as we hoped, the federal government will never let us put it back into trust.
Yeah, that's true as well, most likely. But the thing of it is that defeats good financial management. We need the professionals here and putting their thoughts to it if the council desires that. Okay. Thank you, Representative Narkemy. You didn't have a question for Representative Narkemy, did you? Representative Deathridge, I saw your hand raised.
Yes, I did. Mr. Dockman, you mentioned that you do not, you're on the Trust Fund Management Board and the Health Advisory Board, and neither one of those boards has a quorum.
Yes.
We need some people there.
Yes.
On both of those.
Yes.
Okay.
We need a council representative.
And on the trust fund, we need 2 professionals. It's in the code of laws that we can have 3 tribal members and at least 2 people that are professionals that understand the intricacies of. Yeah, and we don't have either one of those. Thank you.
There are people that's willing to serve, but there are some limitations in the code of laws when it comes to, finance committee. I think we have some folks that could actually serve if we, actually amended that law and limited them only to the finance committee. I think that's an antiquated code that could be entertained so that folks that have the financial expertise that are tribal members could do that. I've reached out to CPAs who are tribal members. Usually they're very busy, and I would like to see some of them come and be on the board like this. Representative McCoy.
Just for clarification, Representative Narkemy, is Representative Emerton on your trust fund board committee? And then on this form it says Shirley Watkins, but I guess she would no longer be on there since she's in as a council rep. Okay, thank you.
Well, she could have still been on there, but she stepped down.
She stepped down, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, okay, is there another committee at this time the council desires to speak with? Representative Pittman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the gaming agency and the gaming enterprise.
Gaming enterprise, gaming agency. Gaming agents, how about enterprise at this time? Come on, come on. I think most everybody knows you, Mr. Hubert, but you can introduce the young lady as well.
Chuck Obata, I'm the Gaming Enterprise Manager for Seminole Gaming Enterprise. Mr. Shepard and Mr. Cootie could not be here today, so apologize for that. Thank you.
Chuck, the comment you just got through making, you're talking about Billy Shepard not being there. I mean, my understanding is that he's never there, okay? It's hard to find because he handles 4 other tribes. As an attorney, my question to you would be, is he still having a monthly meeting?
Yes, sure. We have our next board meeting is coming up on Monday.
And who is usually there? Yourself as a GM and him?
Him and Kyle Cootie.
Hallelujah.
Kyle Cootie, he's our new board member.
Okay, just to make sure that you knew his name, okay?
Yeah.
That's a good question. And I believe, if you don't mind me asking, I believe every meeting they have, that's once a month, right?
Yes, once a
And
month.
normally, they get paid $800. Unless it went up.
$833, I think.
Oh, it went up $33 then, $833. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Representative Cootie.
Chuck, last time we talked to the gaming agency, the enterprise board, one of the questions I asked was that, did they get paid before they had a meeting? And I was told yes. So is that still happening?
Usually the way they pay out the board members is, it's just every month. It's $833. It rounds out to be 25, I think it's $2,500 a quarter. So they broke it down to $833 a month.
No, the question is, monthly report, monthly meeting that they're gonna have. Sometimes they don't have a meeting, but yet they still got paid.
Yeah, I think the way we changed it, they decided to have our monthly board meeting the second Monday of the month. So, and then we cut their check probably, I think around the 15th, so it's usually after that board meeting now.
So that's the way that's happening now?
Yes,
But
yes.
before that, I understood that they still got their check whether they had a meeting or not. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we definitely have. Ever since I've been here, we've had a board meeting every month.
Okay. But it's after the meeting.
Yeah.
Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain what procedures or what activities are we doing to make greater investments? Where are we on the progress I see in the
As
report?
investments as our marketing
Yes,
strategies?
yes.
We've actually implemented a new marketing segment to where we're tailoring it more towards our actual players. We're rewarding them more than what we used to, because we had an outside firm that was doing it at first, and it wasn't, you really couldn't see our players being rewarded. So we got rid of those guys. We started doing the marketing concept ourselves, and doing that, we've seen more patronage now. Our marketing for we got the ATVs going on right now. And it's a lot more, I guess, interactive with our players too. So it's been bringing a lot more customers in. You can come see our parking lots in the evening. It's pretty much packed. So.
And are we moving our machines around on the floor? Are we doing, did we
Yes, we
implement
are,
the new
yes,
floor?
we are. We are actually doing a lot of theme changes, bringing in new vendors, and actually kind of going at, trying to renegotiate some of the contracts that were in the past. Because they weren't for us really, so we're renegotiating that. So it benefits our tribe better than the vendor itself, so.
Well, we were paying more in the previous contracts, and so I'm just trying to figure out, are we lowering the pay out
Yeah,
so that we can
basically,
yield
yeah.
that income?
Yeah, what we decided, our basic contract is usually just 80. So that's what we're trying to do right now across the board, so. And it's, you know, a lot of our vendors, we're having to negotiate really hard with them because some of them don't want to deal with the VCR tax, but we're trying to make them do it. So we are working with them. Like I said, we've got new vendors in, we've done theme changes, we've switched machines out. You can see our house average is going up. It's not going up at a fast pace, but it's going up, it's moving forward,
So do we need to contact you if we want to come take a tour?
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
Or do we need to set up something for
Yeah,
the
or,
council?
Brittany, she's my executive assistant, you can come up, look at the game floor, because the changes we made on I-40, it looks a lot better.
And do we have, this is my last question, Nico, tell me about the IT initiative, the projects. Is there new software that we need, or
It's not new
security?
software, it's just more upgrades on the existing software we're using for back office and our cage vault management system. These systems needed to be upgraded for 8 years. We've been so far behind, so just working with these vendors, getting that software upgrade done, it's gonna help us out a whole lot. I mean, and it's finally happening, I think. Before, I don't know why it didn't happen, but we're getting it done now.
What's the timeline on it?
We finished our Konami upgrade last month. We're doing our cage vault management. We'll be finished this week with it.
Thank you.
I see Representative Cootie, then Representative Dethridge. Representative Cootie?
Since Mr. Shepherd's not here, I understood that the Maple Leaf team, maybe you know something about it, maybe you don't, but it was trying to partner up with Seminole Tribe of Florida. Is that true?
Right now, I don't know. That'd be something that Chief Johnson probably could answer, because we really haven't. I've never sat in a meeting with Maple Leaf, so that would be something you probably need to
I
talk
didn't think you would.
Mr. Shepherd about.
I'm not aware of that.
Any part?
If it's,
Because I just got a call from there, and I got a question in me, and I didn't know.
I think in the past they did. I think in the past there was some kind of talk. I don't know if it's presently the same way, but this was years ago.
Sounded like they just said Maple Leaf.
I think as far as that, since you brought that subject matter up, I think it's, the consultant agreement has been sent to NIGC, and they're waiting for their response. Of course, the consultant agreement was sent to them, months ago. NIGC asked for additional information on a couple of things. Of course, they tweaked it. I think Maple Leaf had Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker, which is a reputable Indian law firm, handling their business. And at this time, it's at NIGC, and they're waiting for a response. Okay. As much as you like to expedite things, sometimes it's not in your hands, to expedite those things. Okay, it was Representative Dethridge, and then I see Representative Fixico.
The casino at Kanawha does not have working toilets. This was as of Thursday night. Are you familiar with that problem?
Working what?
Thursday, this past Thursday.
Oh, working what?
2 days ago.
Toilets, yes. There was a customer that, yeah, we've got it, we fixed the situation. We've got it fixed.
Plunged her out in the.
Yeah,
the
we had to
toilet
call a
working.
plumber out because some patron had dropped keys had all kind of trinkets on it. It clogged the whole system up, so.
Wow.
Yeah, but we got it fixed.
Okay.
It's working now, so.
All right, thank you.
Do we?
Okay, I think it was Representative Fixico and then Representative Petit. We'll probably get close to
I
this.
want to say it's getting Giuseppe in here.
Okay. All right. It's cooled down outside. It's probably not working as hard as it has in the past. I see Representative Petit, then Representative Billy, and Representative Thunder. That was just, okay. Representative Petit, then Representative Billy.
Okay, well, Chair, you just answered one of my questions about the Maple Leaf having the, NIGC agreement, stuff like that, so thank you for that. Okay, as far as on this TR 2024-67, it says in one of the whereas, it's a word of commitment for financing of the purchase of the subject property at approximately $5 million has been secured. My question is, was this ever shopped around? I mean, when you're talking about this kind of money, you could have probably went to several large financial institutions, and if there's a 0.25% difference in the interest rates, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Similar to what I was asking the Trust Fund Management Board in our investments. I mean, we needed to look at things that direction. Now, I know it's already been passed, but and then the other part of that solution is, okay, say this property comes back with not an appraised value of what we have agreed to what they're doing. Where do we make up the difference? Where will that money come from?
Yeah, with that issue right there, I would have to direct you to our board, Mr. Shepherd and Mr. Cooney, because I haven't been taught that, I haven't discussed that issue with them, the purchase of the property. I just know it got approved, so that'd be something that you can contact Mr. Shepherd about.
Okay, well, like I said, that was my concern about that right there. And then also, like I said, as far as on the shopping around on it, I would have hoped that would have been one of the suggestions. But had the Fasucci's been there that day, I'm sure that question would have been brought to the floor. But since we weren't, but like I said, when you're talking about this amount of money and then a 0.25%, 0.5%, whatever they might have competed on to got our business, because that's a lot of money.
Yes.
And I had made some computations myself based on 7-year notes, 10-year notes, and to say the interest rate was 7.5% because and given that we're currently the Camden Enterprise is paying $240,000 a year towards the Griswold payment, and if this consultation agreement comes forward with the Maple Leaf, I mean, that's going to be about another $600,000. And then if you take a payment, which at 7 years at 7.5%, it's going to be about $76,000 a month on $5 million. And that would make y'all have to take out of your net income about $1.75 million. And then if it were to be a 10-year note, you're talking about $59,000 a month. And then right then, you're going to be at $1.5 million coming out of your revenue. Yeah. And that's a concern to me because we don't want to see y'all get so overburdened. You can't contribute back to the nation any funds.
Exactly. But I understand it that when I seen the price too, that was a concern, so.
Well, like I say, I understand in your position, you can't answer that. I would have liked Mr. Shepherd to have been here, or Mr. Cootie, so that those could have been addressed. But I just want the council to be aware that that's a concern that the Fasucci's have. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Did I see another hand? Was it you, Representative Billy? Okay, thank you. Okay, we're about at the time limit for them. If there's no other questions immediately, then we'll go to the next committee. Appreciate it. Thank you. Council, want to see someone? Hear from somebody?
Tribal court.
Yes, S&GA's here, and I think when they requested S&GE, they said S&GA at the same time, and they are here. I've seen them in the back. So, Rudy, if you can hear me, come forth. There you go. Wow, see how that works. I'm kidding a little bit.
Did we get someone to adjust the thermostat?
Oh, that's a consensus. Everybody's a little chilly, right?
Yes.
Okay. Chief Palmer, knock it up a couple of points there. It's probably down 65. This is Seminole Nation Gaming Agency, SNGA.
Good morning. I'm Rudy Lorenzana. I'm the Chief Gaming Regulator for the Gaming Agency, and if y'all have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
And thank you for coming. I had called both of you up at the same time, so I didn't know which one was coming first. But I just wanted to get the quarterly update on what your recommendations are to the council, because we have the reports, but I just wanted you to explain what it is you need and the timeline, or if it's something we need to hurry up and implement, because the gaming is so important, and we're such a small tribe out of the 5 that we're interested in what we're going to be doing with the property and who's going to help you get those things done.
As far as Maple Leaf's concerned, well, realistically, it's out of our hands. We do have the 2 principal applications. We've had those for several months. All we're waiting on now is the business application. From our understanding is the principal business is or was, I don't know what it currently is now, but at the time it was located in Canada. We were under the impression they were going to start an LLC in Oklahoma. We said that's all fine and dandy, but we need the information from Canada. So I don't know what the holdup is, but we're still waiting on the business application prospect. But in between the last quarterly meeting and up to now, we do routinely check in on them and say, hey, we're still here. If we need a hand with anything, got any questions, just let us know. But it's just, we can't do anything till we get that information.
Well, that's the reason why I'm asking, because it's now 6 months.
Yes.
It's now a little longer time period, because we thought we were going to have those applications in place after that first quarter.
Yes.
And now that it's not happening, I wanted to know, like you said, you've been in contact with them, but do they give us a projected timeline?
No, it was
Okay.
more like, we're still working on it, and I think they're waiting on that declination letter from NIGC, which is going to take some time because NIGC just recently appointed an interim chairman, so that's still going to take some time. So I don't know if they're waiting on that, if that's the holdup, but that probably is.
Well, my concern is that our fiscal year is in October.
Yes.
And we're now 30 days out, and we don't have a decision. So if we don't get one by the end of the year, are we shifting gears? Are we going with a different company? Or are we on the hook with this company?
No, that's up to council vote. When the new fiscal year starts, let's say we get it October 15th, we'll get the ball rolling on it, but it won't change anything. But as far as changing companies, that's up to the council.
Well, I just didn't know if the council was responsible for paying, $50K or a certain amount every month to retain them?
No payments have been made, and no
Okay.
payments can be made until they are fully licensed.
Until everything is in place. Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, you've got a resolution in place, so you can't just go on to somebody else at this point. So you allow them to go through the process. I'm sure some of it's on their side as far as the agency is concerned, but there's a mutual process that takes place. I mean, they brought some pretty heavy hitters in when they hired Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker. So obviously, it's a process. No magic wand here. Let's see. Who else had their hand up for agency? Was it Representative McCoy?
Rudy, is your board here with you? Your committee board here with you today?
No, Mr. Hummingbird was going to be here, but he had unfortunately had to go out of town for a funeral, so I told him I would cover.
And is your other board member here?
No, Miss Maudlin, she's at a meeting for the Iowa tribe, so I told them I would cover for them.
Thank you.
Was there someone else that had their hand? Representative
No, not for
Lena?
him. I'm going to call it tribal court.
Okay, any more questions for SNGA? If there's none, thank you,
All right.
Rudy. Appreciate you being here. Who was that again, Representative Lena?
Tribal court, please.
Is there a representative of tribal court here? Or one of the subsidiary committees of tribal court? Of course, we're on committees, and it may be that tribal court's not here yet till after lunch. Yeah, we're on committees right now, so most of them that know as directors and such won't be here till after lunch, although I did see some out there. Representative Deathridge?
I heard you say lunch, so my question is, if we're finished with the committee reports, can we break for lunch and come back and start on the director's reports?
If that's what the council deems their desire is, obviously, yes, we can do that. Does council want to hear from anyone else as far as committees? Representative Fulbright?
I was just going to ask, were they required to be here at a certain time? The
Directors?
directors?
There may be a director out there.
I mean, I'm just saying,
But
if we
yes,
go to lunch now.
yes, because normally the time for committees is in the morning, and we try to set the directors at 1 o'clock and then
Yeah.
continue with new business from that point. Yes, they usually come in at 1. There might be a few out there, though.
If there is, Miko, and we don't want to break for lunch, apparently, I'd like to hear from the COPE director, if she's here.
Who?
COPE, C-O-P-E.
Cope. I think I did see her out there. Ms. Comachit, are you still here? Ms. Comachit? Yes. Well, they said if there's no other call for committees, if there's,
There's some out there, can we call, because we're going to be here 1 hour and 35 minutes, okay?
right, and that's what he just did. That's what he just did. Because I asked if there's other committees, boards, commissions, and there was no response. And then they said, well, if there are some directors here, most of them won't be here till 1 o'clock, but she's here.
So we're going to break for lunch at 12
It's really up to the council. It's up to the council for real. But he did already call, a council representative called a director up. So we're through with committees, and now we're under, I guess, new business. Since we have time, we're moving on. And Ms. Comachit's before you. Representative Deathridge and Representative, I believe, Representative Hill, then Representative Emerton.
I've got 2 or 3 questions here. First question is are you housed at the Griswold Mansion now?
No, we're not. We're over at the ARPA building until they do the renovation on the annex building. And hopefully that'll be within the next 2 or 3 months.
It'd be so.
Do you have plans to move into the Griswold or a portion of that Griswold?
Yes, they're gonna renovate the annex building to put our offices in there. And hopefully we'll be able to renovate the pool house so that we can have our groups down there because of the confidentiality and the HIPAA law, to where there's that parking area, people won't see the cars that are in front of the Griswold.
How many employees do you currently have?
Right now, it's myself and our prevention specialist. We do have 2 positions that are being advertised, and hopefully, I think by the end of this month, we're going to try to get them filled, if I'm right, Chief?
Soon as candidates come and they hold the credentials to hold those positions, and this far into the fiscal year, maybe October 1.
Because what we're trying to do is, because this has really been a development stage through this year, and with a lot of meetings with the different treatment centers and with the Departmental Health and everything, because of the laws that have come down, and We've done a lot of meetings. Well, it's mainly been myself until we did have the program coordinator, but he went ahead and he took a job with the Kickapoos because they offered him more money than what the Seminole Nation could pay him.
Okay. One last question, and I'll ask you for one more thing. Is your program for tribal members only living on the reservation, or does it go outside the reservation?
Well, when I first started and I was we were contacted from an attorney out of Oklahoma County, and the judge was real reluctant to let us provide services to them because of the distance of transportation. And so what we did, after talking with the judge, he allowed us to go ahead and work with the client, but we had to get them set up with, like with Indian Health, the Indian Health Clinic up there, and the program that does groups up there to where they could attend the groups. And then I go in and I do the home-based counseling, and I make sure that they're doing everything that they're supposed to be doing along with the family. We've also, with this program, we've incorporated the family because people have the misconception that it's just the addict that needs treatment, that needs to be fixed. And that's a poor scenario, but they forget that the family is just as broken through this whole system. And so when we sit down and we develop the organizational chart and we looked at the program, we have included the family. So there's actually 3 components within the opioid program. There's the prevention part, where we deal with the schools, the community, and the children, like the Boys and Girls Club. Then we have the case management, where we deal with the individual, whether it be treatment, outpatient, inpatient, aftercare, and then possibly sober living. And then the last component is for family services, to where we actually go in and work with the family to try to help them, so that when the individual gets through with treatment, they come back to the home, then they're all going to be well together, instead of sending the individual back to a broken home and then it's going to be almost for nothing. So we have clients out of Oklahoma County, and I've shared with the chief, and we've had extensive conversations about possibly putting a satellite office in Oklahoma County, because we have over 3,000 Seminoles that are up there in Oklahoma County. And because, our traditional territory takes us through that, I think that the chief and I, we kind of was in agreement, but we're trying to get it established down here, and hopefully within the next year we can get a satellite office up there in Oklahoma County somewhere.
What we have with this, it's not a federal program, so it's not limited to what we would call service area, okay? So it's not a federal program as far as the funding is concerned. So the limitation is not only our area of interest within the Seminole Reservation. Our area of interest in this case is Seminole members.
Okay, one last question, maybe not even a question, but can you refamiliarize the council with the COPE program? I know it's a part of the opioid settlement. And also, can you give us your vision as to what you want to take place with this program?
Okay. Well, COPE stands for Community Opioid Prevention and Empowerment Program, because when we came up with the scenario of COPE, the whole purpose of this is to help the individual and the family empower themselves to being healthy again. In looking at, and again, I kind of elaborated a little bit about the family services along with the individual and bringing them back together. I think that I worked here before, and coming back, we lack any kind of services for our youth. From pre-K all the way through high school, there's really nothing there. We have the Boys and Girls Club. And so with the prevention part, one of the things that we really want to emphasize is getting into the schools and then getting after-school programs. And one of the things that the prevention specialist, when we started talking, he wants to bring in an equine program, because with autism children, they use a lot of that horse therapy, and it helps them. And so we want to bring that into our program, not just for the kids, but also for the addict, I guess. We've talked about like FFA, and we talked about how can we bring the family back together, because not just opioids, alcohol, it has really tore our people apart. It tore our families apart, and that's why so many of us grandparents are raising our grandchildren, and I'm one of them. So, that's what, with the prevention part, we're hoping that somehow we can bring the families back together, that if at one point in time we're able to do a FFA, and, and my grandson, he brought it up to me yesterday, and I never thought about that. He wanted to show a pig, and I'm like, a pig, I'm a city girl, but, now I have 8 horses, but, and so it made me think about how many of our other children are sitting at home, and they see this. They see kids getting to show animals. And so we thought if maybe within this next year, I know we have a lot of land, and I visited with the assistant chief and with the chief about possibly, maybe getting land, and then with this program, there's grants that we can get to where we can get these animals for these kids, and they won't be raising them and showing them themselves, but it'll bring the family back in, maybe dad or even mom. And I think that that's what we need. We need to show our children that we're here with them again, and to try to break this generational curse that we have with any kind of substance abuse. So that's kind of the biggest vision that I have. But within the next year or two, I would like to have Seminole Nation, have our program possibly buy 2 homes. And there will be self-support to make them sober living, to where we can put like 6 men in a home. You can get a 3-bedroom home and put 2 in there a piece. And they become self-supportive. We'll get the money back, we'll buy the house, but each individual has to pay the rent. And they have to pay their bills. They have to have jobs, and they have to be willing to take UAs, because that's what it is, it's sober living. And so that group of gentlemen, and then we want to do one with women, they are responsible for each other. We'll have a house manager, but they're not going to live there, but we'll go there and check on them. So within, amount of time, we're going to recoup that money that we put out for sober living homes, because we don't have that here. We don't have a treatment center. We need a treatment center very bad. And that's why when I first contracted, and Chief Johnson and I, we talked about the Grisso. And we talked about all of that land and possibly putting in a treatment center and a halfway house kind of towards the back, close to the pool house, and then put a privacy fence so people couldn't see. And once they got through with treatment, they would move over to the halfway house. And then once they're in there, I visited with food distribution, and he was willing to come in and reteach them, because basically you're reprogramming these individuals, and to, teach them about nutrition again in the proper way, to, cook their food. And, and that would benefit his program as well. And then we talked about, I went over to Gordon Cooper to see if we could bring somebody in to teach them landscaping. So while they're in the halfway house, they could help take care of the grounds. So, and then once they get out, then we'd have the sober living. We could move them there for like 3 to 6 months. And by then they'll be strong enough to get out and to assimilate themselves back into the real community. So that's my thoughts, and I know it kind of seems far-fetched, but it's possible, because, right now, the Cherokees, they're getting ready to start an equine program and doing the exact same thing, so.
Let's see, I believe, I'm trying to think whose hands was up first. I think it was Representative Emerton, and then I'll go with Representative.
Before her, but that's okay.
Okay, Representative Emerton, Representative Hill, Representative Shaw, then Representative Cootie.
I just have a question about new business. That's all.
Okay, Representative Hill?
Yes, I wanted to call CHR.
Oh, okay. Okay, Representative Shaw, then Representative Cootie.
The question I have is on this COPE program. I'm reading your report that we're supposed to get a grant, or at least applied for a grant and get word on it. Have we received word on whether we received that grant or not yet?
And that is the TOR grant. It's the Tribal Opioid Response Grant, and it's a $1.25 million grant. It's past the first stage, and so within this month, we'll know if it's approved. And it's my understanding, in talking with the Departmental Health, they want to give all the tribes the money. And this grant has actually been out here for 5 or 6 years, and and I can't understand why we haven't applied for it yet. So, but it has made it through the first process, and now it's into the second.
While we're on this opioid, I might have to ask the administration, how much did we get out of this opioid, our share of the opioid? None of us, I don't think anybody in here can tell you how much we got, period. But I can tell you we've already spent $1 million of it, because you told us that.
Well, I do know that we got the first allocation of it, but we're supposed to be getting maybe one or two more within the next few years. And so, to put your mind at ease, Mr. Shaw, I know that $1 million came out, and way back when, the chief and I talked about this. Like I said, when I first started, and I told him that I could see the Gristle being something positive for the tribe. And at that time, what I was looking at is like Seminole Nation Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Program, to where we're all housed right there in this just that area, because in February, we're going to be writing for a grant, and it's for suicide prevention. Once we get established, and I don't know how many of y'all are really aware, but our people aren't benefiting from the behavioral health at IHS, that money. There's a waiting list. And so if I'm suicidal and I go in there and I'm like, I need help now, I'm sorry, you got to get on the waiting list. You might find me gone in a couple of days. And so one of the things that we've talked about, and because the CHRs, ASAP, and I think environmental health, their self-governance, we can, once we get a facility or something like this set, we can pull our money from there, and then our people will benefit from that mental health money. But right now, we're on a waiting list because they have to serve any Native American that goes in there. But if we pull our own money and we develop this within our mental health and substance abuse program, then our people are the ones that are going to benefit from it.
Okay, now, this sounds more like a reintegration program coming out of prison. Because really, when they come out of prison, you know, we try to help them as best we can. But I still didn't get an answer. How much was our first payment on the opioid?
I think we have around,
I don't want to know what you got. I want to know what we received as a nation.
I think, I believe 1.8 million for the first batch, and it grown to a little bit more because we, was developing, the budget, what it would be as far as the program was concerned. So there was some funds that came in, so it got up to about 2.1 at one point, and it's still, there's millions of dollars still in
The
that.
question I have then is, has that come before the council in the budget form?
Yes, it did.
Sure it
last
has.
year.
Yes.
It did.
Last year slipped it under, okay.
Because I was sitting there, in case somebody called me up, and I was contracted
Oh,
at that time.
oh,
but
yes,
I did come.
yes, approved by the tribal council.
That's all I got to say. I'll yield the floor.
Let's see, did I see another hand? Oh, Representative Cootie, you had your hand up earlier.
Where are you housed at now, right now?
At the over there on Wrangler Boulevard on the Phillips property.
Okay. My thing is that the Gristle Mansion was up for sale for a long time, and nothing like that, the program you're talking about, was ever mentioned to this council that I know of. I didn't hear it. If they did, I'm not aware of it. But the thing of it is, nobody would say, we want it, we can use it, or whatever. And then finally someone had the courage to stand up and say, hey, listen, we can do this and we can do that. So the council approved it to be okay to take it off the for sale and, start making plans to do something with it. And now I'm hearing like you're already planning to go in and do all the things that you say you're going to do. I don't understand. I mean, where's the rest of the people that are planning on the culture center or whatever?
Representative Cootie, I think, Ms. Komachi, expressed her hopes and dreams, for the program itself, and that's what Representative Deathridge asked her. As far as the COPE program, administratively, that's what would only occupy a small portion of the Gristle, and anything else, and it wouldn't be, something that would be deterrent to other activities that, maybe a delegated group would be interested in bringing forth. So it's not the whole Gristle at all. It was a mechanism to be able to take care of the tribal business at hand, as well as get this program in place for their admin. So that's where that stands. It's not going to limit the ability to dream about the Gristle and maybe develop some things. So it'll be fine.
No, for my part now, I'm going to just say, I think that what we were planning on doing is pertaining to all the buildings, not just part of it. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know about who we are, but because there's no...
Excuse me, Chief. So I'm just thinking that the plans that we had, are we going to put it on hold? Because I'm not saying that we shouldn't help the children or anything, but there's a lot of other buildings that can be utilized. So I just feel like that the lady fought for, the Griswold Mansion so that we can turn it into museum or culture center or whatever and start generating dollars. And that's what we were looking at. But I mean, I can't understand that. But if that's what the people that wanted it to, in the first place.
No, it still can be used for that. I thought I explained that.
No, I didn't hear it. I mean, I guess maybe I was out or something, but I just feel like that it's not fair.
It's going to function. It's going to function with whatever these ladies who push for it, like you said. It's going to function according to those initial plans if they come forth and come to fruition. It's still going to function. That's a pretty large site for being right there in town. Let's see. Does someone have their hand up over here? Other than Representative Cootie, I think Representative Yetzleth and Representative McCoy.
I'd just like to follow up with Ms. Cootie, and I'd like to hear from Ms. Komachi. Then there has been plans pushed around for different things to go out there. I'd like to hear the HIPAA perspective, because you just said the HIPAA privacy of patients. So I'd like to know, would that be able to happen if they put tourism out there and museum and other things, the HIPAA of the privacy of our patients we serve, kids and elders and everybody in between?
And I agree with you, because that is a big concern. Originally, when Chief Johnson and I talked about this, we kind of had this vision. But then I think the zoning came up, and then having to go to the city council. So then I thought, okay, a treatment center's not going to work here. As far as, that's why I had expressed my interest in the pool house, as far as when we have our groups, because it'll be in the evening time. It won't be when the pool is open, if we ever get that redone and everything, but it's because that parking lot, it's in a confined area. You have to go back behind it, so people aren't gonna see their cars. We'll be able to have our groups in there, and then they'll be able to leave. In the annex building, that's where our offices will be housed. We do want to have a conference room in there, only for like if we have some kind of a training, because IHS has expressed concern to me about if we could possibly, have different trainings that they could benefit from as well. So when we start talking about a treatment center, I think that at that time, if we were going to utilize the whole Gristle just for a mental health and substance abuse. And again, remember, that was just my vision, and it's still my vision, but maybe not necessarily at the Gristle, but we could, as long as we're housed there, I think we're going to be fine. But it's just finding a good area to put a treatment center in a halfway house, that it's not so far out of town to where, because we're going to have to be transporting them back and forth. And once they get into a halfway house, they're going to have to be able to find them a job. So I understand your concern, and that's my biggest concern, and I've expressed it to the assistant chief and the chief about HIPAA. Because, I was told that, they want to put tourism in the Gristle, and they want this and that, and I went back and I expressed...
Let me explain my lands. Administration of the COPE program, okay? Administration of the COPE program. So I know everybody's running here, running there, and going over here. It's the admin of the COPE program, the people that actually are behind the computers, developing the program, anything of those natures, as far as concerned, obviously, we're going to adhere to that, and we're going to make sure that that is, and there was no decisions made before the council took action. There was no decisions made before the council took action, whenever it was one of the council meetings. I realize that, but I was not in office when that Griswold Mansion was purchased. But by lands, you told me that I don't let nothing go into default. I wasn't responsible for a $2 million grant that I went to Senator Lankford and got it settled. A loan. So when you sit in this position as chief, it's pretty heavy, especially when you hand over other stuff from other administrations. Here it is. Take care of it somehow.
So unfortunately, that's what you walk into.
Yeah, and I understand that. And therefore, it behooves me, at the direction of the council, to try to take care of business. Representative McCoy, then Representative Larney.
Just for clarification, so is the historical designation only on the actual house and not the annex and the pool house with this potential renovation?
I'm sorry, was that for me?
Well, yes, but you're drinking water.
Yes, it was.
So with this potential renovation that she's talking about in the pool house and the annex, is the historical designation, it doesn't cover those, it's just the house only, so they can go in and do remodels without?
Well, it doesn't cover, it's mainly the main house and perhaps the carriage house.
Okay.
That's part of the national history, especially the home, the mansion
Okay, I just
itself.
wanted to make sure.
Because obviously, there was, a grant that was provided for that, and it was getting ready to be a bistro at one time, or a commercial kitchen. So, it's not what it was, 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And then everything closed down for a
Okay,
while.
I was just asking for
Yes,
clarification.
we're going to be fine. And I worked in that field for over 20 some odd years. Representative Larney.
How did we know about the opiate lawsuit? How did we obtain it?
I'm sorry?
How did we know about the opiate lawsuit, and how did we obtain it?
How did we know?
Because I got information that the AG signed up from it, and we...
Well, what happened is, it was available to us to go as a tribe for like a class action.
Mm-hmm.
We never took any kind of measures to do that. And I was not chief at the time. When I did become chief, we looked for opportunities, We looked for opportunities.
Right.
And then Kevin Washburn and myself, the former Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, had a conversation. And he was one of the administrators for the opioid grant. When we began to look at that and discuss that and the potential, 12 o'clock.
Well, okay.
But anyway,
I just want to give
yes.
the AG credit for, signing up for it, because I know the Creek Nation was involved in it, and we...
Actually, it came from executive office.
Correct.
Before it got to her. Oh, she did.
Yeah.
She did mention it.
Yes.
But definitely, we talked with the administrators, which was the former Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs.
Correct.
And obviously, when it comes to legal things, that's why the AG's there. So yes, she did.
So
she was a part of it. She helped us along the way. Yeah, give out some kudos. That's good.
Yeah, heck yeah, because we need that.
Yeah, but definitely we pushed it, the current administration, to get it to your decision makers, and thank you for your decisions. Do we want to go eat?
Make a motion to go.
Okay. Hey, two things. OAP's having a fundraiser at OAP, and then Jason Tiger, they're selling hamburgers downtown too. At his home, I don't have that address, but Jason Tiger's.
because that be don't stay.
1:15 sound okay for everybody? 1:15? Okay, thank you.
Hey, Cynthia, how are you? All right, good to see you. Okay, if council will start to make it to their seats, we'll get started with this afternoon session.
If we want to bring up something, can we get a meeting started for Bristol? Does she do that under other business or at new business? Have we done about that new business?
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with this afternoon session of the September quarterly meeting. I'm going to ask the secretary to call the roll.
Deanna Sampson, Anthony Conley, John Narkemy. Here. Rena Tiger, Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixico, Leon Petit. Here. David Narkemy. Here. Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Here. Karen Fulbright. Here. Ann Borba. Here. Stephanie Lambert. Here. Sina Yeslith. Here. Lottie Cootie. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Ensign Lena. Here. Richmond Larney. Here. Wayne Shaw. Here. Tiffany Thunder. Catherine McCoy. Here. Charlie Hill. Here. Tommy Chupko. Here. Danita Harjo. Here. Willis Dethridge. Here. Desiree Emerton. Here. I have 20 present, 8 absent.
With a count of 20 present and 8 absent, we have established a quorum. We are now in the afternoon session of the September quarterly meeting of 2024. So right now we're into new business, but I just want to make this mention. I had a representative approach me about, and we normally establish other business at the beginning of the agenda, and we do have 2 items for other business established this morning. They want to place upon somewhat of a delegated committee or something of that nature with the GRISO. Is there an objection to that, to hear that discussion at least under other business? Any objections to that? If there's no objections to that, then we'll put that item under other business as well at the end of the agenda. Okay, we're on to new business. This is reports. Actually, I saw Representative Hill first and Representative Dethridge. CHR. CHR and diabetes. Someone's pointing as if, here we go. They were on the back 40. You might need to turn the mic on. Someone might have switched it off.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Upshaw. I am the director for the Diabetes and CHR program.
Ms. Upshaw, just two questions, okay? Number one, how many years have you been employed with Seminole Nation as a director for CHR?
Since 2019, this past May made it 5 years.
5 years, okay? I only have one question for you, okay? And the question is this. About a month ago, one of your staff was driving a vehicle and involved in an accident, all right? Now, while transporting the client, she denied medical services to the client. What was the reason why?
So my staff denied medical services to the patient at that time? Is that what you're asking?
I didn't ask you that, ma'am. You got to listen very carefully. You have a staff member driving a vehicle with a client, okay? Going to Oklahoma City or whatever, and they were involved in a wreck, all right? Your employee stated that she refused services to the client that was with her, okay? Or him, or whoever was the employee. What was the reason why?
So that particular incident, my employee called me. I asked her if they needed 911 or an ambulance called. She herself, the employee, denied needing medical attention. She then asked the patient that she was with in the vehicle if she needed medical attention, wanted to be transported to a hospital via ambulance. The patient said no. She wanted to still make it to her appointment because it was for pain management. So at that time on the phone, there was verification between myself, the employee, and the patient that nobody was seriously injured, and they both denied medical services at that time of the accident.
At that time of the accident, however, later on, was that client ever examined or anything for any injury that might have been sustained?
As far as I understand, the follow-up the next day with the patient, we called to ask her if she was feeling okay. She said yes, but even before dropping off the patient after her appointment, we notified her that if she felt any type of pain in her back, neck, nausea, anything that could have been pertaining to the accident, she was instructed to call 911 so that she could be seen by medical services.
And that was the following day, right?
It was at the time that we dropped her off, and then a follow-up call to check on her the next day.
Okay, last thing I have to say is, at that minute after the car wreck or whatever, okay, y'all didn't get no consent or anything saying that she refused medical treatment or anything?
At that time, the incident report given to us, that was a standard Seminole Nation form. On there wasn't anything indicating refusing medical services, so the only thing I had at that time was confirmation verbally, but now we have a form that states on the bottom that there is going to be denial of medical services or accepting medical services.
That's what I'm getting at, because I'm glad you said that, because that was my next question, because if, in fact, that person said that they were okay and there was no signature consent, the following day, the person could have, reacted to injury, and they could have sued our nation for failure to have that person examined. That's what I was getting at, okay? But thank you, okay, because it happened like a month ago.
Sounds like protocol was followed there, and it's very difficult to sue a sovereign nation. Any questions for Amanda? How about all the activities you see going on in diabetes and the wonderful events they hold? No other questions? Thank you, Amanda. Representative Dethridge.
HR.
HR, Human Resources. Yeah, I seen her out there, yeah. She was on back 42, so she'll be here in a moment. Representative Dethridge. Oh, go ahead. Most of them know who you are, but you can introduce yourself.
Tell me about the trips that the HR department takes. The reason I'm asking that is I noticed that on May the 13th through the 17th, you attended some training in Orlando, Florida, and then you came back like on the 17th, and then on the 21st of that month, so that's a weekend, you went to New York, New York.
Yes, sir.
So what are these? Expound a little bit more and tell me, how many trips does your staff, are they required to go and, for some kind of points or something? I don't know how that works.
Okay, on that first trip from May 13th to May 17th, me and some other directors went to the WIOA Public Law 106-477. Those are two different programs with the anticipation that we may go to a 477 program. The 477 program combines a lot of services into one, and all the different directors who went with it, I think there was 8 or 9 total we went. So we all went to that to learn more about the 477.
Okay.
I came back and then we went to the Mutual of America, which is our 401k company that we go through. We went to their compensation and benefits summit. That's the following trip in Newark City. So we went to that one. And then we also go as a staff to the NAHARA, National Native American Human Resources Association, every year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, during that time frame, that 2-week time frame, if there were any HR circumstances that would come up, who would be handling those for our HR department?
We're still available. We take our laptops with us, and we also have access, so that they know that we're available if they need us. They can contact us.
And if I, as a council representative, called the HR department, would it just go to a voicemail, or would somebody actually be able to answer, a question or concern from a council representative during that time?
No, we would answer it. The phone system that we have now goes to our desk, and we can have those phone calls forward to our work phones.
And that's basically what y'all do then?
Yes, when we are away. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
I see no further hands, therefore no further questions for the Human Resources. Okay, thank you, Angie. Thank you for being here today. You can go. Okay, I see Miss Emerton.
Wildlife, Parks and Recreation, please.
I was just informed by Wildlife, Parks and Recreation that director's, I believe it was her granddaughter that was in an accident and unresponsive, so she is not here today. And I just informed that as I walked in the door after lunch. So keep her on your prayers, please. Representative Dethridge.
Bradley Rhodes from the Department of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty. Is he here?
Yes, Bradley Rhodes. Sir? Yes, he's here.
Okay.
Representative Dethridge, go ahead and introduce yourself. You haven't been before the council, I don't think, before. Thank you.
Mr. Rhodes, you're kind of new to the game, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give us your vision for your program, the Department of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty?
Well, we're going to try to create a program that has sustainability. So we want to create a program that's going to be a roadmap to future employees and future staff so we can tackle food sovereignty and agriculture. We want to develop innovative technologies and new development and new training and education on how to develop the next future farmers of America. Native American farmers, and how to incorporate our cultural and sustainable side into what we grow and eat. And we want to perform duties that directly impact the communities from which we live in.
Okay. At our last council meeting, the council approved hydroponics situation. Are you involved in any of that stuff?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with aquaponics, hydroponics, and aeroponics systems.
Mr. Rhodes, he's speaking of the separate, the one on the acreage here on the highway. That's a separate, but he is as a consultant and kind of mixed in there.
That's what I'm wondering about, the one over on
Is it?
29 acres.
Yeah, that's the different,
You know that one?
That's a different project. I'm managing a project that's up.
Are you going to be involved in that one at all, though?
As much as I can be, have a hands-on approach, and if my expertise is needed, then yes.
Okay, I want to kind of find out where we're at on that, and I thought that was part of your program, but if it's not, it's not, so that's okay.
No, sir.
All right, thank you, and I look forward to a long career here at Seminole Nation.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel very blessed to be here and very fortunate to be a part of the program, and I'm glad you guys have me here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Representative Yesler, did you have your hand up earlier? Someone else? Okay, to call someone later. Okay, Representative Shaw.
2 questions. One of them is, when are you going to start any projects out there at the vineyard?
We started projects this summer getting the facility back up to date. It's sat empty for a few years, so I'm just doing the preventative maintenance and doing all the upkeep of the facility right now.
The reason I'm asking, I come by there on 2-3 times a week, and I was noticing that weeds were up tall as I am.
Yes, sir. I had a tractor, and it's in the shop. It's going to be delivered next week, and it has a brush hog attachment. The mower that I have purchased, it just can't tackle those. I'm not a very tall person, but yeah, they outgrow me. Yes.
And the other thing is, when are you going to start the hemp project?
That's not something that we have put on the table to move forward with. As far as I know, it was approved and brought up, but projects for me to tackle over the next 12 months, I guess that could be on the table, or if we need to put a pin in it and discuss it later. It's just, I'm still open for discussions and any input. I really do appreciate it.
I know it came to the council for, land approval, down there, what is that, Phillips property?
I believe that's Sindoc, Representative Shaw.
It is CINDOC?
Yes.
The hemp program is CINDOC now?
That's who presented it before you that day.
I thought it was an agricultural deal.
That's who presented it before you that day. The Division of Commerce.
Then I got no faith.
Representative Emerton.
Yes, I know I had come into your office and spoke with about all the ideas and that you were bringing to the Seminole Nation. Is there a presentation that you can give to the council so we can understand the ideas and the thoughts that you had going forward?
Yes, ma'am. There's an agritourism concept that I'm developing right now that I'm going to be able to print off and give everyone a copy of. And hopefully we can discuss it at the next council meeting, or if we would like to have handouts before so everyone could be afresh with what the ideas coming up will be.
Can you send that to our representative emails or so we can have it in both areas? And also, is there a presentation of your whole concept? Because I know we spoke about a lot of ideas and everything that we spoke about was really exciting to be in motion. So is there like a full-scale presentation that you can give to us, even if it's just sending it to our representative emails?
Yes, ma'am. That is something I could develop. The concept I'm developing is just paper. I know we discussed a little bit about it, just a handout, but I could develop something further to where we could do more of an open table discussion.
Madam.
Representative Hill.
Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, sir.
Real fast. My question to you would be, number one, you're a non-tribal, right?
I'm a member of the Kiowa tribe of Oklahoma.
Okay, I mean, you're not Seminole Creek or anything.
No, sir.
Okay. Second question, you do quite a bit of preventive maintenance, like you said, okay? Also around your little property that you're in charge of, along with the pond, right? I believe a couple of weeks ago, we spoke to one another, because a couple of tribal members called me and said that you will not allow them to fish in that pond where the winery is at, okay? And also, they had you there, and I spoke to you, and you said you got orders from the executive staff saying that no one can fish there. And my answer to you was that this is a tribal land, they're tribal members, they have the right to fish, okay? And then you said, no, they can't. And then that's when I told you, when we have our next council meeting, bring something in on paper, black and white, saying that they cannot, which you never presented to me, okay? And not only that, now I understand that you have a sign saying that no trespassing at the gate before you enter to the winery, right?
Yes, there is a sign.
Okay, no trespassing means to anyone, right? What about a tribal member that wants to go out there and walk around the pond or sit there and look at the pond? Would that also be towards the tribal members too? It's their land? They're not fishing.
For risk assessments and liable, we just would like to have staff there if we're going to have citizens or tribal members present. And just for liable.
All of this was going on 20 years since I've been on the council before you came aboard, okay, telling us that there's risk. There's risk everywhere. There's even risk you standing in here, us sitting here, okay? But you gotta understand one thing. These are tribal members, okay? A lot of them don't have what you call fishing license, hunting license, etc. Their only means is to go out there and fish. Some of these people live in Seminole, a town. A town doesn't have a pond, okay, on a sidewalk or a street. This is their land out there, okay? So something's got to be done pertaining to it. If you're in charge of it, I would like to see something that's posted or given to every council representative saying that no one can fish out there without having fishing license or CDIB or whatever you want to call it, you know, on their own natural land. You might have to get with the executive, okay, because you told me that the executive gave you a verbal order saying that no one can fish, right?
We're just trying to keep a controlled environment because we're going to be growing food out there. And so for the next 12 months, it's going to be ran like a beta site. We haven't grown out there in years.
But you didn't answer my question. My question to you was somebody in the executive staff, that means a chief or the assistant chief, okay, since we don't have a chief of staff, told you verbally is what you call talking to you, not on paper, saying that no one can fish at that pond. Remember you telling me that?
Yes, I was advised to take accountability and ownership of my project and the property. And so that is something I did request them if they're going to be there to fish, that someone be present that's a member of staff.
Do you have the authority to run somebody off, a tribal member fishing?
I manage the property, and I'm liable for accidents or incidents that may occur on the property.
You did not answer my question. Do you have the authority to have someone like off the winery and not to fish?
I think probably the real solution to something like this, if they went fishing there once, they probably want to return. That's not a fishing pond, for one thing. It was made for, other purposes, unless someone threw some fish in there. But one other thing is we will try to come up by the December quarterly meeting, working with land research, show all of our different areas of ponds, larger ponds, that kind of thing. Come up with some form of land usage that we can do that, maybe open those things up and maybe stock them occasionally through wildlife parks and recreation, so that I know it's our dream as in this administration that we have more opportunities like that in the future. Maybe not at this particular site, but we do have several ponds on different properties. Wayne, you went out there with us when we first obtained the Phillips property. There's several ponds out there that could maybe even be enlarged to some extent. But our people do need those sites. And with this new arrangements, we might even have Chickasaws and creeks and everybody coming over too and fishing and hunting, in Seminole country. But I think that's probably the best approach to it, really. And there's probably some areas that doesn't need to be, just folks just be wandering around
The two chairs,
because of
Mr.
liabilities.
Chair, that are being used. Okay, the 2 ponds, you know, is the one that we're talking about at the winery. And there's the other one right over here by the gym where a lot of people go. I understand that it's gonna be off limits too for people trying to fish down there. We even have non-tribal people going down there and fish.
No, this pond here has always been, historically,
Fishing place, though.
people fish there. I think we kind of encourage, when we stock it for the fishing derby, for the kids on that Sunday, is to hold off till after they have their derby, and then if you want to clean up afterwards, come on out. But there will be some designated areas, I think, and we can present that and show you. I think Danielle can get us the maps and those kind of things, and see what we can do. I think we ought to create opportunities for recreation, and especially the area of trying to get fresh fish and our staple of our intake, eating.
The last thing is there's a lot of bass at that winery pond, okay? You wanna go try it
Oh,
out?
really?
Yes, I don't fish down there, okay? I might get escorted off.
Someone must have stalked it at one time. That was a poor-looking pond for a long time, isn't it? All right.
That's all I have, sir.
Good report.
But yes, as our chief was saying, if we're able to provide an education on the fishing side, U.S. Wildlife and Fish and Game can stock our ponds for us. We just have to have a sign-in sheet and a little order just to submit and turn in, and they'll provide us with the fish. I'm developing a training to take a kid fishing called Hooked on Fishing.
Are you working out there? You want anybody working with you or anything?
We're developing staff, and we're still developing the program.
That's my question.
I have
Say
one
yes or no?
staff. I have one staff member, but she's more of an administrative side. So she helps me with my paperwork and the back end and procurement. And then I do a lot of the tractor and field work. And so it's a divide and conquer kind of team right now. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. Any other question for Mr. Rhodes? Excuse me.
I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Representative Lena?
Yes, you said that your tractor was down? Is that what you said, your tractor was down or something like that?
Yes, sir. I just needed to send it into the shop for preventative maintenance and oil change. My brush hog was busted up and needed some weld work.
Okay, before COVID shut us down, the winery, they did have equipment. Is there any equipment out there available to you?
I have some equipment available, yes.
Okay, could you
As far as
elaborate?
like
What do you have?
Tractor, an aquaponics system, T-post driver, a brush hog. I have an auger, a scraper to like drag over the grass and pull it up. I've inherited a greenhouse along with 38 tubs, a clay medium. I have 2 vats for wine and a separator for stems and grapes.
Okay, is there a trailer out there? A car hauler, like a trailer?
Oh, yes, I have a trailer, a truck, and tractor, all like in one setup.
And how about the Chevy truck, white Chevy truck? Do you have that out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I'm wondering. Thank you.
Sometimes when facilities are not operated, and there was several facilities that was closed down for a period of time, and now they're freshening them up, trying to get everything back open and operating. Going to be a good project there. It's going to be a great learning tool, as well as opportunities to learn how to grow food in different alternative methods. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Rhodes? No other questions? Thank you, Bradley. Appreciate you being here. I saw Representative Deathridge, then I seen you, Representative McCoy, in that order. Light Horse? Oh, I'm sorry. It's going to be Representative Jetzlith, because she should, when someone else was talking, she's... Okay. They're just next door. Light Horse here?
Unless they got a call or something.
Not at the moment. We're going to go to Representative Jetzlith. Oh, there they are. No, that's somebody else. People are pointing, so I guess that means they're on their way. I think we're going, yeah, they're right there. Environmental health.
Hello. Yes.
Days ago, I was looking at all these reports that I got that came in on time, and yours was one of them, so I was looking at this, and I seen where there was some mention that the law enforcement program was found to be in compliant in all 50 applicable inspected criteria and physical administrative functions of the contract. And so I personally wanted to say congratulations to you and your staff. Also, I live in McAllister. I watch the news out of Tulsa, and two different stations, Channel 6, which is CBS, and Channel 8, which is ABC. Both of them had an article about, help me out, McGirt man. Yeah, and both of those stations, they gave kudos to the Seminole Nation Life Department as well. So I just want to say again, I know that y'all have gone leaps and bounds since the time that you and, you know, Mr. Tallahassee have taken over, and I think y'all are doing an excellent job. I just wanted to say that, not because you're a member of my band, but because y'all are doing an excellent job.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate that, and I just have a wonderful staff, great officers. It's just we take a just relentless approach for justice for all. So it's just the real heroes, our pro officers.
Yeah, and also on that news deal, they kind of bragged about the Seminole Nation. I mean the Seminole County Police Department.
Sheriff's office.
Yeah, Sheriff's office.
Oh yeah, still yeah, great.
So he's done a great job. I know again that when you took office, there was this major wall that I don't want to say the governor, but the governor had put up. Telling people to, don't fool with those guys. But.
And this is why you've not, to my knowledge, heard a comment from Governor Stitt on the latest. It's because we take care of business here. We're not going to it's not going to be wild out here in Indian country like they want to proclaim, so.
Anyways, congratulations on both of those reports.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other for Light Horse? Representative PT?
Yes, Coker. With the recent events that took place down in Georgia here in the last few days, do y'all have policies and procedures in place to coordinate with these facilities that we have, our little schools, and we have so many directors and different offices and stuff like that, in the event that there's a hostage situation or a shooting to take place?
Yeah, we meet once a year at Seminole State College, and we go over active shootings and what to do. Every year we go over that. In our here at Light Horse, and I don't want to speak for the sheriff, but if we do have such activity, active shooter, yes, we will engage. We will not wait for attack team or anyone like that.
Okay. So y'all have responsive procedures, and these people
Yes.
that are in these areas and offices know who to contact, what kind of directions they need to take to kind of mitigate some of those circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just another thing, so we coordinate with all the schools in the area. They also submit a action plan every year to us, blueprints of the schools, you know, anything that, you know, their procedures on what they're gonna do should some incident happen. So we are, you know, in contact with all the school systems within the boundaries here.
I know you had said you were short of staff. Do you have enough now to be able to cover larger areas, or are you still short?
It's better, you know, we would like to have, you know, 20, 25 officers.
How many do you have now?
That's 16. Yeah, so.
Think about requesting. Think about requesting more staff.
Yes, it's, sometimes it's financial, but yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. We always find money somewhere, somehow. I think that's needed for the tribal members and the rest of the surrounding area.
Yep.
And
Oh, absolutely.
I know there was a lot of work put into, we woke up from a situation that we had a while back. And, you know, so I just wondered because it was like 24 hours for a couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Has your relationship with the city of Wewoka gotten any better?
No.
Would it help our administration if they went up there and spoke with the city manager and, well, police chief's hand in anyway, but he,
I believe I'm not going to speak for Chief Johnson. He hasn't reached out to the city manager, but the city of Wewoka, they just failed to respond to absolutely nothing at this time. I don't know why.
maybe we can accelerate that using our executive staff to go up with you to the county commissioners and the city of Seminole, city of Wewoka's city council.
Yeah, I believe the Wewoka Police Department, they believe that, I guess we need to patrol their city as well as the sheriff's office. So I really don't know why they need a police department at all.
Well, on closing, I want to thank y'all for a week ago Friday night, but a week ago last night, the presence of the light horse down at the Conowal Wewoka game. Some of y'all don't know what, but we haven't finished a game with Wewoka for 2 years. We finally finished one the other night. Conowal and Wewoka. So their presence, police presence, held it down to just a couple of little old shouting matches, but that's better than having a little bit of knockdown drag out too. So I want to commend y'all for being there.
Thank you, Wayne. And that's another issue. You know, I think some of the city of Wewoka officials, they want us at every game or every school function they have. That's just not possible. We have several other school districts like Conowal to go patrol. You know, so we try to get out there down Sassacua, Varnum, Strawler. You know, they all need a police presence.
Any other questions for Light Horse? I see no hands. Thank you, Captain Talamasi and Chief Coker. Representative Yethlith.
OAP.
OAP. They may be still over there cleaning up. Oh no, here he is.
Hello, my name is Jalen. I'm the director for OAP.
Good afternoon, Jalen. I just wanted to say thank you for the lunch, but I know I think a lot of people didn't get lunch, so, but can you please tell us, I've got 3 questions, your upcoming events for your elders.
So on the 18th, we will be traveling to the state fair. It's free to our elders, so the ones that do a lot of participation is the ones we're taking. And then we'll take them to the fair from 10 to 2, and then we're going to take them to Golden Corral to eat, and then we'll be back after that. And then that's our in-state trip to the fair, and then the rest we just have Halloween party or Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas party. We do different activities throughout the week here, but that's our event out of Seminole County.
As far as the events, do you do any, or have any future plans of outside trips, out-of-state trips, like traditional?
We are trying to do a big one to go to Florida to the reservation once a year. I've been in contact with their elder program down there, so they're willing to help us get down there once a year. So that's kind of what we're looking to do, is take a group every year, maybe 6 of them, but that's our plan.
Okay.
And it might not be next year, it might be, 3 to 5 years, but it's something we're trying to look forward to.
Future, okay. Second question, how are the drainage issues and the sewage? Being down there just now, went to the bathroom, there was a smell, it could have been from the bathroom itself, but I just want to know.
No, we have one stall in the women's that takes forever to flush or don't flush at all. So sometimes we have to pour our mop water in the drains for it to go through, because in the kitchen, we have to look every day to make sure there's water in there, so we want to make sure that don't come up. And we were told that we'd have to pour our mop water to get it to flush back through, because there's some air in that line, is what we were told.
Thank you, and I know that was a big deal of Ms. Wynn's issues. Okay, last question. Can you expand a little bit on, I had a complaint come through on rental. Can you expound on the rental? Apparently, I got a complaint that there was some disrespectfulness maybe taking place over some trash bags, and I just want that to be cleared up or explained. I wasn't there. I just had an issue brought to me and explained to me that they would want our band member addressed. So I'm just bringing you up to ask.
Okay, so I know what you're talking about. On that Thursday, we had someone come in about a building rental. OAP does not supply trash bags or anything like that. That is not our doing. From my understanding, when you rent a building, you have to bring your own supplies. So when you rent North Community, you have to bring your own trash bags, anything that you need. So we had someone come in and I had told them that you have to bring your own supplies, because they said we had no trash bags when we had a class here. Well, we don't supply any of that to you guys. You have to supply your own. What we do is for OAP, so that's for day-to-day operations for our elders.
And I don't know if he wants me to call you out, but I just want to make sure that there was no miscommunication or whatever took place in the conversation. I mean, because I know, he's an elder, he's a veteran. I just don't, like I said, I just wanted to make sure that I addressed what was brought to me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't disrespect him. I don't feel he came in. He asked a question to one of my staff that's a NICOA worker, made her feel very uncomfortable because she is a NICOA worker. And so I had told him, Charlie, I'm here. You can ask me about my staff, why we were short, why we didn't have this, and he still didn't want to ask me. He wanted to ask her the question. So, and I told him, I'm here, I'm the director, you can ask me those questions. Because again, we don't have, some of them are NICOA, some of them are volunteers. So, I mean, you just have to know who to ask those questions, because they don't have the answers if they're not a staff through Seminole Nation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Cootie.
Jalen, I am very upset with you because I didn't get to eat. So one of the questions I have is about how many attendants do you have?
Right now, attendance, Monday through Thursday, we have anywhere from 60 to 115 that come in to eat. Fridays is our lowest days because it's breakfast and it's just an hour. But lunch, we have gone up. In our total attendance for deliveries and homebound and inside is probably, we cook for 200 and we usually hit that number. So.
Okay, but the on-site?
On-site, anywhere from 60 to 115 is what we serve.
Is that what you're serving? They all come in?
Yes,
So one of the things that I think fundraiser, I told this to one lady and she told me we would have a broken hips, but I think you need to have oldie goldies and start playing and have a ball, having everybody go out there and go do the boogie. But one lady said we'd have a broken hip, so maybe better not. So, okay. But anyway, I think that I told you I would help you with the bingo. So whenever you get ready, I can, work with you to get
okay.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions for OAP? I see no hands. Thank you, Jalen.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Us, Representative Petit, then Representative McCoy.
Head Start.
Head Start.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Actually, what I want to kind of touch base with you for was, I noticed on one of the projects there, there's like about $1.7 million left on it. And this thing had been appropriated back in 2022. And I was wondering, what's the reason for the delay in getting these projects completed?
Which project?
Well, I'll show two basically I think that y'all are working on. One of them would be the Barking Waters facility, and then one, I guess, the Head Start over here on the Mission. Was that not assigned to you?
The ARPA funds?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what he's speaking about.
And you're asking me what?
Well, what's taking place on them? Is there any progress to be taken in the next few days? Because like I said, when you look at what's left on these appropriations, the expenditures is pretty minimal, I feel like, because we appropriated $2.1 million on one project, and there's almost $1.7 million left there. Is there a reason for the delay?
No about a reason for a delay, but they break ground on many of those projects under those on September the 12th. So we look for those projects to be finished up, I would say by possible spring of next year. Yeah, and then of course this is an extension over here to the existing facility, and then of course the Barking Waters and the child care project. They're mobilizing in Wewoka September the 12th, I believe, which is right around the corner.
And on Barking Waters, they're pushing for that building to actually be up and ready for us to move into before school starts in August.
Okay. Next August?
Yes.
So it's
August
not-
is next school year, yes. 25.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Hill.
Well, Chair,
Number one, this is not a question and all that, but Ms. Robin, about a week and a half ago, as you well know, we have 28 council members, okay, for our nation. And I know majority of us probably don't make our rounds like we should, checking up on different departments, et cetera, that we have pertaining to directors. I took the time about a week and a half ago to come up to your place, which you were busy or whatever, but a young lady met me and she escorted me in, et cetera. And I just wanted to let the council know that normally I don't say this, but your place up there referring to Head Start, which is right across the street from what you call Senior Citizen Center, okay? The lady took me to every room where the children were at. You have 4 classrooms. There was 2 teachers in every class. And as I walked with her and all that, asking questions like I normally do, your hallways were real neat, clean, etc. And every classroom that I went to, the children were happy, they were learning, some were drawing, some were trying to read, etc. And there was 2 teachers in each class, and there were some that ladies were trying to speak in our language, okay? And they were trying to learn to the kids. But I was very amazed, and I think that I took time to compliment you. And not only that, you had 62 children that day, and not one of them was out of line, getting mad, hitting, throwing things or nothing. They were all, listening, and you had great teachers, okay? And I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
You probably won't hear this till next year if I'm around, but.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
But I enjoyed it, and hey, they're doing good, the teachers. And I even invited those teachers, those 8, to come to our Seminole basic language class here, so they can also pick up our words and pass it on to the younger children that were there, okay, that most people don't want to learn anyway around here. So thank you for what you're doing, and continue, okay?
Thank you.
Representative Shaw.
On the same token, I said, over at Wewoka, or is the Wewoka Parent Committee that
are they meeting over there now?
Since school just started back, they're trying to get all the parent committees together or bring them in so then they can start voting on presidents and everything since school just started back. But that's a goal to have it all together and going by September so we can have our policy council, parent committees.
One reason I'm asking, last time I was over there, it was nothing but a chaotic, nobody knew what anybody was doing, so I'm trying to find out.
Yes.
But, yeah, and then, what did you tell Leon on that, what is it, old bowling alleys, all that skating rink? Over there with Woka? Old Taylor Gym? Is that being renovated yet?
They are supposed to start renovations on the 12th. And we're supposed to be able to move into it during the summer, so we will be there when school starts back in August.
Well, I know, I went and drove by there 2 weeks ago, I think, Thursday. And, there were some guys came out of there. Evidently the door's not locked, because they got in a vehicle and left. So, could y'all at least put a lock on it? We don't need people running in there and tearing it up. I mean, there's not a whole lot, but.
They're locked up. It's most likely, it could have been somebody from the, that's been contracted out.
These aren't contractors, these are young people.
Oh, little kids?
They weren't kids, they were young people, let's put it that way. I don't want to say they were 20 years old, because a lot of them, you can't tell a 20-year-old from a 50-year-old anymore. But just, to me, they're kids. Anybody younger than me, even you're a youngster. So, maybe we can put a lock on it or something, or ensure that it stays locked. That's all I have. I'll yield the floor.
Well, without knowing what the exact situation is. But anyway, yeah, those projects are under contract and gonna begin to start breaking ground on the 12th is the plan. Okay. Representative Lena.
We visited at one time. You guys have a new supervisor over there, right?
Yes, sir.
So, how was she treated? How is she treated? She treated all right?
Yeah.
She get her office?
She has an office, yes.
Okay, because I was told that she wasn't allowed in her office, and the one that you had as supervisor wouldn't get out of it. But has that been taken care of?
That's not true. If you go into all of our other centers, when you first walk into the door, the first person that you meet is the family service worker. The family service worker at the Mission, when you walk into the front door, that's her office right there up front, because she is more family oriented. She has to get to know the family. She has to do partnership agreements with all the families. When you get to Conowal, the first office you see is a family service worker.
But that was your last supervisor that has that office, right?
Huh?
That was your last supervisor that has that office right now, don't
She
you?
was a family service worker acting as the center director at the time.
Okay. Because I spoke to some workers over there that's probably been employed over there longer than you, and they said that they didn't see that. So I just want to make sure. All right.
Yeah, and some of the questions are personnel issues. If there's complaints or whatever, they usually go to HR. So.
Okay. Answer for yourself next time. Thank you.
Any other questions for Head Start? If there be none, is this for Head Start, Representative Shaw?
I'm not
okay,
for her.
okay.
I asked for environmental.
Yes, environmental health.
Earlier.
Yes, and she still has the floor. Thank you, Robin. Environmental health, Ms. Jennings, you here? Somebody nod to me back there if Miss Jennings is, oh, she's coming, okay. We might need a monitor here so we can see what's going on back there. What they call it, a prompter? That way I can know what I can say.
I was on the back.
All right.
Okay, the question I have is this: we asked for a report from your office on, what do you call it, environmental report on this water and sewer system up here over a year ago. I've asked for that several times since that time, and I've still not received anything from your office. I'd like to know why you can't get us, this council, environmental report. Don't look at the chief. I'm talking to you. You need to answer me why you haven't been able to give us a plan of action. Because you said we were waiting on this, Well, how long are we going to have to wait? So I'm asking you.
As far as like a design plan or a summary, I believe there was a summary. We put together a summary of the status of where the projects were at for water and wastewater out here, and it was emailed out. And that was why I kind of glanced over, because I thought I heard them say talking about that. I wasn't looking to him to answer or to take the question.
Yeah, that's what I was asking the council secretary. Was it placed on the council portal?
Well, I'll ask you one more time. Can you send that report out to the council?
Yes.
Some of them tell y'all, if y'all have it, y'all let me know, and we just won't get it. But I myself want to see the plans on it. And do you have a layout where all the water and sewer lines are out here?
CMCG is working on that since the last resolution was passed.
So there's not a current as-built for all of the wastewater lines. There have been old as-builts. The CMGC team is working to create a new as-built with everything laid out. Like that's an extensive drawing, and with all the lines, and takes cameras and a team, but that is in progress and it is going to be completed.
Okay. And then, what's the difference between water and wastewater?
One you drink and one you don't.
We've had this same question asked up here, because it's been changed by our administration from water and sewage. Last go round, gave them $3 million to do something out here on it. Then we still had what, $2 million, use 6,500 of it, 65,000 or something like that. For wastewater, what I meant a minute ago between sewage and wastewater, what's the difference? Same thing, isn't it?
As far as the appropriated monies, or?
Both.
I'm thinking, I'm trying to figure out how to best answer your question, Representative Shaw. The funds that were appropriated at different times were to address different sides of the projects, because the water project wasn't approved the first time. It came back around, wastewater was approved. I think that the federal government looks at it as a lump project, water, wastewater, because it is for sanitary purposes. But it's just two different sides of the way water is used, water supply versus wastewater collection.
One grant came from ARPA out of this council for water and wastewater. And then one was for water and sewage. Well, one of them was turned down. and it never came back. Had to fight for it to get it back on, and got it on the last meeting. Now, we've got water and sewage, and then you're saying that the water and wastewater are the same thing? So can we put those resolutions together as one? That way they'll all be the same, because it's confusing.
Okay, so this is what I tried to explain at the last council meeting whenever the resolution was approved for water with the remaining ARPA funds, which expended all the unobligated ARPA funds and would roll any unexpended ARPA funds from previous appropriations. So the way ARPA final rule is, we could split it up into 10 different projects, but if the scope of the project still exceeds a dollar amount threshold, which was $1 million, the way we report that to the U.S. Treasury, in accordance with the CARES Act, it's all one project. So collectively, there's $5.9 million for water and wastewater that this council has appropriated and approved. Now that that is all collectively seen as one project, one scope to address water and wastewater, per that last resolution, with the CMCG team already on staff and working at the mission, that project was rolled into their scope. Ms. Jennings, myself, transportation, we are collaborating with the CMCG team to look at the best practices to achieve water and wastewater management here at the mission. One of the issues is the Veterans Center. It doesn't have a complete wastewater system, and it never has. So that was one of the main focuses, was either to install a lagoon or to install a wastewater sewer line to connect it to the overall infrastructure. The other part of that was to address lagoons down at the ball field to get those 100% operational or to add. And then the third part of that was to deliver clean water so that we are 100% efficient on this entire campus without having to utilize Bowlegs Lima or to rely on anybody else. And so what you're asking is what we're doing, but it's not through Ms. Jennings' office, it's through the CMCG team.
Through who?
It's through a process that we've already established. The contracts have already been awarded. They're developing the system so that we can actually implement that.
Well, could I get a copy of that?
It's in the process of being developed. We meet every Tuesday for 2 hours to discuss all of the projects that are within ARPA, which is Head Start, which is IHS, which is the dental, which is the wastewater and water. It's all of those projects are being overseen by one project lead, and we discuss those every week for approximately 2 hours a week.
Okay.
And to answer on Head Start, the design for Barking Waters has been approved by DHS. It's all within standard. All of that stuff is collectively rolling. Mr. Petit.
Okay. Well, I'm going to direct my questions to her, since you've seemed to answer for her each time that I've asked her this. I want to get clarification from both of you on this. The original resolution that was passed, TR 2275, you asked me to read it one day, and I read the tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a one-time appropriation of $2,500,000 from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 funds to the next city mission water and wastewater system. Now, in that resolution, I would ask you if you would read the very last part. Nowhere in there did it direct the executive to be a part of that. It directed environmental health to attend to that. Okay. I think the report y'all may be talking about is back in December. You spoke to us about having, and this was in all the conversations I was having with her, you took over the conversation and you addressed the fact that we'd had several studies done on that. The study which was forwarded to us had no mention of wastewater in it. It directly was related to water, and it was like a 5 or 7 year old study.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the report that you're talking about has already been provided to the council?
I don't know which one she's provided, but I know that there was 3 different studies, and each one of these studies that you're requesting, they cost about $250,000. So whenever you're requesting that, you're asking for somebody to produce something without an appropriation to get it completed. So that's what the CMCG is. So to answer your question, $2.5 million is not enough money to address water and wastewater. That language is pulled out of the final rule. What we accomplished now with Mr. Larney's verbal resolution is a total all-in $5.9 million. Our original request was $8 million to complete all of this. So essentially, we're still $2 million short.
How?
But
You don't know $2 million short because you don't have the report. We've not received a report of what CMG or whatever
the CMCG is current. The previous reports that we're referring to have the entire as-built. It has what size lines, how many feet of lines, what's the pressure capacity. We have all of that already mapped. You look at how much it costs in today's dollars versus, what was it, 2017, 2018, and then prior to that, you can come up with what you need. We used that with Billy Porter, the former director, the engineer, Mr. Porter. He's the one that developed with a plus or minus 20% cost estimate to develop these projects that we presented to the General Counsel that the council did not approve.
we approved based upon what he stated, $2.5 million. What I'm trying to get to now is, you're saying we're having to incorporate this all into one language, which that language is included in 22-2075 about it being a water and wastewater. Here's my conclusion. We've waited over 2 years. We've probably lost 30 cents out of the dollar in construction costs on that thing. And all that could have been done if that study would have been conducted a year and a half or 2 years ago. We could have got more bang out of the buck, and we would have still been using the same language, and we could have come back and modified the appropriation for that one and not had to have this new one at $3.2 million, which that's okay. I can live with it.
Yeah, and
if you can still justify that that's what's going to take to finish up the water and sewer on this mission grant.
And we can take it a step back and say that we presented this to the General Counsel in March of '22, and it was tabled, and failed for $8 million. And all of that original information that you're now requesting was attached to and presented in March of '22.
There was no information from a civil engineer, anybody that designs it, similar to what this CG is doing, that would have gave us the information. It would have cost 5.9 or $6 million, and that's what I'm saying. Had we had better buying power 2 years ago and got this done, and under the ARPA guidelines, we could have used funds from there to have got those estimates and construction costs done. We were told that the BIA was going to assist us. That's what she told us there on the floor, that the BIA was going to work with us to get something done on that. And like I said, we've wasted this time up to now, and I'm just hoping that we can get this thing done and completed within the, what do you got now, $5.7 million appropriated towards it? I'm hoping that we can get this done.
I mean, we're less than 60 days from having the total appropriation amount. So I don't really agree with the language of wasting time when we haven't had that appropriation until Mr. Larney presented it as a verbal. And when was that, 60 days ago? The information the CMCG team is using is that historical data that we presented to them. That was presented to this council, that did not include diabetes or the Veterans Center because it was prior to those being added. The Diabetes Center is on a direct line from Bolegs Lima. They're not on the mission system. They have their own meter. They get that water straight from there. So that one, it's not even a real point to make. So you do add the Veterans Center. That was addressed with one resolution. The wastewater is another resolution. The clean water is another resolution. The U.S. government, through the CARES Act, does not allow you to break down the scope of a project to control that dollar amount threshold. The way we report that is one $5.9 million project.
That's what I'm trying to get to. We could have accomplished that under TR 2275 by coming back and reappropriating funds on that, because this language meets that requirement you're saying that ARPA needed.
That's correct. That was crafted to be in compliance with the final rule. And again, it was presented with 8 million. That didn't pass. How did it pass council? We broke that down into separate projects to get it through council, and council agreed. We're just $2 million short because that money doesn't exist.
Well, do you know what CMG's report's going to be?
Yes, I meet with them again 2 hours a week. Every Tuesday I meet with them. So right now our deliverable on clean water is 2 to 3 wells, control station, clear well, and pump to the standpipe. That's one deliverable. Second deliverable is to address the existing sanitation lagoons down at the ball fields. And then the third deliverable is to connect the Veterans Center to the actual infrastructure itself, as opposed to a lagoon that nobody was really happy with the idea of having another lagoon up by the campgrounds or by the Veterans Center. So that's the 3 areas that we are going to be able to deliver upon with the 5.9. That 2 million that we were short, that we requested from council that was denied, would have been the complete replacement of all the distribution lines.
But that's all we asked for back whenever that was denied, $8 million. There was no justification for us to show. We had no estimates. That was just a number picked out of the air, most of us thought. We just needed something that would substantiate what that actual cost would have been at that time, or at least got us close. And that's what I'm saying. Because we've waited 2 years or longer to get to this point, we've lost buying power on that dollar that we had. And that's been my concern all the time, is we could have got this done earlier, given the language in the ARPA guidelines that says that we could have bought, and I've said this before to the Attorney General, that we could have paid some of her costs under that ARPA guidelines, because it allows you to pay for consultant fees and everything to have got that. And that's been my concern, is why is it taking the delay to get to this point to do it? And I hope we can do it for $5.9 million. I mean, that's better than $8 million, but at least we'll have an idea and a black and white figure and something to justify it.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I think that we can sit there and discuss this all day long, but I think that's most on this council will agree with me. We just wanted to know something in black and white that would direct us to that.
Yeah, and again, the same data that the CMCG team is using is the same data that was originally presented in March of 22 when that failed at this council level. All of that same information was there. We've not looked at, produced, paid for any other information or any other data. That was through Mr. Porter, our engineer that was on staff, that came up with that appropriation amount through IHS, which IHS funding, if you know, they've cut back on that severely to where we didn't get any funding for any like new homes this year. If anyone was aware of that.
Well, Chair, I'm not going to discuss with you any further anything what Mr. Porter had submitted. I appreciate what information he gave us, but that was a question that I asked back then, was, is he a civil engineer that would have the ability to design the program, and gave us correct figures back then when this all started? And that's been my concern from the beginning.
Yeah, it was a lack of trust, but that 8 million was a good number.
We should have had a construction consultant provide this council with information that we could have had. We didn't. The council failed to adopt that resolution to do that. Could have been some part on mine for not knowing where to proceed on how to get that accomplished. But I'm just saying, that's what we should have done. Someone's educated this council and the people of this nation where and how to spend your money the best appropriate way.
Yep, I agree.
I yield.
Representative Fixco.
I just want to relate to his comments, but you know, like they say, it's been here so many times, so we voted it down. And time is going, and we're losing money. You know, we have lost money, so much money, when we shot it down. We should have approved it many, many days ago. We had money to do it. Now we're looking at ARPA money to have fill it out. You know, we'll just waste our time, you know, debating on things when we should go forward. So that's our problem. We should approve it and move forward, but we don't. And we lose money and time. That's all I got to say.
All right, we're at the time limit for Ms. Jennings. We're going to move on. Thank you, Ms. Jennings, for coming today. Is there another director? Representative McCoy, then Representative Petit.
Do we have, is fiscal services, do we still have that director, or is she no longer employed with the tribe?
Are you talking about the controller?
Well, the fiscal, Kimberly Haslett submitted that report. I assume that's who I'm asking for. Am I not?
Controller? No, she's no longer with, an employee of the Seminole Nation at this time.
Is somebody?
But we do have the budget officer here who, and other representatives from fiscal services, I believe. I know the budget officer is here today.
Who is current, is that position vacant?
It's being advertised, yes.
Okay,
And we,
while that position is vacant, is just somebody continuing to do her job?
oh, yes, we had several staff meetings during the last, couple of weeks, and CPAs and so forth, and we'll continue to manage during the interim till that position is filled.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Petit.
Program development.
Program development.
Hello, everyone. Hey, I'm Jason Chambers. I'm the program developer.
Mr. Chambers, I want to direct your attention to TR 2249. This was a resolution passed on May 17th of 2022. I voted 22 yes, no, 3 abstentions, and it's in regarding to our broadband fiber to the home project connectivity program. Could you bring us up to date on the status of that application, if there's been one made on that?
Okay, so you want to know about the broadband grant, the status of it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, originally when I started here, the executive department directed me to review that grant. We had received that grant, and he had some concerns, and so he wanted me to review it. And I found a lot of concerns with originally the way it was approved. And the way it was approved, we were going to have what's called a subrecipient, right? That was going to actually receive all the money. They were going to determine the routes for the program. They were going to own all that funding. It was an infrastructure grant, if I may. It was an infrastructure grant, and it was for high-speed cabling, broadband cabling. And they were going to own.
No, I think somebody back there in the back. Hey, will special effects please turn the lights back on?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so that the subrecipient, they were also going to own all of that cabling bought with our money. I mean, basically, the grant's ours, and yet they were going to own it. They were going to determine the routes. They were going to get all the revenue off of it. And so anyway, so I looked into it a lot, and I found those things troubling. And then I went further and found out that the routes they picked. Now here's the thing about the grant. What is the intent of the grant? Broadband connectivity grant. The intent is to connect to as many Native American households as possible. And I repeat, Native American households. But in the grant, there's 3 different criteria that can use, 3 different ones. And the way I see this grant, it was originally set up for true, what I call true reservation type areas where there's lots of Native American households. But in that grant, the criteria, it had to be either, it could be on trust land, it had to be on reservation land, and then one other. But it never stated, it talked about the households where their location was. It never talked about them being Native Americans. And so I noticed a lot of, when this first started, this process for this grant, after people got it, a lot of tribes had trouble with this grant and trying to implement it. And one of the reasons is determining where the Native Americans that live in these households, where they actually live. And so what I did, and it was a long process, I started talking to other tribes, getting their addresses, address only, no names, no other information, but getting addresses for the for their enrolled members. Now, some tribes had luck getting that. Some tribes wouldn't release it. They were concerned about confidentiality. We were able to get a lot, an impressive amount. And so ultimately, we were able to locate the majority of all Native American homes in our area. And so I brought these concerns to the federal government, the people that represent the feds for this grant. And they agreed as well. This was really weird because it was real iffy, the way they spoke about it. Sometimes they gave me very hazy answers. So my concern was reaching Native American homes, specifically Seminole homes, right? So I brought these issues to the feds on that grant, and ultimately they've agreed, and this is a biggie, they agreed to let us do what's called a re-scope of the work. There's a thing called scope of work in a grant, and what that does in the grant is that tells you what you have to do with the grant. And we wanted to change that because, here's the deal. The way it was originally approved, there were 2 major routes that they chose, not us, that they chose through Seminole County. And those 2 routes that they chose weren't based upon if they were Native American. It was based upon them being on their telephone, being along their routes, their existing electricity routes. Because what it is, that company, they're a subunit of a major utility here in the county. So what they did, or they looked at it, is we'll take their money and we'll bring internet to our electrical customers. And they actually, that's the way it was set up. And I said, well, and so I went to those people, right? I talked a lot with these people we were supposed to do this with. And I said, are any of these people Native American? Are any of these people Seminole along this route? We don't know. You don't know? And they decided on that. So basically the feds have allowed us to change it, to change the scope. And what that really means, changing the scope, that really means changing the routes, is what that really means. So the big issue is, where are the routes? Well, originally I thought we should be able to go wherever we want in the county. Wherever there's concentrations of Seminole homes and Native American homes, we should be able to go there. Unfortunately, we can't actually even do that, because there's a thing called the Federal Communication Commission, the FCC, and the FCC actually determines where you can go. And what that's based on, and the FCC, they have a map of literally all the homes in the United States, literally all of them, but you can't tell if they're Indian or not, right? That's what the addresses that we got enabled us to do. So we were able to match up those Native American addresses with those FCC designations. They're little green dots on a map, all those, so we matched them up. Well, the FCC, they decide whether that home is either served, underserved, are not served. And we want the not served. But we have large concentrations in Seminole County of Native American homes that are near, the biggest concentrations, they're near Wewoka, they're near Seminole, the municipalities, and Bowlegs area. Those are the three big concentrations of Native American homes. But most of those homes, they've designated as being served. Now this is what's even crazier. Yes, served. And now here's what's crazy about that. Under the FCC regulations, what's considered served is if they can reach your home within 10 business days. In other words, if you're close enough to an existing cable that they can connect you to that cable within 10 business days, you're considered served, even though you may not have internet service at all. And so we battled with that, and so we finally we're able to come up with a route. It's another issue. I got to flash back.
Leon, you yield the floor?
Well, I'm still listening to his explanation.
Oh, okay.
This is the first
All right,
report
'cause-
we've had. I mean, I've not
Okay.
heard of anything since this was passed.
Okay, well,
And
yeah, I think,
I'm kind of encouraged by what he's saying, but once again, my question would be, why haven't we made more effort or more of an effort for you to report? I know you report to the chief on this, but to let us know, and as this council, if there's any assistance that would benefit your office in trying to get these applications through on how we can get this broadband. And like I said, people have an odd idea of what broadband is. It's just a better resolution of the internet service. But, you know, we have people out in these rural areas, you mentioned like Sasaka and those areas like that, they have no connectivity. And that's what we want to reach. And because here's the way I positively look at it, is if we can get it to the homes of some of our, and I hate to keep saying our elderly, but those that are in rural areas that, I mean, we talked about medical, IHS, and all, you could have where these people could visit with a doctor through a computer. And it's things like that that I would like to see us provide to our members of our nation.
Yes.
And that's why I'm thinking, why has it been 2 years and we're still sitting there? And I can go back to this still about the state of Oklahoma's probably having the same issue trying to get theirs. Are they going to have to come through the Seminole Nation to reach their other areas? And that's all I want is just let's get something done.
You know, it sounds like to me, as you listen to what he was saying, the federal government during this period of time that we've been in since the pandemic broke out in 2020, there's so much confusion at the head levels of the government, continual changes of rules, changes of processes occasionally. So you have to go through a lot of that red tape with especially some of these newfound programs that's come out. And that's unfortunate, and sometimes it takes longer. I mean, that's not an excuse, but that's just a fact. I mean, broadband is one of those. And the state, like you said, well, we don't know if they're going to make it. You know, they're trying to. And so that's where those cooperative efforts, both from the state and intergovernmental agreements could work together to try to get broadband to everybody. And of course, this grant is just specific on what it's supposed to do. Do you yield the floor, Representative Petit?
yield.
Okay, so Representative Larney.
Hey, Jason, glad you can make it.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. I actually have a couple questions before we burn up our time.
Yeah, we're close.
How many grants have you assisted and achieved with?
I'm sorry, what?
How many grants have you assisted with and achieved that were brought into the Seminole Nation? Because I have some reports right here in front of me.
Well, it kind of depends on what you mean by.
Well, how many did you achieve and was awarded?
Well, here's the situation in our tribe.
Turn your mic on.
No, I didn't ask that. I asked, I don't want to be rude. I want to be professional here. I want to know how many, or we want to just break it down. How many grants that the Seminole Nation received are you taking credit for? How about that? Is that easier?
Yeah, well, that actually, as far as getting credit for the actual grant, the total grant?
Yes. Right here, I have like, down here in some of your report, I was looking at all this stuff. I even have a letter from the chief to the finance committee of $56 million that you have assisted with and achieved. Which ones? Because our band feel that the Seminole Nation employees' contributions to the grant projects were not fully recognized in this presentation report. After their hard work and dedication, the Seminole Nation employees in different departments succeeded on the majority of these grants and being awarded to the Seminole Nation. As a nation, can we at least recognize and show appreciation for the success and dedication to the other employees that helped and did not have you assist in their grants?
That's what I think. What I've seen, I've done grant writing and grant development
Yeah, I understand
for long
that.
years.
I understand
But
that.
if you look at my report,
I'm looking at, yeah,
Okay.
I studied all these reports.
I broke it down into 4 categories. I broke it down into 4
It
categories.
was a simple question. Come on,
No.
I don't want to burn my time. I can ask all these questions right now. I'm not going to sit here and fight.
Okay, specifically, what is your specific question?
How many grants have you assisted with the Seminole Nation, with other departments and employees?
Assisted with?
Yeah.
Well, that's in varying degrees, but
I have it right here.
according to this,
I have it right here.
according to this, where I broke it down into 4 categories, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This shows 14, but there's actually 3 more.
That haven't been awarded yet, huh?
No. Oh, you mean the ones that have been awarded?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. 1.
Were you responsible for 23 US, for your 23 US dot RNC? The $23,000 one?
Under that category, that's called assisted with application process. That's just that's assisting with the process. And many instances, or some instances, what I did is I had to provide my credentials so that they could put the grant into the portal, We have many portals we have to use to get in, to put the grants in, and I'm the administrator of those portals. So for the majority of a lot of the grants,
You're a specialist, so are you director or a specialist?
I'm a specialist.
Okay. So you're responsible for all these grants?
I'm responsible for participating in some degree.
Okay, because
that's
my main concern is that, I would respect you better if, when you put in these reports that, hey, my concern is that a lot of departments and Seminole Nation employees put their hard work in here and have not had help on some of these from you. And taking credit for other Seminole Nation employees in an ethical issue. It violates the ethical principle of fair treatment or justice. The person who wrongfully takes the credit shows disrespect to the other Seminole Nation employees who did the work. The wrongdoer exhibits a lack of integrity because unprincipled behavior. And I want to say, I worry about, because I don't want to knock down anybody that worked hard on these grants may not someday want to even work on them again. So, did you do all these grants, or did some of these departments do them by themselves?
All these grants, my participation in those grants are categorized in this letter.
I can read.
Well, that's why I didn't do a list and say I did all these grants. I didn't do that. If you look at the report, it's broken down into categories of participation by myself.
Yeah, I look at the report. I read
Well,
it.
that's why I did it that way. I didn't say, here's a list of all the things I did. I wouldn't do that. I've never done that.
Okay, so you haven't done them then.
Here's the deal. Assisted with application, that bottom one, where that grant's under. I provided my credentials because you have to have administrator's credentials to get into a portal. That's all I did with that grant. I'm not saying I did anything more. That's why I categorized it that way. That's why the other grant. Here's the deal with grants. I used to a long time ago, right? Like 20 years ago when I was tribal planner here. I used to write the grant by myself. A lot of times, right? I did it all because you had to do it manually. We didn't have a lot of staff. We didn't have a lot of funds. But what's happened now is it's a good thing to have teams of people do it. It's a good thing to have the directors and the staff of that program get involved because they're the ones that know best what needs to be done. And I'm all for that. And that's why it's broken down. First look. If you're going to say that opportunity.
You are having an opportunity. You're saying it right now. We're listening. But we only have a certain amount of time. We got a lot of work to do. I don't need to be burning time. Use your microphone. It needs to be recorded down.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on my behalf. Okay, in my report, what I did on that page of the grant, I did multiple, I talked about what else I was doing in the office, but as far as grants, I broke it down into 4 categories. One says grant application development, processing, administration. I either solely did it or had help or helped greatly in developing the application for that. I helped process that application. And I worked with other people to do it. Then, if we got it, I had to administer it. And I name off those 3 grants. It's the Small Business Initiative. That's the loan program. I helped write that grant. We got that grant, and now I'm developing the processes so we can do a loan program. And anyway, the next category says grant application redevelopment, processing, administration. That's the grant we were just talking about, the broadband grant. We had gotten it, but I'm having to redevelop it, process it, and develop the administration for that. Then the next category says grant application processing. On these grants, I either reviewed them, I gave my credentials, they put it into the portal, because we have to put in these portals, or I helped them put it into the portal. Then the next one, the last category, assisted with application processing. I'm not saying I wrote the grant. I'm not saying I did it all by myself. I'm trying to be as ethical as you can possibly be with this situation by showing the different categories. I've got the different categories of what I participated in, how much I participated in. I thought I was being extremely ethical by doing so.
Well, are you familiar with the $1.4 million grant from the new tribal courthouse grant that you submitted late and it was denied? Are you familiar with that one? With Judge Barnes and Linda Stewart?
What grant?
The 1.5 for the new tribal courthouse that you submitted on the deadline, $1.5 million grant that was denied.
The new courthouse funding hasn't been selected yet that I participated in, and it's $6 million.
There's one for $5.5 million, but we're not going to know until October, until that's awarded.
Yes, and that's the one that with that grant, we had 2 expert grant writers.
Here you go. Maybe this one will work.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, the only one I'm familiar with on the courthouse was the one it was like $6 million or 6.6 million. Okay, 5.5. And we hired 2 expert, or the court hired 2 expert grant writers. One of them, she was like a reviewer for these type of grants. She's really good. And I helped them, I helped them process that grant. And what that means is, they came up to the complex, we went into the conference room, and we used a big screen, and we used my credentials, and then we went into the grant, and it's just all these forms. The way grants are now, you have all these forms and all these sections, and you have to put them in the right place. And I helped them do that. There was 3 of us. That's the only one I'm familiar with. And we haven't received notification, yes or no. Yeah.
I yield the floor. Hurry up, Sheena.
Okay, hold on, Jason. I think that some of them may have questions. I just want to clarify, because with all the problem with the microphones, you couldn't hear. And then there was four categories there, as you can see. The area that had the large grant that was done by Transportation and Transit, you see there, that's that $23 million grant. Obviously, he would assist with that because he has the role. Everybody has a role. Stephanie, you understand that as much as anybody. There's roles when you're submitting grants. And Jason has that role as the program developer. Did he say he designed the grant? No. Did he say he did the grant? No. But between that department and him, they tried to submit that grant. And I remember that day when they were doing that. And Mariah Parker, I believe, transit director, actually helped upload the documents for that grant. So I think that's where the confusion is. You know, if you would look at what you was sent out, look at those four different divisions, you're going to see where it says he assisted. He didn't say he planned on that. I mean, Native Advisory originally did the grant, I believe, Chief Palmer, and then the Transportation Department actually worked very hard on that and tweaked and maybe revised what even our contracted grant writer did on that. Still, there's roles when you have to submit, and Jason is a part of that role when submissions for certain grants. Maybe not all of them. There are certain things I submit when it requires me to do so. But I think that's where the confusion kind of got to, or what I would say misconstrued, and then reported all through the nation to that effect, and got to your band meetings as well, to that effect as well. But the thing of it is it takes all employees, directors, whatever his role is in those particular grant submissions, to work together to better the nation. I don't think anyone wants to take credit for something like what was presented over the last week to 10 days. I do think that people can have their feelings hurt by what they may have thought it said, but I hope it was clarified. Obviously, with all the microphone going in and out for some reason. Yes. Yes, and that might be a point of order to you, but there was, and you were in the parking lot after that finance committee, sir, when Mr. Larney went out there and started calling everybody a liar, and then got a hold of the Transportation Department and said he's trying to take credit for work, for others' works. And then it went out to each and every one of you in that way, and that is not right when it's distinctive here. It's distinctive. Read. Representative Yesleth and Representative Lambert.
Well, there's no confusion. There's a problem. And the problem is you writing a letter of support for somebody who's asking for a hefty raise in a position where he, quote unquote, himself assisted and participated and gave his login information. That's the problem, and it's a slap in the face to the other managers and directors who did partake, and it's their grant. And just because he participated in it, you're asking us to give him a big raise. And that's what I take from it, is that the information he is providing, and yeah, it's broken down, but what about the other employees? What about everybody else who partake?
You have a council resolution that directed him to do that reporting, and that's exactly what he did.
I get that, but here you're telling everybody we're confused. We're not confused.
Oh, well, is every director in the Seminole Nation coming to you and saying this?
Okay, you're the chairman. and you only chair the meeting.
Well,
And so
Chief
you're-
Palmer,
When you,
fine.
yeah, I'd like for you to come down, because
We're gonna regain this floor back.
confusion. There's no confusion, and yes, we get the reporting and we see him doing the reporting, but at the same time, when you do know that others are partaking in this, and it's their grant and their writing, and they're just using his login information or his credentialing, how is that fair? You tell me how that is fair, and how we should explain to those who are asking, how is this fair? How is it fair?
I don't know who all is asking that, but I will share with this, that his department has I don't know, they're not working.
I mean, that section. These other ones have.
Yeah, she asked, so I'm going to explain. There's several employees over the course of time obviously got increases, and you know who those are. He didn't get no increases. He's been here 3 years. He's managing to the extent whatever his role is within those grants. He's managing, and the finance committee's seen that and going over these things. The broadband grant, my lands, pretty much reconstructed that thing. That's a $13 million grant. We, as a nation, especially in that position, it was in a very well-paid position anyway. If you do a consultant, and I think Stephanie's aware of this, if you do a consultant, you know you get 20% a lot of times, or within a certain percentage of the total amount of grant, if you're able to work on those type of grants. He's not saying he did the groundwork on every one of those grants. That's why he differentiated that. But does he deserve a raise as everyone else over the course of the last few years has received? He wouldn't take one last year. But the thing of it is, it's maybe incremental. Is that what you're talking about? Maybe incremental instead of that amount that's proposed. But if you're saying, does the chief support the program developer in the work that he does do for the nation? Well, of course I have to, because it's a very difficult position with only one staffer in that particular position. So yes, I do think there's some confusion, especially if you go out and you promote something that's not totally the facts. And if there's people that's hurt by it, obviously, I've actually addressed that to some extent. I do think that you know, if we're in it for do the Blake Shelton thing and point that finger like this, me. Everybody has a role, and I've got to say that. Kudos. Not everybody got that big of a grant. Transportation did wonderful on that grant. I think they tweaked it. Matter of fact, we were all in a meeting in Tecumseh, Oklahoma, with another grant writer that's did a lot of court grants for us, and transportation was there when we got the announcement that actually grant was awarded. So it's a good thing for everybody. I think as far as the information shared, it could have been taken out of context. I'll say it that much, taken out of context. And I see Representative Lambert. You're chairing, sir.
Representative Lambert, then Representative Hill, then we'll come across the room.
Okay. There's a bunch here that I just want to go into, but for the main part is, you provided your credentials for someone else to use to upload on a federal website?
Yes.
Isn't that illegal or unethical or any of that? I mean, when you give those authorities as the chief, you give it to a specific person to use. And that raises a lot of concern to me as well, because I was not allowed to do that as a program developer. I was not allowed to give my credentials to anyone. I would open up the portal, and then they would be right there, sit down over there. So you were at the location every time someone used your credentials, and you uploaded those up?
Yeah. Yes, I think so, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I know when I'm present for something.
No, I mean, as far as like giving the credentials to somebody And then them going and doing it away from me? No.
Okay,
And I can attest that the times I did see our grant writers or somebody coming in, that they would be in office during some of those, the ones that I was aware of, I did see them present with him.
okay.
I
And so
can say
this-
that.
So like for the transportation ones, you were present when they uploaded those as well? Because I mean,
Yeah, one time we went to, their conference room. Oh, here was an issue. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Does that work? Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I remember one time we went to the conference room and I brought my laptop that has my credentials and everything on it. And I had to let them in over there because they had the screen set up so they could put those, the forms back into it. So yeah, I remember that, we did it some in my office. Yeah, as far as transportation.
okay. So I mean, just saying that out loud is very, I mean, to me, it's very, it raises a big concern that you're just letting out you let someone use your credentials to upload it. But as far as the consultants fees and, all this stuff, one of the things that you told one of our other employees is that whenever you signed on for the position, you signed on as an employee and everything that comes with that. And when we start to ask these questions, this is the first report that we've had from program development since I've been on the council.
How long was that?
Nearly 3 years. So this is the first report, and I know that I had to do those reports every quarter in the past. And the reports and the grants that we reported on, we actually participated in with the grant, we wrote them,
That's these up here.
okay, and that's SSBCI, and I've done those SSBCI grants. So, and I also know that we also did, and I'm really not trying to pick on you, Jason, but I just really want some clarity, and I want some fairness, like we mentioned. But when I did the SSBCI grants, we put in a number, and it was based on, we just answered a couple of questions on a website and pushed submit, and then once we were allocated the money, we had another form that looked a lot like our tribal agenda, our council agenda, and we just filled in the yes, no's, and these are the people that's going to be taking responsibility for these roles, and then we sent it back. Is that what you did with that?
No. Are you talking about the small business?
Yes,
The state small
SSBCI.
business initiative?
Yes. Mhm.
No, we had to write a complete application. And me and the managers that,
DCN.
yeah, DCM, we both had to write that.
Okay.
It was a full-blown application.
Okay. And then, so you wrote the application and submitted it for all of those as well. And once again, Jason, we want clarity. We want to know what's going on. Because like I said, I mean, there's more, I understand what you're saying, because I've done exactly the same list of these type of things at where I work. I've done all of this as well, and plus more. We've also done ICDBG grants, which are quite cumbersome, and we've done. I've done a lot of these processes, so I know the process. But whenever I look at this paperwork and then I hear these other stories, I'm very conflicted with what you're saying that you're doing, and that the time is all balancing out to justify a raise or, even employment. So, but what do you do your day? What do you spend your time during the day doing?
Did you read my report?
Yes, I did read your report.
The actual relevant part.
I read the whole thing, yes, and it was mostly history, and
Not the history. Yeah, that was because this is my first report. I wanted to introduce myself to the council, and I wanted to know what my experience with the tribe. Then I went into, here's a list of.
Yes,
here's
we've seen the list.
Use one of the microphones. Use one of the microphones, because your back is turned.
Give them yours, because they're working.
over the time limit on this?
Well, I yield the floor.
It's working properly. It's working. It's working, but it's not working properly.
Okay, as I seen it, I saw Representative Hill and then Representative Chupko.
I want to make this real fast, okay, Mr. Chamber?
Yeah, I've heard nothing but what you call your past experience, etc. This is not what it's all about. The young man over here on my right, which is a representative, he asked you a question pertaining to how many grants have you written. The answer should be a number-wise, not none of this participation this, and all that. You know, it's only, I mean, answer the question because you're knowledgeable enough to know how many grants you wrote, okay, instead of trying to go around circles and all that. And not only that, some of us here are so confused, we don't even know where you're coming from. You know what I'm saying? What you're doing, how many people that you've had working with you, etc. You're talking about the cards and all of that, abuse, misuse, whatever you want to call it. What I would recommend is that the AG that we have that works for the council, that's us, okay? AG should step in and explicitly tell us what we asking and what you should be responding to, okay? Not all of us trying to be public defenders or people wanting to accuse you of this and that. That's why we have an AG. She should know where we're going at, what we want, okay? It's very simple. How many grants have you wrote? How many grants did you take somebody else's that wrote? You know, all that. We don't want to hear all that, okay? If you did 5 grants, just tell the young man, I did 5 grants, period.
45 minutes.
But you're not going that, you know, you're not going that route, see? And, I mean, here we sit after 30 minutes of not accomplishing nothing.
45.
Okay, Mr. Hill, do you yield the floor? Representative Chupko.
Okay, we need to go ahead and move on because we're 39 minutes into this and we're getting into the resolution. So we need to move on.
Okay, is that the consensus? Is there anything further from Mr. Chambers? Okay, I see none. Thank you. Chair.
Okay, I believe that what Representative Chupko said is to try to move on to the resolutions. Is that what you were inquiring,
So I
Representative?
was saying that we were still on reports and we were into the resolution that we haven't even started resolutions yet. So we need to go ahead and move on to resolutions.
Yeah, that's what I just stated. Is the council want to go on to the resolutions now? Let the directors go home? Okay, we have some that may want to hear somebody else. Representative Petit?
This is questions I've asked the Attorney General to address for the council. Okay.
Address,
Just about 3 questions on some questions I have asked.
yeah, Attorney General, if you would just sit here, I'll slide my mic over. It appears to be the only one operable right now.
Okay, I hope this is pretty great. On March 5th of 22, TR 2223 was passed to ask for an investigation of the PPP monies.
Yes,
Could you bring the people aware of what all transpired in your investigation there?
yes, we had a special meeting and there was an executive session and I have not been given any guidance further.
Okay, I mean, I guess because that went into executive session, whenever that takes place, then we're not to disclose that to the members of our bands and stuff, because that's basically the information we should, keep between ourselves. Is there a problem with releasing that information today to the nation, the members of our nation? They're the ones that asked us to vote to authorize this investigation.
I can prepare a report of I prepared a report of our findings and we can circulate that. We can't discuss what was discussed in executive session unless you'd like to come out of executive session and make a resolution or a motion on anything in executive session, and that did not happen that night. We can do it now. it's still an open, it hasn't been resolved to my knowledge.
How would you recommend we do that? Just because we're not in executive session now, we've already came out of executive session the night that you're talking about that we met. But
Right.
is there a way that it can be discussed in open session now? And like I said, it's just 2 or 3 simple questions about that. I mean, what did your investigation, and you can redact any information that is, you know, would be pertaining to anybody that, we don't want to keep the names out of it, although we know who the investigation's about. But, I mean, is there anything as far as saying what took place on that, what your investigation resolved?
There's a report, and I would prefer, because I haven't looked at it in quite a while, to redact the report and present that to council, if that would be satisfactory.
Okay, so, and would we have the ability at that time to share that with our?
Yes.
Board? Okay, if you'll please do that.
Okay,
Appreciate that.
I will.
Okay. And now the other question, under Article 5, Section F, it says that, I guess as you being our Attorney General, it's about the council's ability to enter into contracts.
Yes.
There's quite a bit of construction going on this mission grounds, and we've heard from some today that there's some construction going to be starting in the future. Have you had ability to, or have you had the opportunity to review any of those contracts?
I review most or many of the contracts that go through. I have no way to know what I don't see. But if there's any sort of question with any contract, yes, they send it to our office.
Oh, well, I mean, when it's brought to you, each one of these projects that has a different contractor awarded to it, do you review those contracts?
I do not know that I review every contract, especially if it's under someone else's, within someone else's signatory authority or budgeted amounts. I probably do not review every contract, only when there's a question affecting potential liability or sovereignty of the nation.
Okay, well, that's some of what I was wanting to get to on that, is the protection and sovereignty of the nation, but protecting our people too. But also, in some of these projects, I wanted to make sure that there was language written into them that these contractors provided a warranty of their services, and like you said, as far as you know, sovereignty of our nation, protecting us, that these contractors are bonded, and there's instances that relate to that.
Procurement is here.
Yes.
Procurement is here. You're addressing a procurement type format.
Well, I think that what I'm trying to address is that as our attorney, that she reviews those to protect us as a council, and that's my concern.
And I do work closely with procurement. If she ever has a concern, she sends things over to me.
Okay, well, like I said,
And as far as warranty and bonding and insurance language, we always make sure that's in there. Yes, absolutely.
well, like I said, my concern is it doesn't seem like we ever get any knowledge of any of that taking place, and we just want to make sure, because, you know, we're supposed to be good stewards of the monies and protection of our members of our nation, that all that's taking place, and we're hoping that you are looking into that for us. So that
I look at the items to protect you. I don't make business decisions or negotiate contracts. But as far as sovereignty and liability, potential lawsuits, making sure we're insured, bonded, warranties, yes. And especially with procurement, she's very good about sending things over.
Okay. All right.
Is that it?
Well, I really got one more question, because it's in some resolutions that you've provided since your employment. And I've asked you this before to give a definition of, you know, I've asked you about some different words, but in these resolutions, several of them have the term to develop a plan. Could you tell us what that is?
I cannot tell you more than the plain language meaning of what those words mean, develop a plan. If someone else is tasked with developing a plan, I do not develop the plan for them. I do not know what the plan is. Many things that come across my desk say we are to develop a plan to do this, to spend certain monies. But each department is tasked with that. That's not my office.
So you would basically leave that up to us and our intelligence as to how we would interpret that statement?
I would, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
for the Attorney General? Okay, yeah, Val.
Sorry.
It's been a while, but, that tax situation that we had at the, gaming up there, was that ever resolved through your office?
The problem with W-2Gs?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it has been, and we are working with every single person that might have a problem. We haven't seen any in quite some time. If you hear anyone report anything that's a problem with the tax, I can't remember what tax year it was now, it was a couple years ago. There was a decimal problem, and we have worked with everyone who has come forward to resolve all their tax issues, and I do believe they are all resolved, but I can't guarantee.
Well, could you give us a report on that, because I'm being asked by band members too.
Okay.
About it, so I can give them in black and white.
And obviously, there's a statute of limitations for collection for IRS, and so at some point, we're going to be cleared with all of those. You know, if they don't come within 3 years, the IRS isn't going to be able to bring them. But yes, I will bring a report, a redacted report on PPP, and I will write a report on the W-2G issue.
Okay, and then the other one is, well, it might be more for the administration. Does the administration realize that our Attorney General's contract is up in February?
January or February, yes. I can't remember.
Because we've got to put out a, what do they call that?
A request for proposals.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know if they know. Yes. I have to run again in January or before. My 3 years is up.
Remember, RFPs need to be closed.
What?
RFP, what they call it.
Yeah, I assume they'll use the same format as they did last time. It's kind of a standard format, but if the council, I mean, that is between you and them. Has.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a request for proposals. It's not just yours.
Right. You could get 100.
Tim could put down there, he wants this job. I know he won't, but he could put down, he wants this job, you know? And any number of attorneys out there could submit an RFP. So when are we going to start advertising that, Chief?
Well, if it's coming up in January, I would say normally 60 days out. Yeah, about 60 days out, and procurement would do that.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, I've seen 2 hands waving. Okay, Representative Naraki, Fusachi? Yes.
Thank you. Just a simple question. I was looking at the Tushita, John Tushita, Navigating Global LLC. I'm not sure who to address this to, if it's to the AG or to the chief. Just a brief report on what's going on with that.
You mean Mr. Tasuda's investigation or job?
Yeah.
That's chief.
I think John provided a report to the council. It should be on your portal.
It is. It's not like that.
Is there a specific question?
What is the status as far as the reports? I mean, as far as the John Tushita?
Yeah, John Tasuda.
Yeah. What's the status?
The process is continuing as far as him positioning us for our best opportunity to both receive a possible bill being drafted for the minerals. We met with Congress representative from Congress about 3 weeks ago. Will be Congressman Bice, but we also are meeting with some senators here soon. He has a scope of a plan of how to arrive to that on the minerals. We hope to get support from congressional folks on that. On the former reservation lands, that is also being a topic of discussion, you know, with people on Capitol Hill, and a solicitor's report most likely will come from that. We have received a letter that we don't want to misinterpret what it means, but it is positive. A lot of times the interior at the Washington level will not necessarily give you something in writing. Sometimes they'll say things and it's a process of trying to get them to put something in writing. But we did receive something in writing on a two-part agreement on our initial original lands and reservation, which is the unassigned lands, as we all know, Oklahoma history. A two-part agreement is an agreement with the governor of the state of Oklahoma. I think when the four tribes, and I'm not going to mention them, y'all know who they are, they've been in a court case for their compacts, and whether they had areas in their compacts, if they had what we call, they had placed things in their compacts that was not yet approved by the state of Oklahoma. So that's at the Supreme Court. We thought a ruling would come out before now, this summer. It has not come out yet, but we do believe, and I've always believed, that the Seminole Nation has some game in that arena. Unfortunately, we do have what appears to be an adversarial governor towards Indian country, but that letter basically says they will assist us in a two-part agreement, and that two-part agreement has to work with the governor of the state of Oklahoma.
Thank you.
So we may be up to a tough decision unless you say we want to wait till he's out of office or see if business is business. I don't know. That would be a council decision.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Petit.
Okay, Representative Shaw brought the situation regarding an RFP. This council on September 18th, 21, passed resolution TR 2021-37, requesting an RFP for the position of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma's Attorney General. And unfortunately, it looked like her verbal authorization or consideration of this council to hire local associates was not done until January 29th of 22. And while it didn't seem, that's 4 months' time it took to get that accomplished. I wanted to question, is that something we can address in other business today?
To do an RFP? Council doesn't have to direct us to do an RFP. We can do that RFP, and we can do that, within the next, probably after Nation Days, we can put one out. I think when you have in tribal code, the term of an attorney general, which used to be 1 year. We used to vote on this every year. Representative Narkemy, when you was on here years ago, we did it every year. And then it changed to a 3-year period in tribal code. So we can just take the tribal code there and abide by it like we normally do.
So any recommended changes be made to the tribal code need to be addressed then at that time?
For our Attorney General?
Yes.
I would say do it before the RFP if there's some possible amendments to tribal ordinance.
Okay.
Usually you don't like tribal ordinance being verbal.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. I don't want to make one that way. I just want to do it the proper way, but like I said, I have my own personal opinion of what I think needs to be addressed in that, so maybe I can coordinate with her to get that done prior to us placing the RFP. All right, thank you.
Okay. Are we through with directors? And we'll go on to the resolutions and ordinances that are before us today. If we're finished with seeing directors come, we appreciate everybody who had patience with us out in the gallery, and you have a good remaining part of your weekend. Thank you for being here today, for your directors. Okay.
Move over all directors, please.
We have right here, when we said that we were going to go to the ordinances, there was no objections at the beginning of the meeting. So we're going to go out of the order of the agenda based. Is there any objections now to go out of the order of agenda as we agreed to it this morning? There is no objections that I can see. So we're going straight to TO 224-08, and that's what we have before us, introduced by the BCRC. Representative Larney? This is tribal ordinance now, tribal ordinance 2024-08.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending section 609, 610, 611, 613, 614, 618, 624, and adding 610B to the Seminole Nation Motor Vehicle Registration Code, codified as Chapter 6, Title 28 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws to 1. Remove SUVs from the definition of farm vehicles. 2. Limit registration of passenger vehicles to 6 total passenger vehicles per tribal member. 3. Apportionment of the portion of the personalized tax fee for domestic violence tax to the Seminole Nation Domestic Violence Activity Fund. 4. Correcting inconsistent provisions in section 613. 5. Increasing trailer registration fees from 0.5% to 1.0%. 6. Increasing the duplicate title fee from $5 to $11. 7. Increasing the lost tag fee from $5 to $10. And 8. Adding 0.5% excise tax on farm trucks as provided in the amendments attached hereto.
Okay, we got, this is introducing of that TO 224. I think it was elaborated on this morning when BCR was here, and they're probably still here. So this is this a motion to approve that tribal ordinance with those amendments?
I'm asking for a motion and a second.
Okay. There's a second with Representative Dethridge. That motion was made by Representative Larney. Is there any discussion? Do you need to talk with the Attorney General on any of these, or Tim Brown, who's here today as well? Representative Lambert?
There's some inconsistency in the resolution when it's talking about domestic violence. In one area it says $5, but I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment to line 100 to change that from 20% to $5, so it's consistent with the other, with lines 100 or 52 and 177.
Okay.
It's just a small change, but
Is everybody identifying with what Representative Lambert's speaking about?
Now, can you say that one more
Right there,
time?
isn't it?
okay. In lines 52 and lines 177, it says domestic violence will receive $5 from every tax sale, and then in line 100, it says 20%. So I'm asking that in line 100, it reflect $5 to keep some consistency. One or the other. But it is. I have to go
She
back
said
and-
line 52.
Dang it. Okay.
That's not it right there. That's not.
Go down to line 100.
I think because it's ordinance, maybe we'll have a comment from one of the attorneys behind us as well. I think it's something simple, but maybe they should comment on it.
It's just, there was a typo, instead of saying 20% in the line Representative Lambert cited, it should say $5, correct?
Correct.
There was a typo.
Okay, well, that's, I know.
It's almost at the level of a Scrivener error. We didn't
Yeah.
catch
Okay,
it.
it's a typo of 20%, it should be $5. Is that
Yes.
accepted?
Yeah, yes, it's accepted.
Okay, all right, thank you. With that amendment to that tribal ordinance, instead of 20%, $5. Okay, Representative McCoy.
We just have a question from our band. They wanted to know, does this include trailer houses? I guess it's specifically not mentioned under like fee for recreational vehicles, motorhomes, manufactured homes. I assume a trailer house is something different, so can I just get some clarification on that?
Tim?
Yes, trailer houses are different. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Hello?
There you go.
Trailer houses are different. Manufactured homes, there's a separate section. I can't remember exactly what section it is off the top of my head, but this was just intended to apply to, I believe, trailers, and there's 2 or 3 different things there, but it's not things that you can live in. It's not RVs, it's not mobile homes or trailer homes. So.
Thank you, Tim.
Any other questions on this item? Okay, this is TO 2024-08 with that slight amendment of 20% to $5, okay, within that section. Secretary, call the roll. TRO 2024-08.
Leanna Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcomi.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcomi.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Janita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 26 yes, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TO 2024-08 has passed. TO 2024-09, Representative Larney.
A tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending Title 36 Seminole Nation of Oklahoma Game and Fish Code to enhance the existing laws of Title 36 through the adoption of a comprehensive wildlife management code that will allow the Seminole Nation participation and good faith compliance with the 5 tribes intertribal hunting and fishing compact, formerly known as the 5-Tribe Wildlife Management. Reciprocity agreement as provided in the amendment attached here too. I make that a motion for a second.
The motion's made by Representative Larney. I've seen the second by Representative Thunder. Is there any discussion? Representative Lambert.
Once again, I would want to see if we can change that, just an amendment, see if you'll accept another amendment to that, changing it to effective January 1st of 2025 instead of immediately. So that way it would give us time to accept my second amendment possibly of getting an appropriation for, from the LADC F funds for someone to monitor that, like a game warden, a CLEAT certified game warden, or if that's, I mean, that might be a question for the attorney, Kim Brown. But is it a CLEAT certified? Is that what we need, or for ours? Or is there another certification that we would need for federal? I know that there's.
No. You hear me now?
Yes.
So the CLEAT certification would be the minimal certification for serving as the game warden. I think that's going to be something that'll be under Light Horse, and I think Light Horse, they should be listening, so As far as that part of that component, we've kind of left to them to determine, you know, what the amount of money would be. But at this time, that's part of the issue with implementation is that we need the time to set up the licensing process and then you know, bring back all those changes for the council to then approve, so we can get this thing finalized. This is really just the first step in trying to get our hunting and fishing code or our game and fish code. The reason we called it game and fish is because that's what it was. It's already in Title 36 as game and fish. I thought it'd be easier just to keep it consistent.
So what we're really needing right now is just a modification of change.
We're just asking for a modification. After
So we have time.
we started talking about it, you know, it was realized we can't do this tomorrow. We can't do this effective immediately. We're gonna have to set up a process and then set up space and, you know, all the administrative side of trying to set up, you know, the process of licensing and issuing licenses. And so I think that's basically what we're doing is this is the first step to set up, to authorize us to set up, you know, all these different processes that we're gonna have to go through in order to implement this, so.
So what we really need right now is more than anything is just to change that date to January 1st of 2025 rather than immediately.
And that's just the effective date.
And then we can work on the appropriation and that type of stuff and getting that to Finance Committee in the time between here and there.
Correct.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, it's acceptable.
Tiffany, do you accept that, Tiffany? The modification to change, or the amendment to change that? Okay.
Change from immediately to January 1st, 2025. Yes.
Jeez.
That's Wayne that called for question.
You weren't looking at it again. Anyways.
I'm reading everything that they're talking about here. Okay.
I just have a question. How or will this affect our current Wildlife Parks and Recreation Department in any way?
Well, it was intended to build on the current Title 36. So we all know that Title 36 was passed, what was it, 2019, 2020? But it was very abbreviated. It was not the code that I prepared back, that we then presented to the chief, and then somehow got presented to the bands, somehow got to council and it changed. So the intent is to expand Title 36 and to actually implement more. I mean, that's really what it is. It's just the existing Title 36. It basically says, okay, well, we're going to have a hunting and fishing code, but we're going to leave it to this game and fish department to set it up and to do all the regulations, and nothing's happened. And so instead of doing it by regulation, we're going to do it by code, which is what this is. This is basically bringing everything back to the council, letting the council approve it. That's the process that we've always done at Seminole. I think that's the way the general counsel seems to like it, is that they have a lot more input. And I think that this will allow more of the council to have their say in how they want things done. Right now, this code expands the existing Title 36. It's fairly consistent with the state hunting and fishing laws, specifically on the bag limits, things like that. So that way, whenever we do implement this, it's not going to be completely different. Everybody needs to understand that really the big change going forward is that you don't have to buy a license from the state. We've always known that, but now it's in our law. But you will buy a license from your tribe. And so that's all this does, is it just changes the source. You know, you can't go out and you can't kill as many deer as you want. You can't go out and keep as many fish as you want. You can't do all of the things that some people would like to do. But we all know that from, a good game management and making sure that we have enough fish, we have enough deer in different game, that we need to manage those things, and so that's what this is providing.
Representative Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you planning to clarify if we will have one-day fishing license or lifetime fishing license? Are we doing it in stages?
I think we're gonna have to do that in stages. It was something that, like I said, this is step one. If that's something that you want to propose, if it's not, if anything that's not in there that you want to do, just, call the Attorney General or call me, and then, we'll get together and we'll propose it and we'll get it set up to where we can amend it and add things. Because it is going to be something that I think it'll be a benefit to our tribal members. I think it'll be something that we have already reached out and met with, Light Horse obviously is involved in this. We've talked to the existing Game and Fish and Parks and Rec. We've also reached out to the Sheriff's Department to let them know that this is what we're gonna do, because there's only one game warden, that's a state game warden. They are not cross-commissioned. They cannot enforce our law. Until we feel comfortable that they will respect our sovereignty, they're not gonna be cross-commissioned. And that's something else that we'll probably come back to the council if we do get to that point where we think we can work with this person. But right now, we're cross-commissioned with the Sheriff's Department, City of Seminole, some of the other. But it's the Sheriff's Department that's going to go out and, whenever people get calls that somebody's hunting on my land, that's who's going to be getting calls. And so we have a really good relationship with the Sheriff's Department, so we wanted to let them know, hey, just do what you've been doing. If somebody's out there breaking the law, write a ticket and send it to tribal court. And they're like, we can do that. And that's what we expect, so.
Thank you. My question, Mr. Chair, this may be for our executive team. We can send you a list of things that coincide with what the State Wildlife Department does, because we don't want to exclude anybody that's not going to fish for a long period of time.
Correct.
They may just come, so we can send that. But my question to you, Chief, is do we need to amend it today, or if this passes today?
I think we can probably bring it back, because, the implementation date is January 1st. My expectation is that by January 1st, we will have identified other changes that we need to make. And so if you'll send us your changes, we can blend those together, so that way we're not having to do multiple changes.
Thank you.
Just one clarification, and when these first laws came to be, we were in the other old council house, and it was the other administration that brought those laws that were not the ones that were presented to the public at the time. And I still see some of the employees here who were part of that presentation. They're smiling back there, but Mary Mahunkashay was the director at that time. It was brought up that this is not the law. This is not the one that was presented to the Seminole people, but this council passed it anyway at that time. So I just want to clarify that.
You want me to clarify that?
No, I did.
No. I was like, I'm not going to put it back there. I touched on it, and that's.
Well, you said it was sent to chief, and here I said.
Everybody under the bus, but it was definitely not what was presented to the bank.
Yeah, I knew that. I was assistant chief and pointed it out at the time. Okay, any other questions? If not, Leanna.
My point is, I want to be clear that the freedmen are entitled to this as well. That's you or to them.
They're a part of helping write the law.
I think right now it's written as tribal members, so if you want to include the freedmen, I think that's something that I've told the freedmen that they need to get approval of the council, and that's unfortunately the way that I always try to interpret it, so.
So this doesn't include the freedmen?
I would say at this point,
I think what you have, you'll have some disparity, like with the Cherokees. The Cherokees are citizens, and they consider all themselves citizens. So if we do this in the Cherokee, a Cherokee freedman comes over here and we have this agreement with all the other tribes, we're not going to be able to dispute that. Because if we agree with it with the other 5 tribes, the Cherokees, and we all know their stance on that, we know that. I'm just giving you an example and giving an example to the council of what kind of situation we'll be faced with. I mean, I will say this, that there was at one time that the Seminoles by blood stood for a man to hunt freely and to protect his family. And there was almost a war over that. And it was Seminoles by blood protecting the descendants of the freedmen at that time. And that's cataloged. And that was our ancestors who did that. But the way it's written right now, it's the way he's stated. The way it's written.
I think the
It says members. It says members.
There's the distinction of using the term tribal members.
Is there something that the council wants to settle right now on this? I mean, we all know the terminology that's used both in the treaty and within our tribal laws. Is members is what the council wants to stay with, or is there some entertainment to maybe amend that for enrolled Seminole citizens? I'm asking the whole council. Obviously, there's probably some that would.
Well, you had a 2-part question. You said, is it something you want to...
If it says members, that's what it means, you know, and that's the interpretation of, historic interpretation of the Seminole people. Representative Fulbright.
Are you talking about just this particular item, or are you?
Yes, fishing and wild, fishing. Somebody feeding their family. Hunting. This is an ordinance.
Ordinance,
Representative Petit.
Chair, given how deep this conversation is about this, should this not be something we should take back to our bands and perhaps table this for right now?
I think that we can come back, and if you want to change it later, like I said, we're going to be coming back in January. But if we table it, it ain't going to be January. And it, you know, you keep pushing it out, and our tribal members, you're probably kicking it out 3 months. And so now you're just pushing it down the road. And if we want to get it perfect before we adopt it, our tribal members are going to be waiting years. And so that's the question. The reason that I brought it in the condition that it is today is to get it moving, to get it to where we're one step closer. You know, as of January 1st, I expect that we'll have amendments prior to January 1st.
What I do want to remind you of, when it does all get passed, and we have Cherokee freedmen citizens coming over here to fish, and then our own Seminole tribal citizens freedmen can't, that's just, you know, it is your decision. You're the lawmakers.
Well, Chair and Tim, I recognize what you're saying right there. We don't want to delay this any further down the road, but if we're looking to make it effective January 1st, in that time period between now and then, can you not come back and we change as far as the ordinance, make an amendment to the ordinance, or change it at that time? Can that be done?
Correct. That's what I'm saying is that everybody who has, like, you know, she was talking about making sure that we were consistent, certain things with the state. If she'll send those to us, we're going to be coming back either before January 1st, or if we have a meeting in January, it may be on that January meeting, depending on how quickly we can get all those things lined up. But specifically, I don't think it would be that onerous just to add in there tribal members and tribal citizens.
Enrolled tribal citizens covers everybody, and let folks eat and fish and hunt.
And like I say,
Our elders, who are a lot more advanced than we are today, defended that and almost went to war with the Creek Nation over that.
But like I'm saying, to get clarity on it, if we pass the resolution as it is today, with the date of January 1st then DCR can come back and say if we have a meeting after Christmas or somewhere along there, and they say, hey, we think we've got everything, we're all, correct and everything, we would just be amending the ordinance at that time again.
Correct.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
So get the ball rolling today
Yes.
with a January date.
Yes.
Okay, before we go to the question, I saw Representative Lambert, Representative Narcomi, and then Representative Shaw. And I see your hand as well, Representative Pittman. Representative Lambert.
I was just going to say exactly what Tim said, is just bring it back. We do have a quarterly meeting in December.
Okay. Representative Narcomi?
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment, I guess, if the sponsor will accept it, that might head off this argument completely. To change the word member to Seminole Nation enrollee, anyone enrolled in the Seminole Nation. Just change the word member to
Enrolled tribal
enrolled
citizen.
tribal member.
Tribal citizen, and that covers everybody.
Point of information on that, as much as I hate to go against the thing is, it says in there, in order for them to become members or part of this nation, we gotta change our constitution, and that takes a vote of the people. That is not a vote of this general council sitting here saying, yeah, that means I have to go out, I can make 10% on this one, I wanted to.
That's not what they're asking, Representative Shaw. They're saying enrolled tribal citizens, which encompasses all certified enrolled citizens of the Seminole Nation. Actually, we're members by blood, there's no doubt about that, and no quarrel about that either, but we are all citizens.
If you allow this, as a council, we allow this to go through, as John said, and we broke our constitution, we're just might as well just throw the constitution out the window.
Well, we need to implement it now to do the administration work.
Well, he asked for a friendly amendment, is accepted.
He's the sponsor, and he's the one who gets to accept the amendment.
There's a friendly amendment made, and there's not a consensus of the council, and as I can see, there's not going to be one. Do you accept it? And if you don't accept it, it can go to a vote to add it in, but or do you accept it?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and accept it.
Who was the second on this?
I was thinking of using a different terminology instead of enrollee, just put members and citizens. That way it's smooth across the board.
That would work as well. Members and citizens, though?
Yes.
Is that what you changed your friendly amendment to?
It works out the same way.
It does, from a terminology point of view. Okay. Okay, well, that is this TO 2024-09 with those amendments. Representative Petit.
Okay, Mr. Brown, now that they've brought the term citizens in there, okay, does that mean anybody that resides within the Seminole Nation reservation?
That's it. I want to clarify something here. It should be certified enrolled members and citizens of the Seminole Nation.
And that's what, within our code.
Because we did the same thing on the tags. I mean, there was a thing on the tags that it could have been, but everybody said, does that mean anybody? Because you're within the exterior boundaries of a reservation. And technically it did, really. Anyone that lives within the exterior boundaries of this reservation. But if you say certified enrolled members and citizens, that means who's on that tribal enrollment. Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable? And is that acceptable? Okay, that's what it is.
This is a question for the attorney.
Representative Lena.
Yes. On this change, if we make this change, is there any bigger implications in the future of this?
I don't think so. I think that would create consistency with the way that we've looked at our law historically. I think we've always recognized that there's a distinction between tribal members and tribal citizens. And I think that it would just expand to include our Seminole freedmen. I think that would be the only effect.
Chair,
Yeah, it's fishing and hunting, guys.
call for question.
Way back in the back. Representative Fixico.
I think we should stay with the Constitution, because we're always fighting them, but still yet we need to stay with the Constitution by blood. That's what I say.
Well, just a clarification on the Constitution, this amendment would actually abide by that Constitution. Okay.
Do you mind if we call Sharon with the BCR up to make sure that this is going to be okay? I mean, that all these changes are going to be all right with our office, with our BCR office, because this is a little bit.
Well, Sharon doesn't make the laws for this
No,
tribe.
but she can give us advice from her side, because she is there daily on the tax side.
We have the attorney right here, and we have an expert tax attorney back here.
Okay.
Y'all don't want to go, I mean, he already gave what he thought, I thought.
I've given you what I think, but I also know that Sharon probably, she has a different perspective on the administrative side, which is not the legal side, so.
Well, one thing I think you don't want to happen when it all gets finalized, you don't want Cherokee citizen freedmen over here fishing, and the Seminole Nation doesn't even allow their freedmen citizens to fish. I think that would just be a blow, morally.
Call for question.
I see Representative Chupko's hand.
Yeah, we're 30 minutes into this.
I see that, Representative Chupko. This is tribal ordinance, and it's the law. Okay, we had an accepting of members and citizens over here, enrolled, certified enrolled members and citizens of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and that's where we're at. So if there's no other comments, we're going to call the roll. Secretary? No, they accepted it. It's this ordinance with that amendment accepted. It's this tribal ordinance 2024-7909 with the amendment as stated. Okay, here we are.
Leanna
Secretary.
Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Abstain.
John Narcome,
Abstain.
Joseph Billy,
I'm not John Narcomen, Dave.
so David Narcome,
Abstain.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Marilyn Moore, Ensign Lena,
No.
Richmond Larney,
No.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge, Willis Dethridge,
No.
Desiree Emerton,
No.
I have 14 yeses, 8 noes, 6 abstain.
With a count of 14 yes and 8 noes, and how many abstentions?
6.
6 abstentions, I declare TO 2024-09 with those amendments to have passed. Okay, we're going back to the front part of the agenda. Under new business with the resolutions. TR 2024-73, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Sharon Lee Pakia to the Seminole Nation Election Board. Entertain a motion to that effect?
Chair, I'll make a motion. A second.
Motion by Representative Fulbright, seconded by Representative Harjo.
Chair, can I ask if we can combine the 3 appointments to the election board, if there's no objection?
No, we reject.
If there's okay, don't talk across. What Representative Fulbright is asking if we can combine all 3 of the election board resolutions as one vote. Is there any objections to that? Okay, there's some exceptions to it. Okay, there's a motion and a second on this one right here, and this is TR 2024-73. Representative Petit.
Chair, we had a Facetchi band member that's currently been a member of this election board, and I believe his term doesn't expire until September. So, do we need to get a correction? I believe, and this is my understanding of her, he and was it Miss Johnson or something was the other one? Have we received official notifications from them that they've released their positions?
I received that he doesn't want to be on the election board, coming up. So he has informed me that.
Okay.
Because I did ask him.
And our band chief contacted him regarding that same thing, but do we have anything official as far as the other person? We don't want to put another 3 people in here if we do and already have one of those still active that hasn't, the council has not received a letter of resignation or something or been removed from them. That's just what I want to make sure we didn't overload that board capacity. Yeah, because we need 3. I mean, there's no doubt.
Right. Former Representative Hooper has conveyed to me that he doesn't want to serve on the election board, going forward. So.
But Chair, we have no question about that. We just wanted to make sure. I believe there was Miss Johnson also that, we've not ever received an official
Chair,
notice from her.
Chair, on the committee reports that our General Counsel Secretary, it showed that she had resigned, Deborah Johnson, on the committee reports that you did. She resigned.
No, he's not speaking. Oh, are you
He's
speaking of
asking about
Deborah?
that one.
Yeah, Deborah definitely resigned.
Okay.
Yes, I was thinking you was thinking about former Representative Hooper.
Well, like I said, I was addressing both of them because I wasn't aware that we'd ever received a notice of that.
Yes.
If she has that in her reports, but I'm just saying, I don't recall that being declared a vacancy to us as a council, if that's been clarified. Thank you.
It might be on the portal. Did you send that out at the time? I think so. Yeah, she thinks she sent it out on the portal. But it can get all mixed up on that portal. Okay, here we are, back to the original motion, okay? This is TR 2024-73. Secretary, call the roll, Secretary.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narcomi.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Anastasia Pittman. Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcomi.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 18 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 10 no, 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2024-73 to have passed. TR 2024-74, a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the appointment of Suji Harjo to the Seminole Nation Election Board.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Walker's her maiden name. Yeah. There's a motion and a second.
Call for question.
Secretary?
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Abstain.
David Narkemy.
Abstain?
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo.
No.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 14 yeses, 12 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 14 yes, 12 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2...
Two abstentions.
Okay.
Two abstentions.
14 yeses, 12 noes, and 2 abstentions.
Okay, correction. With a count of 14 yes, 12 no, and 2 abstentions, I declare TR 2024-74 to have passed. TR 2024-75, Representative Leon Petit.
A resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the sale of the self and children the properties to the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for $1,500,000, contingent upon the Seminole Energy LLC obtaining financing for future energy projects to be developed on the properties, and Seminole Energy LLC providing financing to Seminole Nation Division of Commerce for the purchase of the properties. Make a motion, ask for a second.
There's a motion by Representative Petit to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Narkemy. Fushutzi. We do have Sindok here, the chairman. There's some questions. Come on forward, Chief. I'm going to give you mine, and if somebody has a question, just point them out for you.
Let me open briefly by giving you some additional information that we were not able to put within the resolution for discussion. We handed out at lunch a general document that provides a couple of things. One is it gives you the general strategy for Seminole Nation Energy, and it also gives you some specific information about the project that we're looking to locate on the Bow Lakes property. And I'm going to ask our partner in this project, Mr. Pat. Yes, Pat Seabury, to kind of discuss that project with you. Pat.
Sure. Talking about the Bowlegs project. Well, the plan at Bowlegs is to set up a 200 megawatt solar solution out there and then use that power, or a green source of power, to create hydrogen. So bring water into that, crack the hydrogen out of that and store it in container trucks or in tube trucks, so to speak, and then have it shipped off to be sold to probably one of the large energy companies. There's several we're talking to, like BP or Exxon and folks like that. So in essence, it's a solar array and then creating some hydrogen to be sold into the marketplace. And the off-takers that we're looking at are those types of companies or in Air Products. So we're still in discussions with a lot of that piece of the project as this development moves forward. So or starts to kind of, find its feet and into the feasibility of the project. So, any questions?
Any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, do we have any equipment currently that helps us change our water into hydrogen?
Currently?
Clean water, yes.
Not to my knowledge, there's not any of that on site today. That's a product called an electrolyzer, and that's where that happens, where the power comes in and separate hydrogen and oxygen, and then the hydrogen is for sale.
Is that included in this project?
Yes.
Are we gonna
Yes.
acquire these things?
All these things would be acquired against the project called, call it Bowlegs Hydrogen.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. So, when we talk about net profit after debt, have we planned to replicate this, or are we just having it at the Bowlegs location?
At the moment, it's just at the Bowlegs location. We have been told that there might be more possibility for additional offtake from these companies we've been talking to. So they have talked about, hey, maybe you could do a Bowlegs 1 and a Bowlegs 2.
Right.
Yes.
And so are we planning to sell the product?
We're planning to sell the hydrogen to them.
Okay.
And in Bowlegs 1, Bowlegs 2, we would develop that further and then bring that in front of council for thought processes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, do I? Okay.
How long is the project going to take? When is it going into effect, when it gets started?
It'll take a couple of years to get it done from the beginning to the end. And how that works is we'd want to be started if we can, in 2020, by the third or fourth quarter of this year, and some of that early engineering verification kind of process, and then try to move into construction of the project next year in 2025.
What about the finance?
The financing is in development along with, the way this project kind of works is there's been a lot of design and engineering work and study done on the property out there. And then along with that path is the capital. So it kind of happens with, you have the inputs, which would be the project, which would be the land conversation we're having today, and then the solar and the different pieces that come together. And then there's the off-taker, which is the people who will off-take what we're going to produce. And we marry those up on a 15 or 25-year, off-take and project kind of, package for the banks and the capital sources. And so when it comes to capital sources, we're sort of looking at all of the above, everything that we can look at. We have some private capital that could come in, that's looking to come in and bring the equity in the different pieces to one side of the project, and then kind of help with the debt and the loan on the entire package.
So the finance is going to come
From us, we're working with that, yes.
all the finance?
Yes, yes.
And do you have an idea how much it's going to cost?
On the interest rates,
Well, you've got those numbers.
Hey, I think the capital cost is about $630 million for the entire project. Yeah, so definitely going to be, an impactful project, and it's a complicated project. It's been going on in the background as far as the studies and the engineering for quite some time now. I'd say up to a year. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Dethridge, did you have a question?
Within this 2-year time span, will you produce electricity?
Most of what we're going to be doing is the production of the hydrant. I do believe we have a small amount of electricity that will be sold to OG&E at the site.
When will the Seminole Nation, when will they receive this $1.5 million? At what point within this 2-year time span will we know for certain that we're going to receive $1.5 million?
That would be as upon project funding. For the kickoff of the project, we would execute on that payment then.
There will be a solar farm in the Bow Lakes area within 2 years.
That's what the project is stated to accomplish, yes.
Only if we get financed.
Yeah, barring something happening. I mean, it's.
Question a couple of you have asked. The very last page of this is the project timeline. So it gives you, and the project is proceeding on 2 different scales. One is you start with the hydrogen, start with the solar farm, and then once that's developed, and somewhat in concert, but then the hydrogen will follow. So the timeframes that the engineering group has outlined are here. I think complete project, both components, actually delivered, you're talking, what do you see, about Carlos said 7 years, more or less is what you put in here. The information regarding the basic financing of this is also here as well. It's on page 6, talks a little bit about the size and scope of the size of the solar array, how much we generate, and other aspects of it, all the way down to the total capital expense. But it also tells you a little bit about where we are right now in the development of the project, what we would expect the net income to be after debt service. Now that's the piece that would crude simulation, Seminole Energy, that's the piece that would start the distribution from there. This is subject to change because right now we're pursuing financing along multiple tracks, potential financing. One is 100% investment from outside. Second is, depending on how it's structured, possibly loan financing, where we get a different structure. So, depending on which direction we actually go with the financing, what becomes most immediately available, that could change some of the dynamics. So, but what you're looking at is what we expect the project to produce right now based on the current evaluation of the site and what we expect to be able to produce from that location.
Okay, I'm going to recognize Representative Lambert, Pittman, and then Lena in that order. Did you have your hand up? Okay. Representative Lambert, and we'll come across to Ms. Osborne, Pittman, and then Lena, and then we're going to be really close on time.
This question is for Chief Harjo. Can you explain why we need to sell it to you guys rather than just allowing you guys, because I think we've already approved you guys to use it for this project.
No, actually, you haven't approved us to use this piece of property. You could lease it to us, that's an option. One of the reasons we chose this in our initial presentation to you is we're well aware that the nation is looking for some sort of return early in the project, and we thought that would be a good way to provide that, because we could build the acquisition cost into the financing of the project.
And the project is kind of the responsibility for it would shift from tribal council to SINDOC.
And the other reason is I think we're still paying a note, we're still making note payments on the property. So this would allow us, one, you to get some cash return for what you've already paid out and stop the payments at the general fund level going forward. So that's why we chose that discipline.
Representative Osborne.
My question is similar to that. You're saying now, we sell this to you, to send out.
Yes.
And we get to reap some of the benefits early on.
Well, the money from the sale of the land would be the initial benefit.
Okay, at the beginning.
Yeah, in the beginning.
But the after effect, is there a certain percentage that you cut us back on?
Well,
Since not gonna be owning it.
That will be determined. The project will be owned by Seminole Nation Energy, which is a 51% entity
Okay.
of a tribal entity under Bucksy Heights. So whatever we earn will be split between us and our partners, and then Wilton, the nation, will decide how to distribute the.
So 51% and 49% is the partner? Yes. Okay, so if anything goes belly up, then what happens?
If everything goes belly up in a project like this, and all of that risk is allocated to the entity, to the new LLC company, so we'll allocate that risk to the SPE.
So the value of the product that you were using, if it does not prosper, you get that back?
Yes, it goes back to the LLC to be, I guess, auctioned off or something like that if we weren't successful in running, a hydrogen production facility.
I'm just looking at both ends of it, because it sounds like a good thing for our tribe. I just want to see if, he said we're only getting 51%.
Yes.
With it flourishing. How do we, if you want to sell your 49%, would that happen?
That could happen now. Imagine, so what the 49% there is sitting there for is the private equity capital that's going to come in to get the project to move ahead. So, that could be, 10% or 20% of the project, depending on what the capital finance is. Right now, we're just trying to allocate or have the ability to say this land, if the project funds, could be utilized for the project.
Well, could it say in there that we could get more of the percentage? Leave a window open for our tribe to gain more ability of owning the property down the years of the process?
I think that there's always a chance to do something. There's always a way to do that on some kind of fair market value for the asset when it's running a certain number of years with a buyout. But again, it's sort of like I'm speaking for some of the other people that would be putting the hard money, say like a banking instrument, like what their terms would be. Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we can look at that for sure once the project, starts to move a little bit farther.
Those deals are open to the tribe itself.
They can be put in there for the tribe.
Yeah.
Once we have all the capital sources identified and we work that out with them, what that would be after the fact. If they had a time they wanted to get out and just have it all kind of be owned completely by Seminole, that could happen.
Okay, so we can leave things like that open for similar things.
We can leave that as a discussion point when we're talking to the capital of how we want to structure that.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
Right now we're kind of shaping it up into something that's a little more real for them to look at.
Yeah.
But once, if the capital likes it, then we can look at it with them and say, okay, we'd like to have a buyout in this where the tribe could buy out the rest at some point in time on the private side of the equation, on the 49%.
And then the tribe owns it.
Then the tribe would own. So then the tribe would own more. Right now it still owns 51%, so it's, yeah.
Yeah, but we always want to prosper with more.
Yes.
Because you're probably going to move on to greater and bigger things.
Yes,
Yeah.
understood. Yep. It's an instrument that lets us bring private capital in to get the project to move.
Okay.
That's why it's set up this way. Everybody wants to make money on the project, so the private side does, so does the tribal side, so.
For sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Representative Pittman, then we'll come across to Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's right here in the resolution on line 33. It gives the definition of reestablishing the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce. You answered my question about the payments, but when it says among other things, when we get to the hydrogen part of it, do we have a steady source of waste or something that's going to create this hydrogen? And if we do do we further along down the line decide we're gonna create products from it? Like a bus or transportation that runs on hydrogen?
Oh, I think those are all things that could happen. I mean, there's, one of the things that hydrogen is a fairly new energy kind of concept in the world, but it has massive momentum to move ahead. So yes, there'd be so many different things that can happen from the fueling side in that world of upstream, downstream in the oil and gas sector. So as Seminole Energy produces hydrogen, we can look to go farther in the downstream of, adding that to different gas stations or different fueling endpoints across the country as that's needed. Also converting some of Seminole vehicles to the hydrogen to use it would be a few that I would think of. So yeah, I think it can create a lot of different things. Already there's the discussion of maybe a second, bow legs, which is an indication.
Chief, I didn't know if you had anything to add. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because we have access and we have proposals in oil and gas with industry, but a lot of times we don't know when you're meeting and what you're meeting about, but the expertise that we bring to the table, we want to make sure you have the boundaries and the rules of where you can go, because I know you had energy projects on the table when you were chief that we didn't get a chance to get to. And so I still have some of those proposals that can be implemented. The patents are in other countries, but they're not here.
Yeah.
They're looking for Indian country to do it in.
Our target is developing here, as much as we can. I think the number I put in the document I gave you was to try to get at least 750 megawatts of solar or green energy capacity. This is an area that several tribes around the country are really exploiting, particularly those like us who don't have access to a large population base or anything else that's going to give them income. Our discussions, even as recently as yesterday regarding this project, if, let's say for example, this project is approximately 200 megawatts, 220 megawatts. If there's a pressure and demand for a second one that we have to do at least that, we're already at almost 500. Then we would be looking at doing probably more than that. Ideally, I'd like all of that to be in the Seminole Nation for the jobs and things that you produce, because one of the things in the project flow that we've outlined for you, it's not creating the electricity is the very first step. That's the capacity. Then you follow on with things like hydrogen production. There's other things that we've been, executive office has been approaching about crypto mining. Well, crypto mining is a very, very electricity, high consumer of electricity. To be able to do that, you've got to have a lot of access to power. And then we've even talked about data warehousing, not crypto, but just housing the data. So if you have power, those are just two things that we could look at doing that would provide succession of jobs and a lot, the types of jobs that I think people are looking for now, because they're going to pay a lot higher, and we can locate them here. We haven't even discussed this with the chief yet, certainly haven't discussed it with you all. One location for that potentially is the Phillips property. So, so we've been kind of talking about where do we get this on the ground, start to move it forward. Once we get, even just this resolution, where we know we have a site, we can begin moving further into the financing process. That lets us really begin talking to people about the next stages and get those types of projects in line as well. And that's where we are. We're at a point in the discussion of this project. One, we want to keep it here. If the tribe says this is not the land that we want to use for this, then our next step would be to see if we could acquire land within the county that would allow us to meet our basic needs, which, land is available, generally speaking, for a price. And I think we could build, 750 or more easily throughout the county without a lot of difficulty. where we go beyond it, at least it gives us the basis for future growth. And that's what we're trying to accomplish. Get the basis to grow. We don't have to run all the potential projects from it. We just need to provide the inputs from which these projects can come. And ultimately, it'll be up to the, all of us to try to find places, make sure we have industrial parks or office parks or who we need to be able to use this power and use our sovereignty to further our economic growth. That's what we're trying to, that's one of the basic things we're trying to provide here.
And I want to bring kind of just, if you will, just another perspective of this and the intent of the resolution. The intent of the resolution is to sell this property for 1.5 million. We've owned this land for how many years? Since 2010. There's been 0 viable projects, and we've been continually paying for this land without any, with nothing to show for it, not even complete ownership of the land. This allows us to still retain this as a tribal property under a different entity, but then that unloads that burden from the government side. You're getting lost in the project as opposed to the intent of the resolution, which is just to simply sell the property, and we benefit from that, lower our debt, they can develop the property. It's that simple. Do we want to sell the land to them for 1.5 million and allow them to do whatever they want, and we benefit from being able to completely offload all that debt?
Let me add one thing to Steve's comments. We're asking you for an option to buy the land for 1.5 million, and the length of the option is 2 years. Our goal is to get everything financed within that time period. If we don't, chances are this project may not move forward the way we want it to. Then the land stays, in the ownership of the nation.
And that's a plan we've never had. We've never had a viable plan. It's that simple. So let's move to what I've seen it, which is Representative Lena. We're well over the 15 minutes, but I see Representative Lena, Shaw, and then we'll come back over here to Narcomi and Cootie.
Madam Chair. Okay, my question is, might sound crazy, but where were you last week? I appreciate the presentation today, but some of our bands have already met, and we already voted. I think you should have came before us last week or 2 weeks ago and gave us something to go by. Just doing it today, it's irrelevant.
Well,
Thank you.
I understand that. I was in the hospital last week. I had major surgery, and that really impacted our ability to get out. The last 2 weeks I was getting ready in the accident hospital. So it just really put us in a position where there was really nobody to go to the band chiefs meeting and go to any others. So sorry, we apologize for that, but it couldn't help it. Sorry.
Thank you, Chief Harjo. Okay, do you yield the floor? Okay, Representative Shaw.
The thing I want to ask is, we're giving up, 1,300 acres for $1.5 million, and we just bought 98 acres for $5 million. I mean, what's wrong with this picture here?
Location?
Location, that's true, but what did we pay for this property when we first bought it?
I don't remember the exact numbers, but the combined numbers Chief Johnson thought was around 1.4 million.
Land does not depreciate. It's not like me and you, we get old and throw us out the door. You can't throw the land out the door. So why are you offering us, knowing this, such a much lower price? Because we got enough gullible people on here that maybe go along with it. I have a problem looking at that picture. I pay $2 million and only get back $1.5 million.
You haven't paid $2 million for this property. You only paid a million.
1 point something.
About 1.4 is what Chief Johnson thought it was. I couldn't remember the total because it was 2 different transactions.
That's the combined.
That's the combined number.
You have a Childress property that we purchased separately than the
Self property.
And I think the combined is about 1.4.
How much?
1.4,
1.4?
1,400,000.
We've had it for 10 years? Or 19, or whatever year. If you've had it a year, you should have gained what do you call it, at least on interest, should have gave you that much. And we've been paying on it all this time. Y'all need to look at this picture. There's a heck of a scenario y'all need to look at before, and then that's not a guarantee they're not gonna buy it because it says contingent. Contingent on them getting the financing. So we've gotta look at it a little bit closer, or like Mr. Lena said, we've already had our band meetings and we're already, set to go, but thing is, y'all better look at the whole picture before I won't say any more. I'll yield the floor.
Okay, we're gonna come across to the last two, because we're well over our 2 minutes per person, well over our 15 minutes. Representative Narkemy, and then Representative Cootie.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. On your resolution, as you were saying before, the CINDOT, they do not obtain financing for the purchase of the properties. There's several properties, it's not finalized within 2 years, then all the resolutions automatically rescinded without further action. Now, it says 2 years. I guess my thought is, would it take 2 years, or would you think could happen within 1 year?
I think it's possible to happen within 1 year, but 2 years, we're already dug into this process with a number of different people on a preliminary basis, had very positive feedback. So I think it's possible we would beat the 2 years, but I would hold it at 2 to be sensible.
What I'm getting is to add a friendly amendment to change it from 2 years to 1 year, if the
Unfortunately, we're in the same man. This was a discussion at our band about that time period.
Okay.
So I'll tell myself, I probably need to talk to Chief Harjo and everything and ask CINDOT if they'd be willing to accept that friendly amendment to reduce that from a 2 year to a 1 year.
It puts us in a position of getting to a point in the financing process that the option might expire before all the paperwork was completed. And that's one of the reasons we asked for 2. We think we can probably do it within the 12-month period, but if it happens we get into a situation where we end up going back and forth over the details, and that takes some time, we'd run into a potential problem. That's the main reason we asked for 2.
And I'd say $630 million takes a little bit. There's a lot more due diligence and there's a lot more moving parts than just the land sale. It's a part of it, but it's tied to the entire project. That's why it's written that way. So there's a lot more to it than just a land purchase. There's verification of all of the pro formas and estimates that the engineering team and financial team have put together for the project, and banks want to go through all of that. Then there's a next version of who builds it, right? Who are the EPCs that are standing behind that it'll function and guaranteeing that it'll work, and that's another layer. So it has a few layers to it. 2 years is. It's kind of fast, but
we would prefer to keep the 2 if possible.
Yes or no person?
I think that's safe to say the friendly amendment's not going to be accepted. And again,
I'll accept your friendly amendment.
we're getting close to 5 o'clock, so we're going to listen to Ms. Cootie's question, and then this council needs to either move forward on this, or we need to make the option to go beyond 5 p.m. before that 5 p.m. mark hits. So Ms. Cootie, you do have the floor.
What I would like to say is I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion for a vote of no confidence for CINDOT committee members and the acting CEO, and I ask for a second.
That's out of order at this time. We've got
that's what I thought.
we've got a resolution with a motion and a second on the floor, so that is out of order. Representative Fulbright.
I figured you'd say.
Just listening to some of the bands, and due to Chief Harjo not being able to meet with the band chiefs and, getting this information out to you, I don't know if it would change your mind if you took this information back to your bands, and if it would make a difference, but newcomers asked them to table this till the next meeting.
Okay, we've got a motion to table and a second by Representative Lambert. Is there any objection? We have an objection. It goes to a vote. Secretary, call the roll for table.
That's one.
Doesn't matter. There's a motion and a second.
Now we're voting.
Goes to a vote.
Motion does not state, you don't read the Bible.
The Bible?
If there's an objection to anything, it goes to a vote of this council.
That's what we're doing. I asked her to call roll for the table.
No, for the objection.
There's no discussion on a table. Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Simpson.
No.
Time out, for what?
Leetta Simpson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Yes, we take it.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Delois Harjo. Karen Forbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Captain McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
I really do not know what we're voting on right here.
To table.
I'm like Mr. Shaw. There was an objection.
Thank you.
Tell me what we're voting on.
To table the measure.
He's making it to table. I objected to it. He's not gonna acknowledge the objection. According to his own wrongful report, he actually Bible to vote by.
That way they'll have time to bring this back to their bands if we table it.
No. My vote's no.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 14 yeses and 14 noes, 0 abstain.
Dave, you want to hand that back to me?
I'm gonna vote yes to table, just because there's so much confusion and there needs to be clarity. So at this time, this measure is tabled to be heard at the next council meeting.
Thank you.
What's the next?
At this time, we're gonna need to take a vote to continue beyond 5 p.m. Okay, we've got a motion by Representative Pittman and a second by David Narkemy. Is there any objection to carry this council meeting until business is completed? So moved. Representative Chupko.
Can we make sure that we stick to the time limit and not carry on 30 minutes with each resolution?
Noted.
Can we make a time limit?
For the end of the council meeting?
For each resolution.
There's 15 minutes and that's within the code. We'll just make sure we're adhering to it. Okay, Representative Lena.
I want to make a request that if you voted no, would you please attend the band chief meeting so y'all know what's going on? You know, because we don't have very many band chiefs participating to do their job, and we need y'all there because we can't table everything that comes across in front of this council. So it'd be nice to see the band chief there, so y'all can bring it back to the council. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? If not, we need to move to the next resolution. Okay, we're on TR 2024-76. Want me to read it?
I'll second that.
Okay, do you want to read that?
Yes.
Okay.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma confirming the appointment of Sterling Springer to the Gaming Enterprise Board.
Okay, and we have a motion and a second by Ms. Broadband Fulbright. I did see one hand.
It says gaming enterprise?
Yes, it says gaming enterprise.
Mhm. Okay, Representative Billy.
Okay, our band, Continue Band, for the record, does not support this nomination. I was told to speak that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Noted, thank you. See no hands, question's been called.
It's the wrong board, Division of Commerce. Not gaming.
Can we table this and bring it back, call for question?
Yeah, if it was advertised as the wrong board, that would be my recommendation from the sponsors to those that motioned to withdraw, to bring back with the correct board.
Division of Commerce. Division of Commerce.
I'm gonna recommend that we withdraw. Yes. Yeah, so it was okay. Enterprise Board. TR 2024-76 has been withdrawn due to the wrong board being advertised. Next resolution, 2024-76, tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation approving the appointment of Cynthia Yerby to the Seminole Nation Election Board. Do we have a motion by Ms. Thunder and a second by Lambert?
You said TR 2024-76, which is
76 is withdrawn, and we have a motion and a second on the floor for 77.
okay.
Is there any discussion regarding Ms. Yerby? I see none. Question's been called. Secretary, call roll.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narcomi.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcomi.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Forbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
Count of 22 yes, 6 no, 0 abstentions. TR 2024-77 has been approved. Next item, TR 2024-78, introduced by the Finance Committee.
Tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a new budget for the Seminole incorporation of said budget in the FY 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. Move for adoption and ask for a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Pittman, second by Ms. Gonzalez. The committee is here. Should you have any questions? I see none. Secretary, call roll.
Deetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Jerry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Pixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
No.
Sina Yesley,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 12 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 12 yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions, TR 2024-78 has failed. And what is the desire of the council for us to get a budget approved for them? Do we have any direction or guidance to the Finance Committee or to the Princess Committee? Because at this time, they will not have a budget come October 1. I see Representative Fulbright, then Narcome, and then Hill.
We've already had this particular budget go back to the Finance Committee once, and there was no instructions at that time what they wanted us to take it back. What was it?
It took 5,000 out.
Okay, so they subtracted money. So why would you want to not pass it this time? I mean, if it went back to the committee.
They didn't subtract
Should
the
have done it
five.
this morning,
They
should have
didn't
done it
change
home,
the
we'll spend it back.
It's subjective.
No talk across the floor, please.
I mean, that's my thing. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna take to get their budget passed if you guys keep saying take it back and take it back. I mean, I don't know exactly what everybody wants. I'm like the chair here.
Reduce it by a certain percentage and then bring it back.
Okay, we're going to recognize how I called it. Who is next? Narcome?
I would suggest putting it back to their original budget as a continuum from last year's budget, and then bring the budget back up at the next meeting, special call meeting, or maybe at the next, available meeting that comes up.
And if that's the desire of the council to do that right now, you can, because October 1, they have no
Continue
budget.
on their 24 budget until then. And do that.
Continuance of the present.
Or you could do a continuance.
It should be 28,000, right? Go back.
It would be the original. That's correct. Do you yield the floor? Okay, Representative Hill, you're who I saw next.
No, that's what I wanted to say.
Oh, okay.
28,000, because right now, I mean, y'all better wake up, okay? It's being abused and misused with the funds that they're doing. The reason why they wanted up to 63,000 went back down, they want to take a trip to Denver, Colorado for the parade, and they want to go to Albuquerque, New Mexico for the gathering of the nation, okay? This is not a vacation that was Seminole Princeton. They're here to represent the nation, okay? Not to enjoy yourself and represent yourself, okay? Like play with Minnie Mouse and Mickey Mouse.
All right, thank you. Representative Larney?
Okay. You also take in consideration the economics of inflation. I mean, look at the inflation too. Inflation is bad, and it's not getting better either. Wake up and learn your economics too, on what's going around you.
Okay, Representative Borba.
Yes, this morning they said they were in the hole a little bit. If we put it back to the original amount, are they going to be able to make it through? I know their term
They
is
would just
short.
have to operate within their budget.
All right, thank you.
It's that simple. Let's see, Representative Cootie and then Lena.
Well, one of the things is, here we go again, that they had, I don't know if the Seminole Tribe of Florida volunteered to pay for their room and board for stay in Florida. So, I mean, I feel like that our princesses shouldn't have to ask people to take care of their budgets. If they don't have enough money in their budget, they should even make arrangements to go to Florida for whatever. And I think that one time somebody said a long time ago, they only had like about four big gatherings that they went. And that should be budgeted just for those and everything. And as far as chaperones going, if the parents is going, the princesses don't pay for any of their rooms and board, whatever. They pay their own. And that's the way it was when I was on it. And that way, the girls, the committee members, is supposed to be with the princesses, not somebody else. And that's the way it should be. And they shouldn't have to ask for big chunk of money so they can go out and have a good time. And I think we need to go back to having just certain amount of big trips for them. And if they want to do anything else, they can have fundraisers just like everybody else. So that's what I see, and I don't think it should be even, but like I said again, I don't know if it was volunteer basis that the room and board was paid for or not, but they shouldn't have to be asking for it because they just want to be there. It's embarrassing.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And generally, the Florida Tribe will do that as just a hospitality to us.
I just want to make that comment. We know that the Seminole Tribe of Florida has a great economic development portfolio, and they're very hospitable.
I can hear you.
So we know that the Seminole Tribe of Florida has a great economic portfolio and that they are very hospitable to the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma and has been for several years now. So I want to say this, is that there's not very many tribes out there at all that lets their princesses not have a budget to travel on. I can understand the limitations on some of the travel. I do think with inflation and some of the others that beyond the $28,000, that might be a continuance of last year's budget to get them through until a vote can come back. But there definitely should be an increase in the overall budget. I mean, we gave $10,000 to the honor guard to go to Florida not too long ago, back in February or whenever it was. So, and they deserved it. And we should do that when we can, when we are able. And when we are able and we can, I think I used to see the princesses almost act as, and it is good for community service, to do community service from time, but they are not slaves. They should be able to be ambassadors for the Seminole Nation the best they can. So I do think an increase is warranted, but right now it's going to be a continuance until a proposed increase can be with another budget presented. Thank you, though. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm going to call it in the order that I seen. It was Lena, and then we'll come over here to Representative Lambert, and then Gonzalez, Shaw, and McCoy.
Okay, middle again, Chair. Well, first of all, I want to elaborate with I'm glad to hear that everything has gone up. I attend several of these places. Denver, I've been there. Albuquerque, I've been there. And during these times and these celebrations, the motel rooms, they double their prices on these events. And sometimes it is hard to meet, money-wise. And And like Chief said, that, you know, we didn't blink our eye when we gave the honor guard, what, it was $7,000 to go to Florida. They represented us also. So I don't really see the difference in that, because they're both of these groups are representing the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. And I think we should help them out as much as we can, because they both do things that make us proud, you know? And, but if the ones that don't want to do it, that's fine. But I'm proud of these girls, and I'm proud of the honor guard. You know, they do their best, that's all we can ask. And I think we should meet their needs, help meet their needs.
Okay, thank you for that. Representative Lambert?
Do we need a motion to continue, to continue?
We would
their
need a
budget?
motion.
Okay, well, I make a motion to continue their budget and also ask them to just, to be a little bit more financially, I guess, transparent in their reports, so that way we can have a better picture of where they are, and then to ask for a special appropriation later on. But right now, the motion is to continue their budget.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by several. I heard Pittman. No questions. So we got a motion and a second for a continuance.
So he did the motion to continue already.
No. Yep, so we got a motion and a second. You want to vote on that? Do we have any?
Motion and second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Let's call the roll on the continuance.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Bixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo. Faith.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslin.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, with a count of 28-0-0, the continuance of their 24 budget has been approved.
Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to ask if we can go into executive session so I can tell you how come the nays are the nays on this situation.
Okay, we've got a request to go into executive session. Is there any objection to that? To discuss why it failed?
Yes. It won't take 3 minutes, I'm gonna tell you, it won't take 3 minutes.
It's already been.
But I don't want it on this machine up here. But I'll tell you why. The people that voted no, voted no. I'll tell you why.
Well, wait, give them a moment to cut off the
In
mics.
executive session, I will tell you.
I'm going to recommend let's get through this so that we can complete this, and then if the council wants to go into executive session, but let's get through this. I'm sure every band has their own reasons. Representative Gonzalez, and then we'll come to Shaw.
Okay. Being that I am on the Finance Committee, when we reviewed the Princess's first budget, it was reduced because we thought it was just out of too much. And we had corrected a lot of the wording. The second time, when they brought it back the second time, there were additional information that they gave us, which we asked them to remove certain charges. So certain requests for additional monies. So we removed that. We lowered the budget twice. And then We voted no because when they were up here today, it revealed that they have a shortage on money that they've drawn. That was never brought up at the Finance Committee. And we did not know that it was in that situation. So we would like to be able to discuss that with them and see exactly where they do stand and how much money they really do need. Maybe they did need that original amount. Maybe that original amount they asked for was appropriate. Because exactly, things have gone up, things have increased. So maybe that was appropriate. So, you know, we need to review that budget again. That's why our band voted no.
Okay, Representative Shaw.
Okay, one of the things you're looking at here, it's up to this council if you want to. Y'all want to make an increase in budgets. Hence, you name them both, the veterans and the princesses. That is our money and how we put it out there. And indirect cost is in there, that goes to the administration. You can waive the administrative, the indirect cost on both of those. It does not say that's written in stone that you have to have indirect cost on everything. Because we've done it in the past, back 100 years ago, but we took the indirect cost out of that so we could meet other budgets for a tribal entity. So that you're capable of doing that. And so, Finance Committee, I'm gonna give y'all a little advice. Y'all look at that. If you wanna come back and take the indirect cost out of it, fine. I'll go with something like that, but I'm not, I'm like Mr. Hill back here. I'm not in the habit of providing vacations, because when I went on trips, I went there, did my job, come right straight back. I didn't get to go down to Cornwell. I did go down to Cornwell a couple of times and drink a beer. But never
Okay.
did any of that.
Noted, Representative Shaw. Okay, Representative Osborne, then we'll come across to Trepco.
On the young lady's defense today, they were saying that they didn't know they were that short. They found out through the finance, somebody in finances told them they were short after the event. So you need to get all those people together. You can't just pounce on them because they didn't know. They didn't have to report. Well, then that person that told them that need to sit down with all of you, all of us in the room then, not just them. Because are they the one handling their own books on the bank?
I mean, you should have a cuff account and understand where you're at within your budget, regardless of what
So
the
you're
timing
saying
of accounting or the general ledger's reports are coming through. Well, I'm just saying, when I was a program director and I had my budget, I had a cuff account, and at the time there was somewhat of a requested cuff account, so that you had to know where your budget was, regardless of the timing of accounting or anything coming back to you in your monthly reports.
So she would tell
I mean, that's just being stewards of your account. Sorry?
So then this other person got to come in and defend themselves because she already put them on the spot.
Yeah, it's something we'll just have to revisit. Okay, Representative Trepco.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how long we're going to beat this dead horse, because we've been on this for a while now.
Yeah, currently there's not a motion or anything on the floor, so we're just in open discussion with the continuance.
There's a motion for continuance in there.
We got a motion.
Yeah, but I mean, currently, this is open discussion. There is no motion on the floor to do anything. There's no motion on the floor there's no measure that we're discussing. We're just in discussion. Okay, next item, TR 2024-79, introduced by Finance Committee. Representative Pittman, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget for the program development and incorporation of said budget of the FY 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. Move adoption and ask for a second.
Okay, we have a motion by Pittman and a second by Osborne. I see no hands. I hear a call for question. Please call the roll.
Deetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes?
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narkemy.
No.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. No. Karen Fulbright.
She's out of her seat.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
No.
Sina Yeslet.
No.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Ensign Lena.
No.
Richmond Larney.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
Abstain.
Danita Harjo.
Abstain.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
Out of seat.
I have 7 yeses, 17 noes, 2 abstain.
Count of 17 yes, 17 no, 2 abstentions. TR 2024-79 has failed. Next item, TR 2024-80, introduced by the Finance Committee.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce 2025 budget and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget. I make a motion to approve and I ask for a second.
Second by Pittman.
It was given out with the last
Okay, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? I don't see any hands.
Which one is it?
Sindoc.
Call for question.
Question's been called.
Deetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy. John Narkemy.
No.
Rena Tiger. Anastasia Pittman.
Yes?
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Out of seat.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narkemy.
No.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo.
Budget is this?
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Division of Commerce.
Ann Borba.
Continuance
Yes.
within them.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Can't leave it.
Sina Yeslet.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 11 yeses, 16 noes, 0 abstain.
Count of 11 yes, 16 no, 0 abstentions. TR 2024-80 has failed. And again, we're going to have a conversation about a continuance. Representative Lambert, I see your hand.
Yes, I make a motion to continue the CINDOC budget and for the program development to continue both of those budgets as they are.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for a continuance.
Is that for 79 and 80?
Yes. For program development and CINDOC.
Second.
For 79 and 80. Okay, we have a motion and a second for continuance.
You're not putting a time on it, right? Motion for continue.
Are you requesting a time frame?
Let's go ahead and continue to December 31st.
Okay, through December 31st, that'll get us to our December quarterly meeting to readdress these. So it'll be a continuance effective October 1 through the end of December. And this can be revisited to approve the actual 2025 budget in December. Okay, so we're voting on a continuance for TR 2024 79 and 80, effective through December 31st. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico. Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
No,
Ensign
there's
Lena.
one more than
Any other business? Okay.
Richmond Marnie.
No.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Willis Dethridge.
Continuance? Yes.
Yes. Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 25 yeses, 2 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 25 yes, 2 no, 0 abstentions, the continuance for 79 and 80 has been approved. We're going to move to our last resolution before other business. TR 2024-81. Finance Committee, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a new budget for tribal court, special tribal criminal jurisdiction, violence against women, tribal reimbursement program, and incorporation of said budget in the 2024 comprehensive budget authorizing appropriation.
Okay, do we have a motion? We've got a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Yes,
Second by Thunder. She is here.
Linda is.
Yeah, Linda Stewart is here if you have any questions. If not, question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yeah.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico. Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore. Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 25 yeses, 0 noes, 2 abstain.
With a count of 25 yes, 0 no, 2 abstentions, TR 2024-81 has been approved. Representative Shaw.
We're under other business, right?
That's correct. There's 2 items under other business.
Well, Not just 2
Or
items.
3.
Whatever is under other business. So I'm gonna ask.
It was established at the beginning what other business was, and there's 3 items. Chief, you
There
wanna?
was no vote on 2 items, they just no objection, got other business. So therefore, I'm gonna ask
Not yet.
the administration, when are we gonna get UINO representatives? We paid $4,000 for those representatives, and nothing's being done. We done missed 2 meetings, and there's another one coming up pretty quick. So, I'm asking the administration, I guess, before they bring it to the council, we done paid the $4,000 for seats on the UINO. So,
We'll just have to schedule, their schedule is conflicting with some of our other schedules on those same meetings. Are you asking for additional representation to UNI?
we don't have any representation, not approved by this council.
Well, obviously, the chief and assistant chief is always seen as those particular delegates to those intergovernmental bodies.
But y'all haven't been there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Are you asking for us to appoint others besides us? I mean, it's sort of like, I guess, the issue earlier that, you know, it's very important, no doubt, and we're not lightening in that.
I think it's very important that we get in this UINO because it's becoming a stronger, it's stronger than the 5 tribes. Because they got 34 tribes over there, even though they're small.
Yeah. They might be stronger in number, but they're not stronger in influence at the national level. But you didn't answer my question. Are you asking if there can be some council representative to go in our stead when we can't be there?
Well, you're supposed to appoint somebody.
I'll be glad to do that at the next meeting then. That way they can have.
Next meeting.
Yeah, I'll appoint 2 in our stead in case we can't make it. But as like primaries from, in the case chief or I can't, chief, assistant chief or I can't make it. Okay, we did have 2 items on the agenda that was established at the front, and then there was no objection to discuss that somewhat delegated committee for the Grissom Mansion. Okay, when we asked that question this morning, there was no objection to it, and it was placed under other business as well. So it's those 3 particular items of the IHS expansion, terminology regarding First Nation peoples, which is, and we'll go, bylaws. Chief, we have bylaws here, but it doesn't really have anything but bylaws on it. Did y'all all get a copy of that? Council usually approves bylaws. Yeah, and on some committees they do. Or they can run rogue. You should sell some of those bylaws, some of them had. Whew. Violation of human rights.
We approved their previous bylaws, even previous committees?
I think for some committees, of the princesses, I'm not quite sure, 100%. I see that it's here, Princess Committee bylaws. If you're going to continue to let them approve it, they had all kinds of stuff in there. I mean, even they had their own check signature authority under one administration, and giving away executive authority, you can't do that kind of stuff. So, you know, people need to be looking at this stuff.
I don't know why they're asking us. I don't know why they're asking the general council to approve their bylaws, but on page 3, section 5, it says these bylaws may be assessed, modified, and amended by way of a majority vote of the committee members. We're talking those 3 committee members on the princess.
I think that's why they want, maybe they want to keep you out of there. So you want to stay out of it anyway?
Sir?
That's probably why they put that in there, so that they can, if you approve it, then they can make any kind of bylaws they want. I will tell you that some of those bylaws was outrageous. All right, let them continue to make their own bylaws then.
Chief?
Here we go. We're going to other business here. Yes, yes.
Can we table it and, come back and can we get a copy of the old bylaws so we can look at what they changed?
Yeah, that should have been there with like a red line addition. Okay, yeah. If there's no objection to tabling, we'll consider it table without going to a vote, okay? Is that fine?
Yes,
We'll
that's
bring it
fine.
up at the next meeting. Okay.
Now, Chief, I do have one quick question. On the bylaws, can we exclude someone because of their gender? Is that from being on a committee? Because this was in the bylaws. We can?
It's not good practice to do that. It's just not good practice. All right, let's go on. Nobody objected to letting it come on at the next meeting. Okay, here we are. We're under other business. Let's go over that terminology first. Terminology of First Nation peoples. Would you put that on the screen, please? Is it on the screen? I can't tell. Okay, please place that on the screen. Obviously, we know what the Constitution says, that members of other Indian tribes can't be enrolled in the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. We also recognize that in our code of laws that it says that you can't be dual enrolled. Although we know that the First Nation peoples are indigenous people, they don't consider themselves Indians. The United States federal government doesn't consider them Indians. The Department of Justice does not consider them Indians. As you can read, the Department of, that was a case that came concerning First Nation peoples of Canada. So what you have is we never have been faced with this before, except that folks were eliminated from the Seminole Nation because they lived in Canada and they also were First Nation peoples of Canada, same blood running through their veins. So what we had is some disenrollment because of dual enrolling. So I think that we need to make that clear. I heard that from Bill Wantland, according to the enrollment officer, said they talked about, you know, federal recognized, and that really wasn't a situation with them in the 1960s. They had discussed Coushatta tribe, and that's not the question here. The question is, are First Nation peoples of Canada considered by themselves as Indians, by the United States Department of Interior as Indians, and by the Department of Justice as Indians? And the answer to that is no. So should someone be expelled from the tribe and they're not even considered an Indian tribe? They have specific names, like for Alaska Natives, you know, and they have specific names, First Peoples. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to hear your response. Representative Shaw.
Well, I'm looking at it this way. They're not federally recognized.
No, they're not.
So since they're not federally recognized, it won't be dual enrollment if they come to our, if we're Seminole by blood. So that's what I'm looking at.
The way, and I agree with that from a historic point of view, and that's why it's before you today, because I know we have laws, we have the Constitution. You can't be enrolled in another Indian tribe, okay? I know that's there. You can't be dual enrolled. But what if your own peoples don't consider yourself Indians? They consider yourself First Nations peoples. Or we use the term indigenous when we're talking about people from other countries, right? And they choose not to be called Indians. Federal government chose to call us Indians.
Myself, I feel that they should be allowed into our nation if they're Seminole by blood and not enrolled in another federally recognized tribe. Not a state recognized tribe, but a federally recognized tribe. So.
Any other comments? Because we're going to take a thought here, and I want to gather your thoughts. I see a Representative Narcomi, then I see Representative Yetzliff, then I see Representative Fulbright. On my lands, hands flying everywhere. Well, I'm gonna try to keep it in that order like this little loop right here. Okay, Representative Narcomi.
Thank you, sir. I think the folks in Canada, they are probably enrolled in their regular Indian indigenous nation in Canada and recognized as such in Canada, but not recognized by the federal government. So thereby legally.
They don't use the terminology Indian though.
Yeah, I'm using that interchangeably.
Yeah.
But anyway, the federal government does not recognize the Canadian nations as Indians or indigenous or whatever you say.
Yeah, that's been proven.
Legally, they are not having a dual citizenship. Just one Seminole nation, federally recognized nation. However, morally, they belong to two tribes. If they belong to a tribe in Canada and the Seminole Nation, it's two tribes. So they can receive benefits from the Canadian tribe as well as benefits from the Seminole Nation. It could be double dipping. I don't know.
Well, if they're not considered Indians, what if, somebody from Aboriginal, they have tribes, Hebrew people, they have tribes. Does it fit with them too? If you're going to do it,
From Africa.
if you're going to do it, if you're using the term tribe, if you're using the term tribe, we don't even hardly use them. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Continue on, brother.
Okay, so in that context, some of those terms, we need to kind of formalize those terms like citizens and members, tribes, indigenous Indians, into something that is cohesive and understandable by everyone. So when we say the term indigenous, we're referring to people from Africa, people from Asia, people from Canada, people from the American Indian nations, and so on and so forth. So we need to kind of formalize these languages so it's all one understood term. When we say Indian or indigenous, or tribes or nations.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments on this matter? Representative, we're going to try to follow the line here. We had, everybody who wanted to speak on this subject, raise your hand again. We're going to go, and we'll get back to you, brother. Okay, Representative Yetzleth, and then Fulbright, and then Thunder, Fixico, and then back to Chupco, okay? Representative Yetzleth?
Representative Narcomi kind of asked and answered what I was going to ask, is that then that means anybody could benefit from both tribes. And I think that's my little bit of a concern because we are limited. We just had trust fund come up and say we're limited on what we have. And if we go back into a situation like COVID, where money being given across the board. You know what I'm just looking at of all the benefits that somebody could reap on both sides while we're strapped with more money ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I look at birthright more so than dollars or cents. But that's me. Representative Fulbright?
Okay, so we're looking at benefits, whether they get benefits or from Canada in their tribe, even though they're not federally recognized, do those tribes give them benefits? And then if they're on a federally recognized blood lineage also, then they get tribal benefits? Is that what we're referring to?
You can think the way you do, however you think, any of you. I think it's a birthright, but if you're concerned about the benefits of two tribes, that probably will happen if they were allowed to come back into the Seminole Nation. But they do have a blood birthright as a Seminole Indian.
Then there's not an issue to me, but because I work in housing and I get a lot of this other tribes that are not federally recognized trying to use a card to get benefits, and they cannot. We've got Cherokees that are not federally recognized. I cannot use those cards because they're not federally recognized. There's only, I think, 3 branches of Cherokee. They got the Cherokees.
Well,
and
what
then
we
a
know
couple
is
branches.
those indigenous peoples of Canada, First Nation peoples, are not considered federally recognized tribes in America.
Right, and so some of the.
They're not on the National Register, Federal
And I've got a
Register.
list of all those that are not recognized too. So, I mean, I don't,
Okay, well, we're just
That's
making
my
comments now. I believe Representative Thunder that I'm going to Fixico and then Chepco. Representative Thunder.
Okay, so from my experience, I do have family, and as well as myself, I am part Saugeen First Nation, which is an Ojibwe tribe out of Ontario. I'm not enrolled with them. But I will say that a lot of those First Nations on their reserves, if you don't live on their reserve or if you're not a quarter or more, you can't have treaty status. And that's what they call it. While we call it enrolled, they have treaty status. So a lot of times they don't get any kind of help. And then in Canada, they're very prejudiced against their First Nations people. So they're just treated like a regular Canadian citizen rather than a First Nation citizen. So when it comes to the benefit part, to me, I would just say if it comes to like health services, why don't we just use the term, American Indian, Alaskan Native / First Nation on that aspect. But I think when it comes to the benefit part, a lot of them don't give a per cap. A lot of them don't even give any type of schooling or anything to their college students or anything. So it's very limited, and they're also very secluded, where a lot of the reserves you have to access by airplane. And that's how condensed it is. But that's just my personal opinion. That's my personal experience with family members, and as well as me being part of Saugeen by blood. That's what I know. I yield the floor.
Well, if you have blood from a federal recognized tribe in America, you can go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and not even be enrolled in a federal recognized tribe, and you can show that blood comes from a federal recognized tribe. You can still go get your health services. You can still go get whatever benefits are federally, at least in health you can. So it's about being a part of an American Indian federal recognized tribe here. But, it's a question. And let's see, we're just gonna go to Thunder, then we're just gonna go to Chepco, and then we'll work our way back over here. Is that correct? Fixico, okay. Fixico, then Chepco.
I like to say we're talking about 2 countries, 2 different kind of countries. If we go over there, like she said, we'll not be treated good. And we have a reservation here. We've got a constitution we're working with. We use that as our Bible, by blood. And I'm Sturjati, and I know I am, nothing else. So, that's what I believe, because I'm Sturjati. So you're looking at 2 countries. I don't know nothing about that over there. I don't even know about Florida. And nobody else but what I am. And I am Seminole. So I'm talking on the native side that we need to keep. That's why I said a while ago, by the Constitution, we need to stay with it. They made it for us. We should be strong with it. But we're not. That's what I'm saying. We got to be strong.
Yeah, we're strong in that. In the area of tribes that may be federal recognized tribes, they can't be dual enrolled, nor if they're enrolled in another tribe, obviously they can't come back over to the Seminole Nation, because that's the way our laws read. This is a little bit different. It's a little bit technical, but it is what it is. Do you yield the floor, Representative Fixico? You're still going to speak? Oh, okay. Thank you for your comments. Representative Chepco.
Yeah, I'll just wanted to know, is there a reason why this has come up?
Well, there's folks in that situation.
Okay, well, and then I feel like before we gave somebody else from another country the benefits that I would have, I feel like the Freemans should just get it before they do.
These are blood Seminoles.
But they're not a member, I mean, they're not regular.
They're trying to be.
Okay, but they're still, if they're enrolled there, they shouldn't even have opportunity to enroll here.
But are they considered Indians there? They're considered indigenous peoples of that particular part of the country. I don't know that they call themselves Indians. And I know the federal government doesn't call them Indians here in America, nor the Department of Justice. They could not be tried as an Indian here in America. And so, yes, it's very sensitive, but we're going to continue on. Let's work back over here to, yeah, I see John. I see both him and Representative Lambert, and then we're going to go to Representative Emerton. Okay, we have right here Representative Lambert and Representative Narkemy here, Representative here, in that order.
I think it goes back to us being a sovereign nation, and how far is our sovereignty recognized? Is it recognized worldwide, or is it just recognized within the Treaty of the United States? Those are some things that we need to consider.
I think our sovereignty is really with the United Nations. You know, they do recognize indigenous peoples.
So, if we're sovereign, then, I think, and it depends on what we're looking for. So we could actually, we could let somebody be a citizen of our nation that's in another country, but it doesn't always allow them the access to the same governmental rights that we have under the federal government, which most of our funding comes from. So that's where the gray area
service area.
is. Yeah, our service areas. So I think it's something that we would need to look into a lot more and think about a little bit more than just benefits and those type of things. But there are people, and our people are our people, and
It's their birthright.
it is a birthright.
Okay, we have Representative Narkemy and Representative Emerton, and then we have more hands to my left. I see y'all.
How it pertains to us, the Seminole Nation, comes down to our Constitution and our Code of Law, is what we state there. The words of our Constitution state that our laws state that you may only be enrolled in the Seminole Nation if you are not enrolled in another federally recognized tribe.
Well, it doesn't say federal recognized, it says another Indian tribe.
Yeah, another Indian tribe, which our government defines our Indians as
Federal recognized.
federally recognized. So that's kind of where that ends. If we want to expand the definition or how we perceive this, we've got to change the words of our laws, because our law states what that is.
It says Indian tribe.
Indian tribe.
And just because
if
you
even the Canadians don't consider themselves Indian, then why should we be concerned with it?
Well, that's the point here. Thank you, Representative Narkemy, and I believe we're going to Representative Emerton, Representative Petit, and Representative Sampson.
I also believe that being Seminole is a birthright. You still have ancestors that are Seminole. You still have the blood. I was actually approached by somebody who fell under this situation. And I told them Canadians are not considered Indians. They're First Nations. So in terminology, you're not, that doesn't go against you. But if you look at a lot of the Canadian tribes, like as was said prior, is if you don't live on the reservation, you don't get any kind of help or any kind of benefits. And that's not saying all of them, I said a lot of them. Just like here in the United States, all of our tribes are not exactly the same. So it depends on what tribe or what First Nations you are. But again, we were talking about birthright. They still have by blood. If they were enrolled in our tribe as a Seminole, because many of us hold more than one ethnic group in our blood, then if the federal government came to the Seminole Nation and said how many by blood, they would be included in any kind of funding. So they would be recognized as by blood Seminole, regardless of whether they were First Nations. And that's my take on it.
Representative Petiti and Representative Sampson, Representative Cootie, and then we'll end there, and we're not going to solve anything, but I wanted to hear your comments on it. Okay, Representative Petiti.
Okay, as I read our Constitution, there it says, the membership of this body shall consist of all Seminole citizens whose name appeared on the final rolls of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approved pursuant to Section 2 of the Act of April 26, 1906, 34 Statute 137, and their descendants. An enrolled member of another Indian tribe shall not be eligible for membership of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I don't know how else you could interpret that. Right. I mean, that's pretty plain language right there.
Well,
If it says citizens, it includes freedom.
Well, but I'm saying though, what, I understand what you're saying, but there's conflicts there between the Constitution and the treaty. I will say that, and that's what I've had to say on several occasions. But that's the way I've always viewed that. I don't know what this situation is that brought this conversation about today, but I still think a lot of that is if there's an individual who wants to enroll in our tribe, that we look at it and see if they're a membership of the tribe. If they are, then they need to relinquish that tribal membership and then come to us. To me, I think that's a simple decision.
but if they're Canadian First Nation peoples, are they Indian?
Well, is that a definition that we have to define?
Have we accepted that definition, you're saying, as a Seminoles? Okay, thank you for your comments. Representative Sampson and Representative Cootie, and let's move on after this. And Representative Shaw, and then we really got to talk about this IHS thing.
What brought us into this place is the 1866 treaty. The freedmen are included in that treaty because we are mentioned. Therefore, we all were under a prisoner of war thing because we won these wars and this nation beat us out. Therefore, what I hear all the time is if you're not on the Dawes roll, you're not recognized. That's from the government of the United States up until this tribe also states the same. You only deal with the Dawes. And with that being said, to define who belongs somewhere is who you done already wrote out. Why would you let somebody in that don't even know they belong?
They're Seminoles by blood.
And
according to
and a lot of people in this tribe.
and according to the treaty and according to the Constitution, they are a descendant of somebody on that roll.
Yes, Chief. But there's a lot of people that's enrolled in Seminole Nation that does not have any Indian blood.
I see.
Because they were adopted in. And it was about what country they came from or what land they stood up on. It was the person that met them and felt like they were family. So what are we saying here today? We're splitting hairs.
I don't think you're splitting hairs. I think it's a different ideology. My ideology goes back to who we are as a people. Would their clan represent them, regardless if they were a First Nation peoples, but they were Seminole Indian by blood, and they had a clan? You bet their clan would embrace them, because that's the traditions of our people.
Can they prove?
Huh?
You're saying these people have to prove they belong.
They're Seminole. I'm telling you, they're Seminole Indian by blood. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, so you had met some people that are Seminole by blood?
No, this particular case is we're talking about and why this came up. I'm not talking about any other that I'm not aware of right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people still in the tribe that has no Indian blood that gets every benefit that you get by adoption.
No, actually, if you're adopted, you can't hold office. Yeah. Like,
Well, that's not what the judge told me. So we'll go on with another story. The Supreme Court judge told me exactly what he was. And he told me he gets anything and everything you get because he was adopted. And his wife and his son and all of them.
right, it depends on what the full length of the Constitution states. If it says it requires 1/4 blood to be an executive officer and you're adopted and you have no blood, then obviously you can't be an executive of the Seminole Nation because that's the Constitution. But we could go down this trail for a long, long time.
Just telling you what the man told me.
But I'm talking from the perspective, there are some Seminoles out there that are in this situation. Okay, Lottie, and then we're going to end it there. Wayne, do you want to do some closing comments on this? We do need to address this IHS thing. Representative Cuddy.
Did they have you said there's Seminoles that's wanting to come to join the Seminole Nation?
Oh, yeah, well, of course they do.
Do they have a family
Of course they have family.
here?
Sure.
Well, what's the problem?
That's what I'm asking.
If you understand it, tell me. No, but I always.
Well, they're First Nation peoples as well. I think we're interpreting that they're Indians, so that's why they can't be. They're a member of another Indian tribe. I think that's how we're interpreting it.
When you go to another tribe, that's when you relinquish your other tribe, the tribe that you're enrolled in. I thought.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I got a lot of chatter going on.
If you enroll in another tribe and didn't enroll in your own tribe, I thought that you could relinquish that tribe and come back to your tribe because your family is there, your tie is there.
Well, that's a fine-tooth thing if you consider them an Indian tribe. I mean, if you're a federal recognized tribe and you decide you can come back to the Seminoles, you can't do it. Not according to our laws.
Yeah.
Okay, but First Nation peoples don't call themselves Indians. The Bureau of Indian Affairs don't consider them federal recognized tribe or call themselves Indians. This Department of Justice case here says they're not Indian. They should not. They can't even be prosecuted in America as an Indian. Okay, because they're not considered Indians. That's the whole point here. Okay, that's it, except for closing remarks from Shaw. Once. You can speak twice on the measure.
The thing we're looking at, you hit the nail on the head.
That's just the rules.
And you hit the nail on the head as far as that goes, because we've had freedmen that were part Seminole sitting on the council as freedmen. And we had to remove that person from our services because they were freedmen. They weren't freedmen. So they relinquished from the freedmen and went to the Seminole Nation. Well, they could prove blood. But y'all know who I'm talking about. But and then you go around, turn around here, and we're talking about this group out of, it's not just a group, I understand there's several of them that have come to Oklahoma because they live here and are, they can't relinquish something that they don't have. If they say, well, I'm on whatever, what would you call yourself, some kind of Chippewa? Well, anyway,
Okay.
whatever tribe you was.
Okay,
But she's supposed to.
let's wrap this up. Let's wrap this up. Maybe we'll come back and make some kind of decision at another time.
What are we asking for, though? Are we asking for a resolution on the floor, or TO, or what?
I think the council once and for all has to clear this up. if anyone ever went to tribal courts and challenged the code for first in road, when the Constitution doesn't say first in road, and I stated that, when the Constitution Committee, if you want to correct that, correct it now. Oh, they didn't even address it.
I agree, that's the reason I'm asking, what do we need to do? Can we
For the
do
court,
it?
they're gonna win.
Just a request, can you email that screen to us that's on there?
Yeah,
Thank
yeah, Council Secretary will. Okay, let's go on to IHS. Is it bearing on, okay. And I stated that. Yes, I stated that. Okay, IHS expansion, that's already been approved by the tribal council. There's a new development in technology to be able to get more space. The local IHS supports it. The area office supports it, but they would rather have a council that says that we expand the space for the same amount of money that we're spending, that we've already appropriated. So we can get nearly twice the amount of space as opposed to what was originally in that resolution. So if we can say up to, I would say to be safe, instead of 10,000 square foot expansion, up to 25,000. It's not going to cost us any more. IHS is spending a lot more money than we are on this thing. But it will make it a better situation for the service of our people. So that's where it's at. We need something to that effect so that we can build to the maximum with the money that we have. Representative Larney, I saw your hand up.
They plan on going up with it or using the land farther, stretching it out or going up? Like
Yeah,
using
they're
the
going
space?
up.
Okay, I agree with you.
They're
Okay,
gonna go up.
all right.
And I need a resolution because that's what they're going to require.
Okay, let's do it.
Somebody make that motion?
Okay.
Okay, John Narcome, I see another Narcome, you seconding it? Okay, we got two Narcomes saying seconding it. And in this resolution, Attorney General, to be safe within the compass of the expansion up to 25,000 square foot, no more appropriations, obviously, from the Seminole Nation. Everybody understand what we're trying to do here? Okay, we got a motion, a second. Representative Petit.
Okay, I think I understand, but I just want to ask this question. Is this regarding the TR?
Read that to me.
TR 2022-43, which is the WIHS expansion, which we appropriated $5 million to.
That's it, that's it, that's it. And it says 10,000 square foot, doesn't it?
See, that's where I'm getting confused, thinking about it, and I couldn't remember if it's 10,000 square foot or $10 million Sundoc was trying to get
No.
to make that extension.
No. It's already been, the money's already been appropriated by this council. They just can do more for the same price, but it needs to be in a resolution by the governing body for them to say, okay, the federal government. We got a motion and a second. Representative, do you yield the floor?
Well, I just want to say, and I've always said this from the beginning, we owe that to our people to try to give them the best facilities for them to receive medical services. That's what I felt like that as a council. We owe that to everybody, ourselves, and each other. And that's what I've always felt like. And to me, this is an investment in, I'm going to call it infrastructure over there.
It's what we have right there.
If IHS loaded up tomorrow and left, then we could probably move a lot of our facilities over into that.
God forbid they fold up and leave us. Yeah, and it's what we have right now. Do we wish we could do a maximum full brand new 120,000 square foot facility? Of course we do, but it's unrealistic at this point. Okay, Willis, Representative Dethridge.
What was that TR number? On the top $5 million, it was TR 2022-43.
Okay, and the count,
Are we amending this resolution from 10,000 to 25,000? Is that what we're doing?
I'm gonna ask, since it's a legal question, I could say we could do that. It could be amended,
Or it could be a new
or it could be a new resolution.
Either way.
Do we want to amend that resolution? And just say up to 25,000 square feet? That's the easiest thing, then we don't get charged all that extra stuff by the hour. It's just 2 words. Up to 25,000, you know. Matter of fact, I might just type that in myself.
I'm teasing you.
You do it anyway. All right, everybody understand? We're amending that particular resolution from 10,000 square foot up to 25,000 square foot. No new appropriations. Okay, Secretary?
Leanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes?
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
She's not here.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Zena Yesleth.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 26 yeses, 0 nos, 1 abstain.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I have 26 yeses, 0 nos, 1 abstain.
Okay, 26, 0, and 1. Okay, there's one more thing that was placed under other business, and that was Representative Emerton. And then this is the last
Yes,
other
I'd like
business.
to make a verbal resolution to create a Bristow Property Committee. There's a group of us who've been out there twice to do a work day. We've gathered support even from the local community of the non-native people in the area who want to help us do something with that property. In doing so, I would ask that Representative Cootie, Representative Barbara, Representative Dave Narkemy, and myself be on that committee. We can plan for the property, we can work with COPE and make everything match and make everything coexist and coincide. We can seek for grants, non-matching grants, we can seek for funding. I know that the food sovereignty director, I spoke with him and there was ideas there as well. We could do, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but I was told that we could do a partial fee to trust for the land, part of the land. And this committee would report to the council on things that we get done, accomplished, and even our objective and our vision for the property. And this is for the nation. I already spoke with the people that I requested, and we don't ask for any kind of funding, no stipend or anything for a committee. It's all volunteer. We just want to get something done with the property for the Seminole Nation to bring in funds to start paying for itself and getting things accomplished at that piece of property.
What's the term limit on their appointments?
A term
Well,
limit, I guess.
Let's do this in a proper fashion, you know, and I have consulted with you that the office of the chief does have the ability to delegate, and I considered that, but since you brought it before the council, now it's before him. So it's up to the council. I have no qualms with nominating those ones that were just mentioned from the office of the chief, nominating Representative Ms. Cootie, Ms. Emerton, Mr. Narkemy, and Ms. Vorba. I have no problem with nominating those if the council wants to accept those nominations to put with this resolution. It would probably expedite some things to have some help. The other thing, you have no authority, this committee, even if the council voted for it, you can bring grants to us, and we will take a look at it and see if it is in the confines of the what the council has said we could pursue grants for, non-match and things of that nature, okay? As long as you understand that. You know, this ain't giving you a power to your committee if they approve it. Four.
I have 4. There are a couple of people who I did ask, but they are on the maximum committees that they are that they can be on. But we can always add anybody if we need to.
Hey, is Representative Lambert interested? You got so much knowledge of that place.
I will help out where I can, but right now I
Not as
can't
a committee.
commit
Okay.
to another something.
Okay, all right. There's just 4 names mentioned, and I will say that I'll nominate them verbally, those 4. They have the spunk to want to try to do something in the interim of where we're at with the Grisso. And as you said, COPE is involved in this now. Don't try to boot them out.
Correct, yes.
Unless you got
Yes.
some money to repay us to that program. And I know you don't. Let's see, I saw Representative Hill, then Representative Narkemy. Representative Hill, then Representative Narkemy.
No, my question would be, I understand where everybody wants Grisso Mansion and all that, but mainly Desiree, because there's something about the Grisso Mansion, but as you well know, we've had this for 6 years, okay, sitting out there. We had other council reps also, and one's here today that voted on it along with other people, but we've never got anywhere with it. Right now, it has fallen apart, and we still pay money every month, even the interest rate at the end of the year, etc. How long do you plan on trying to put this together? Is there a certain date? Or are we going to continue to keep paying every month and not being used and bringing in revenue for our nation? You're going to go 5 months, 6 months, a year to show the people that that we're doing something, the revenue's coming in, because you just got your quote, and we're not asking for anything, okay? And I don't know how y'all gonna keep up the, everything in it that's got to be painted, fixed, outside, internal, and interior and all that. It's gonna cost money.
We're not asking for anything as a committee. We don't want a stipend. We will seek funding. We will work with the executive office, and these are people that I have already spoken to. We're volunteering our time to get this on its feet. Like you said, we have held it for how many years, and nobody has done anything with it, or when it was producing some funding, for some reason it was taken off of everything, and everything was stopped. So we want to reestablish. It was bringing in income then, it was bringing in funding, and for whatever reason it was stopped. We want to continue and start that again, and if it can at least pay for itself a little bit, and we keep growing and keep doing things there with our community, with our Seminole tribal members, and to keep the property, because this is our reservation. We could probably, I was told that we could do a fund to trust on part of the land. So our property was, our reservation was re-acknowledged. I want to keep as much land in the Seminole Nation. I don't have any time frames. I'm just looking to start some things to get it rolling, because we've got a lot of motivated people, both tribal, council, non-council, and even people in the community who want to help us with this. And I think with the push that we got, we can get something done. We can at least have some funding coming in, and that's more than what's happened for the last 5-6 years.
That's a good point and all that, okay? The only thing you gotta remind is, you start making money, whether you have a gift shop or a cultural center, whatever you make, okay?
you've got Seminole Nation consists of people, okay? If you start bringing in revenue, okay, is some of the money gonna be distributed to some of the elders and all the people out there that are unemployed, et cetera, to help them out?
That's
Or
why
what
we
are you
need
gonna
a-
be using the money that you're gonna be making?
That's why we need a committee to get all of this established and planned out, and we can report back to the committee all the progress that we have started. Any funding or any kind of, gift shop or anything that comes. we can
Okay,
report
all
back
right,
to the
let's go back to
council.
the original thought here, on the committee being established, with those four names, from the executive office, the office of chief. I will verbally nominate those four people for this committee, non-compensated committee, work with the established program that was mentioned as well, on the property. Representative Etheridge.
I'm in a little bit of a disagreement as to what I'm hearing as far as we want to restart this stuff and this stuff and this stuff. I think that has to come back to the council to say, yes, we can reestablish the committee has no real authority other than to make recommendations back to the council. Is that correct?
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. They can't submit for no grants. Actually, we could, we got a council resolution that supports that. So if there's like a great one that has no match and it's really going to meet some goals and objectives.
Also, Mr. Hill, he asked about the same thing that I'd asked, is how much time are we gonna give this committee to come up with some ideas that are viable for the council to consider?
I think they do a report like any other committee every time they get we get an opportunity to, and if they have something they want to bring to this floor, then it'd go before the council.
So we're gonna give them 5 years? Or we're gonna have this off the market for 5 years is what I'm asking, I guess.
You almost got the thing totally paid for.
I want the Grisso to succeed, but I don't want to give a committee 5 years to come up with a plan, because it's like Mr. Hill saying, we're spending $200,000.
Oh, if you're talking about a plan, if you're saying, what is the length of their appointment? I don't know, standard appointments are usually, 3 to 4 years. So if you wanted to say, for the committee, that's, the powers of the council are what they are. If something came up that the council wanted to do, they don't have to abide by that committee. They can do it. Like somebody offers $25 million for the place, and council wants to do it.
How much do we owe for the Grisso? Is that $5? I've got $5 in my wallet.
Give it.
Five what?
The last report of the Grissos was 1.6, then 1.5, and then now, with the coke going in there, it's 500,000. If actually this thing with SINDOC might be seriously considered, you could be out of debt. Nobody would imagine where we're at now. We're just almost there. Okay. Representative Shaw, and there's a motion and a second. Was there a motion? Okay, motion and second. Representative Shaw, and then we'll go into the vote.
Okay, now, you answered a part of the question, how much do we still owe on it? But I knew that note was due, May, March, April, somewhere along in there of this year? The note was to be paid off at that time, or what do they call that, balloon payment, or what?
No, it was due after the council chose to my knowledge, and I don't know if Bill is still here, the treasurer, but to my knowledge, it was coming into default of a balloon payment about the same period that the council voted to take it off. And you better believe we wouldn't have moved in any direction with that still a motion to sell. We wouldn't have done that, what we did with that. But we maximize our opportunities, do we not?
Did you renew the note?
We maximized our opportunity. We didn't let it go into default.
But did you have to renew the note?
It's not renew, it's kind of continuation of a note. It's a continuation of note, so it don't go into default or into a balloon payment. I mean, we would have had to pay about $1.5 million.
The reason I'm asking is that, you know, we haven't had any reports on that. All we know is we got $1 million paid on it. That's it.
Well, right now, it's off the market, and we're in the best situation financially with it that we've been since we bought it in 2012.
Oh, and I'm kind of like Mr. Dietrich and Mr. Padilla, Mr. Hill back here on that, is how long are we going to give them to pay that back?
I don't know if that's, I don't know if we can answer that today.
And who's paying for it? Who's paying for it right now?
Obviously, it's the Seminole Nations. We pay for it.
I know we pay for it, but I'm talking about which entity. Is it still coming out of gaming?
No, it never was coming out of gaming. Gaming didn't live up to their part back then when the council voted.
Well, where are we getting the money to pay it?
It's land acquisition. Land acquisition. I mean, it's common sense, you know.
Land acquisition, they only get like $100,000 a year.
Call for question.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We get more than that by tribal law. It's tribal law that sets that. Okay?
We'll
Okay.
have to sit down and figure this out.
Yeah, I know. I know the thing about the grid. So I wasn't in office when it was bought. I want you to know that. But anyway, it is what it is right now. We got a motion and a second, and it is to be able to put these folks in as a committee, non-paid, work with the established organization that was mentioned, COPE, and then bring some things back to the council. That's the motion. And you do got a verbal nomination for all 4 of these people. Secretary, call the roll.
Deanna Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yeah.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger. Yes. Anastasia Pittman.
Out of her seat.
Terry Edwards. Yes. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Yes. Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslin.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore. Marilyn Moore. Hanson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder. No. Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Out of seat.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge. Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 21 yeses.
You were out of seat.
Yeah. We know that.
Read it as
What's the count?
Yeah, just read it how you wrote it.
They want you to read the count.
21 yeses, 2 noes, 1 abstain. Sorry, y'all, I'm tired.
I declare that verbal resolution to have passed. Well, normally we do those things under other business. You do it you usually do it at the beginning of the meeting. There was an exception because no one objected to this committee thing. Do you have an announcement? Because I don't know that we go to another measure. Is it? Out of order. Out of order. It's out of order. Yeah, that would be out of order, sir. It's out of order. We have a motion to adjourn, and I know there's probably an objection to adjournment, but we'll have to go to a vote. Is there an objection to adjournment? Representative Petit? Okay. Council Secretary, adjourn. Call the roll.
Leanna Sampson. No.
No to adjourn?
No to adjourn. Right.
No, if you vote no, you're saying we're not going to adjourn.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I'm telling you.
John Markey. John
Yes.
Markey. Rita Tiger. Yes. Anastasia Pittman. Yes. Terry Edwards. Yes. Ida Gonzalez. Yes. Leon Petit.
Clarify what we're voting on again.
Adjournment. Adjournment.
No.
David Narkemy. No. Joseph Philly. No. Dolores Harjo.
Yes, vote to adjourn.
Karen.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslett.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. No. Marilyn Moore. Vincent Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
No.
Wayne Shaw.
No.
Catherine McCoy. Charlie Hill. Tommy Chupko.
Stay.
Danita Harjo.
Abstain.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 7 noes, 4 abstain.
With that count of 16 yes, 7 no, and 4 extensions, we are abstained. 6:28 p.m. this day. Thank you. We are adjourned. Prayer. Leanna, lead us in prayer, sister. Dismiss it.
Lead us, sister.
Father God, would you please watch over each and every one of us? Father, we ask that you keep us in good minds, good spirits, understanding and wisdom and knowledge. Let us all turn kindness one to another as we give you the glory and praise in each and every day you give us. And those who are bound, let them be free. And those who are free, let them help somebody today. Amen. In Jesus' name.
At least we ended. At least we ended on a good note. It's not a order. That ain't never gonna make it to the floor.